Hey, welcome back to the Stoop football fans. It's 7 o'clock Brooklyn time. You know what time that is. It's happy hour. I know you're expecting Lolo. He can't be here right now, so I'm going to be filling in. But I can't do it by myself because I'm the know-nothing soccer guy. So I'm going to bring in Mr. Matt Kantak to join us. Here he is.
What's
Welcome,
up?
Matt. How you doing?
I'm excited, to just be hanging out with some friends, or at least a friend at the moment.
Fantastic. You can't be in the bars because of this pandemic thing.
No, I definitely needed someone to drink with as well. So
That's right. That's
Cheers.
right. You are my oldest. You're the first person I met in Brooklyn.
I know.
You do know that.
I do, and I really hold back on reminding people about it. When everyone's like, "Mark's my friend," I'm like, "But he was my friend first." Same with Lolo, actually.
Yeah.
He and I played softball together, and then he just sort of moved to the neighborhood randomly, and he knew I worked there, and then that's what I do. I just bring people together, I guess.
Yeah, I fucking love it. Now I
over poured drinks.
Another Arsenal fan waiting to come in. I think that's the other Mark. That's not like the other white meat. So, Mr. Director, we're gonna bring him in.
Hey,
I haven't seen you.
What's going on, dude?
Forever. All right.
Guys, how you doing?
We doing good. We doing really good. Y'all excited for that Arsenal game tomorrow?
Oh, let's talk about how Arsenal smashed Leicester.
Well, Nick and I did a little half-hour show about that.
I watched it.
Which was good fun. If we want to talk about Burnley tomorrow.
Oh no, I'm looking forward to it.
So I hope, and it should be. I feel like it should be this way, that we score so many goals that the only real entertaining thing about the game is Sean Dyche's presser afterwards. Because I'm just discovering this guy,
man, for sure.
I've just discovered him, and he's like my favorite person in the world right now.
Yeah, he seems like the type of guy that finishes a bottle of whiskey and smokes a pack of Pall Malls before the presser, because he's just like, and another thing, and let me tell you here, this is what happened. And that's all I have to say.
That's Sean Dyche in a nutshell.
Yeah, I think he does anything before he brushes his teeth in the morning. Oh.
So the last time you guys played Burnley, that was the infamous Shaka chokehold. And
that
certainly
was
during a time where it wasn't so great for Arsenal. I think you guys are in the midst of a 7-game non-winning streak. You guys have gotten 3 red cards in 5 weeks.
I think that we'd lost 5 in a row at that point.
Yeah.
And that game was, I might have showered a few times.
Well, I do know that was a bit of the time where on the Stoop, Lolo was just like, you got to respect my club. My club's better than this. And you guys are better than this, and you have proven to be better than this, because I think a couple of weeks later, rather, you took it to Chelsea.
Yeah, that was the 3-1.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys had a lot of bad luck in that Burnley game. I think it was a 1-0 finish. You had the red card on Shaka.
Contentious.
Yeah.
So and looking at some of the games this week, especially yesterday with Tottenham and Fulham,
there's a lot of controversy this week.
No, because they changed the rules today.
I know. Well, yeah, no, I saw that, but it makes it even more controversial, though.
Yeah, exactly. You watch the game and you're like, okay, Sanchez clears, it hits him from 2 yards away. There's no way to control it, and yet it's disallowed. And then today, IFAB come out and say, well, we've changed the rules. Regarding this exact scenario, we've changed the rules, which doesn't help Fulham any.
No, not at all, Matt. Rather, Mark, I'm gonna cut you off here. Saul, one of our Patreon contributors, is super chatted us here. He's saying, "Evening, gents. Thanks for an invite to the party. Have a couple. I can't believe how expensive it is. Legend beers on me. Those beers are expensive. We had maybe 5 and our tab was like $80, but it was worth it just to do on the stoop, off the stoop, and in a nice kind of bar environment. We haven't been able to do that the entire time we've filmed our show, so it was really cool. Thanks, Saul. We really appreciate it.
You were drinking in an actual bar?
Yeah, we were in an actual bar. We covered
Fancy.
the Leeds Southampton game. And then afterwards was, I believe it was Champions League. It was Chelsea and Atletico.
That was a good game.
Yeah, it was. And we're doing the show talking about Leeds and Southampton, and it's going on above our head. And there was the Giroud goal. I believe it was
the overhead kick.
But it was like 20 minutes of VAR. We're like doing the show. We look up at scores. It's been called off. And we're doing the show. And then we look up like 20 minutes later and it's like, it's a goal. I thought they scored a second one.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I kind of miss Giroud. I miss that target man. I miss having that target man.
Yeah, but how frustrated were you when he was on the team and it took 12 shots to score one? You know what I'm saying? Like, it was fair play for us to move on from him. I think.
Don't get me wrong.
It was like 6 years.
Was like
right, of course.
But he has no hole to play.
Yeah, but that's where
zero.
That's where our boy Lacazette comes in.
Yes, and they should be playing him more.
And I've heard some rumors. I don't know if they're true. Just
the Lacazette's going.
Yeah, and we're going to replace him with Holland.
You guys aren't getting Holland.
No, there's no way we're getting him. No way.
We can talk about him a little bit later. One of the things I do want to mention is that Emile Smith-Rowe is out of the Burnley game. How do you guys feel about that? Do you think Arsenal's better with him in the lineup, or do you think with Odegaard in the lineup? I personally think Odegaard is better. It makes the team a little bit stronger.
I'm going to say that Odegaard is pretty solid, but I actually prefer Smith-Rowe in that 10 role.
I don't know. I don't think they necessarily play the same position. I like Odegaard in the 10, and I like Emile Smith-Rowe playing wide on the left. I know that sort of pushes Aubameyang into the center, but I think with Aubameyang, Emile Smith-Rowe, Odegaard, and then Bukayo Saka, that gives us our best attacking front. As long as the other team isn't just going to park the bus in front of us, and depending on how our midfielders line up against them or match up against them. But if I had to pick, though, it's tough because like Odegaard now just looks like Emile Smith-Rowe did 6 weeks ago, right? Like Emile Smith-Rowe is on fire, and just sort of like it just comes and goes, and he's sort of a little bit off the pace right now. But I don't know. I can't choose to answer your question, which is a really shitty cop-out question.
No, not at all.
Doesn't make for good viewing, but
I don't know a lot about Arsenal outside of what I watch, and I do watch a lot, obviously, because there's a vested interest in the show. Our host is a big Arsenal fan. You're a big Arsenal fan. We had Mark on briefly. He's an Arsenal fan. There was something that I noticed earlier in the season is that there was where Arsenal had Aubameyang in the center and then Lacazette off to the side. I believe the left side, but I'm not sure. And that I really liked that kind of combination. There was a couple of times where Lacazette fed Aubameyang for a goal, and we haven't really seen that since the end of the losing streak. We haven't seen those two together.
I think that's your answer right there.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering why. I mean, they were winning when they did that, but
I think the best part of that entire situation was the emergence of Pepe on the left and Saka on the right. the Pepe on the right was wasted, and as soon as he went on that left with Saka, and they started playing the inversion, and they started wandering, those results started coming in.
Yeah, I personally think Saka is one of the better young folks out there.
He's been phenomenal this season.
I know.
Too many times Arsenal fans have been complaining about Pepe. He's not doing enough. He's lazy. He's this. He's that.
But you
then,
put him on that left-hand
lately,
side.
he's been crushing it.
But the strange thing is he's been playing very, very well when Cedric has been playing on the left, where he's got that defensive cover, so he can go forward and he doesn't have to worry so much. Whereas Saka plays a lot better on the right, and being that they're both left-footed players, I think that dynamic suits them better because Pepe is far stronger on his left, whereas Saka is a bit better on his right too.
Oh yeah, he's way more two-footed.
Yeah,
than Pepe
exactly.
is.
And Pepe is very one-footed.
Yeah, I think Pepe only really works against teams that are going to line up, and it's going to be like a much more of a flowing game, up and down. Because he's just sort of wasted when teams are condensed at the back and don't really allow any running room.
But he is one of those players that you always want when there's a dead free kick. He's got a pretty good free kick on him.
They all do. They're professionals. That's like how I feel about it.
I don't know.
Like, yeah, he does have a great curling shot from the left, and I've seen him do it twice.
Yeah,
in 2 years. Right, but how valuable is it? Like, I've seen Lacazette hit one from 23 yards on a free kick too. I mean, I used to see Walcott do it from time to time, and certainly as often as Pepe does.
I'd also rather see him do it than David Luiz.
Yeah, well, and again, but Luiz, I mean, if we're going on this, they've done it before, they can do it again. Like, he's certainly done it way more in the past than Pepe.
But that's kind of like he's done it 5 years ago.
I don't know if you guys are seeing this, Mark, but I think we should get to some of these comments about the speed of this week.
I'm seeing a lot of these comments of the speed of the week. Mr. Tom says this week went faster than Gary Cahill's confidence after Rafinha turned him inside out like a pretzel. Who doesn't Rafinha turn inside out like a pretzel? That dude is so fucking tight.
No,
I love Rafinha. I would love to see him on the Wolves. I'm sure you guys would love to see him on Arsenal. We were talking about Rafinha not too long ago. We were talking about what he's worth, and I think within 30 seconds, his price tag went from 30 million to 90 million. It was
a 60 million play.
It's going to be amazing. I don't see Leeds getting rid of him. Rafinha for player of the month. Get your votes in. Ellen Back says, sure, why not? I mean, he's our man of the match every time Leeds plays. So sure, player of the month.
He was phenomenal.
Yeah, he truly is. I've watched. I mean, you guys know I've only been a fan for a very short time. I've always wanted to get into soccer, and this show was a really great opportunity and introduction to me, and I'm learning in leaps and bounds. But Rafinha is certainly a player that has always excited me.
As I say, you and I have talked about this for years. I remember before the inception of the show. Yeah, and Rafinha's just been this revelation this season, and honestly, I'm pretty gutted that we didn't get him.
Yeah, nobody's getting him. He's not leaving Leeds.
Not yet. He will.
If there's a big enough offer, he's gonna go.
He will. Probably not in this transfer window.
No,
but 2022.
Yeah, I think if a big enough offer comes in, he's going.
Yeah, I see Leeds being picked over. Maybe some of their other teams for smaller amount of money. Maybe Ailing.
I don't see Leeds. It would be ridiculous for them to go for a money grab right now because they want to just get established. Like, they should be bringing players in. To be honest, but Rafinha is one of those players that if he's on this course is going to be playing in Madrid pretty soon.
I mean, even if he's going to somewhere like Sevilla, Valencia, I think he will
go somewhere bigger than that.
I don't think that there aren't many bigger teams in Spain.
And Sevilla?
Sevilla are a good side.
I mean, 2 come to mind. I mean, yes, of course they're a good side, but I mean, 3 come to mind. The both Madrid teams and Barcelona. Barcelona definitely need to bring players in. I don't know that they can afford it, but
look at Barcelona right now. They've had officials arrested.
All right, Mr. Tom says it's not exaggerating to see that Leeds has never had a player like Rafinha before.
Oh, come on.
Mr. Tom, I'm going to agree with you. I haven't seen anything of Leeds for 16 years. You haven't been in the Premier League, and now you are, and we get to see Rafinha.
Mark
awesome.
was one of the best strikers the Premier League ever had in the 90s and 2000s. He was phenomenal. He was one of the biggest bans of Arsenal's existence.
Yeah, he was.
All right, guys. So we'll get back to the Arsenal game. What do we have for predictions? What do we think is going to happen? Matt, I'm going to start with you.
Fuck me. Jesus Christ. I mean, like, honestly, I mean, I don't even know I'm going to say this, but like, if it's not after what Tottenham did, if it's not 5-0, you know, I'll say that we didn't play well enough. I'll be happy, of course. But I think the form that we need to get ourselves in versus the form that Burnley are in, we should be going like all out. And just, I hope to see the goals flying in. I'm not going to say 5-0. I'll say like 3-1 because our defense is always good for 1.
Right. Well, I think you know, a 4-goal turnout isn't too far. You guys are as healthy as you've been for a really long time. I'm looking forward to seeing Partey on the pitch. Hopefully,
all right.
He gets a start. Don't want to spoil it for anybody.
Knock on wood.
Knock on all the wood that I'm surrounded by.
The tightest hamstrings in the world.
But his hamstrings are in comparison with Mikel Antonio. I mean, that guy's got strength for hamstrings. But it's good to see Partey back. Hopefully, he makes the starting lineup. I think
he will.
There's going to be lots of goals to be had. I think a 3-0 victory is not too far off. Other Mark from Brooklyn.
What do
you think, brother?
What I'm thinking is, like I said last week, Partey missed 6 days out of 5 seasons for Atletico. 6 days. Comes to Arsenal, the injuries come out. And I'm starting to wonder what the training methods are.
Well, it's been like that for 10 years, man.
Exactly.
I mean, it really has been bad.
There has to be a correlation. Because you don't go from Atletico with one of the most demanding managers in world football who is mega defensive and it's all about running. And then you come to Arsenal and you suddenly getting all these injuries. It's very strange.
Yeah, it's a mystery.
I'm going for the 3-0.
Okay.
I'm going for the 3-0 because even though Burnley is starting to play some good football and they were playing pretty well this week.
Exactly. Our Leeds fan from Sydney, Australia has posted ugly 1-0 for Burnley. They have more to play for. Now, guys, do you agree with that? Because I feel in this particular match, a victory for Arsenal might have them looking
at European places
at a top 5. Anything 5th place, but maybe even higher because there's a lot of turmoil getting in that bottom half of the top table. You know,
I mean, look at Liverpool.
Liverpool is. I feel they're done. I feel that their performance against Chelsea was just absolutely ridiculous. I feel like Liverpool has given up. You know, how good is West Ham? I think they're fantastic, but I think there's a lot of jostling in the 4th and 5th position. I mean,
from 4th to
this is a game that I feel that can bring Arsenal into the conversation.
Yeah, definitely from 4th to 8th.
Good, as long as we don't play Willian or El Neni. But I think like we saw against what was it, Man City? Like we might. I mean, he did play against Leicester, and he played.
Depressing.
Yeah. Willian for free kicks. Get out of my face on the stoop. I see Arsenal even with Willian and El Nene. I think Arsenal should win pretty handily.
Especially
We'll
with
see.
they've all come back from injury now. You've got Tierney back, you've got Party back. I think that there's going to be a little too much for them.
Yeah, I do too.
All right.
Yeah, and like I was saying before, I hope the most entertaining thing about the match is Sean Dyche afterwards, because that's how comfortable of a win it was. You know?
I absolutely fucking love it. All right, guys. So I got the Wolves hat on. Might as well talk about that Wolves Villa game.
That was a good
Minnesota
game.
just came out
That
there
was
with
a
your
good
hat.
game.
Minnesota just Villa. It's
That
snowing
was a
outside.
good game. I enjoyed that one.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about,
So the last time these two teams met, Wolves and Villa, we saw reds on both sides. But Martino's red card was the biggest the biggest offense, because that was an actual penalty kick, and that it was a 1-0 game. That was what won it for him. I would love to see the Wolves win. I would love to see the Wolves do well. But I feel that between the two teams,
I hate to cut you off, but you realize we've just been graced with Welsh Jesus right now.
yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's got a beautiful halo going on. Welsh Jesus.
Yeah.
That's actually going to be your name moving forward. Mr. Director, can we change it to Welsh Jesus via Brooklyn? I think we can do that. But anyway.
Or Galilee or something?
Galilee, yes. Galilee, Isaac Galilee.
Go ahead.
This is a game I would love to see the Wolves win, but I feel like the Wolves right now are saying to themselves, "Yeah, we lost to City. We were in it for a little bit, but we lost to City." Aston Villa, on the other hand, we fucking lost to Sheffield United, and Sheffield United was a man down.
Yeah,
we are angry.
Well,
I think Wolves need Willian Jota to start firing.
I think the rest of the team needs to accept Willian Jose as a teammate and get him the ball, because they are not passing it to him. They are just like, "Oh yeah, you're there." But what I do like that Willian does is he's a bit of a distraction.
Oh yeah, for sure.
For the opposition's defense,
for Pedro Neto,
that you have to watch him. And therefore, you're not paying attention. I mean, you are paying attention, but you're not giving your full attention to everybody.
No.
I would love to talk about how great Neto was, but he was a fucking statue in the City game.
Yeah.
Neves was like not himself, and I do know that it's a midweek game. They're a bit tired, whatever. I don't want to make excuses, but it was kind of retarded how poorly we played in the first half. Go ahead, Mark. Anyone?
I was just gonna say, like, when you're playing Aston Villa, the only thing that really makes a difference is if Grealish is playing.
Yeah.
If he's in, they're a totally different team, and not that they are unbeatable, but I don't know his health status now. I think he was out.
I think
he's going to be out for this game. He's going to be out for like a couple of. Well, then it's I don't expect him back until April.
Really?
Oh, Mark, you've got competition.
Wolves to win, but neither impress me. Don't see either progressing. S. Foden, are you related to Phil Foden? I don't know. It'd be cool if you were.
If you are, tell me to watch.
Please get Phil Foden on our show. But no, I'm going to be the first to admit the Wolves, even pre-injury to Raul Jimenez, are not impressive.
No.
I think they have a lot of talent. I also think they're very, very young. Mr. Tom says, I think Willian Jose's teammates might be longing him, but he's not a Portugal international. But he is Brazilian, which makes him kind of a...
He speaks Portuguese.
He's
that's a big difference right there.
Portugal international. I like to refer to the Wolves as the AAA farm team of the Portuguese national team, minus Bruno Fernandes.
Minus all the ones that are going to be on the national team.
Yeah, Ronaldo.
Yeah, exactly.
No
Joao
doubt,
Felix.
no doubt. Portugal is going to be a force to be reckoned with. But back to S. Foden's comment. I never thought the Wolves were going to be great this season. I was super surprised to lose Diogo Jota, although that price tag was really nice for the Wolves. But more importantly, to lose who was the guy in the back? I'm kind of blanking.
Listen, if you don't know,
Tomato,
not the guy that Semedo replaced. He went to Spurs. Matt Doherty. I think he was a bigger loss for the Wolves because he was a guy that could play defense, but then he could also push the ball forward. He was kind of, our poor man's Kieran Tierney, but I have a big love for Tierney. Matt, I know you're not a big you love him, but not as much as I do.
Whoa.
I think he's important to Arsenal.
I love Kieran Tierney. I just don't think our left back, who's basically a methed out chihuahua, should be the barometer or the excuse for why we don't win because he's not there. Like, we have to be able to overcome that guy.
You know
what I'm saying?
The passion that he brings is really, really huge.
I agree. But if we lose and he's not there, that can't be our excuse. Well, Tierney wasn't in. It's like, come on now. Yeah. And especially if Suarez isn't getting destroyed. If Suarez has a good game, then we really can't put on Tierney. I think it's too much to put on Tierney. Not that he can't handle it, but he's just keeping fitness and really finding form.
Yeah.
Sorry to go off on a tangent, but you can't come at me like that.
You want to hear a tangent? I'll give you a tangent. I'm working with Lolo in Times Square.
We're all about to get separate texts,
and
right
we're just we're
somebody
set
cut him off.
And we're on this corner. And in the corner of my eye, beyond 4 or 5 buildings, I can just see a whisper of it. I'm seeing Hector Bellerin for addition. And I'm like, of all the Premier League players to see in Times Square, I'm seeing Hector Bellerin pop up. It was pretty bizarre.
He saw him on the street?
No. It was on a billboard. Billboard. It was
have you seen his
Bellerin.
Instagram?
There he is.
Have you seen his Instagram?
I have not.
He it's basically he's a male model, and I think he probably just makes as much money off his Instagram as he does
playing football
from Arsenal. Yeah, to be honest, I think
porn.
He's been doing that for years.
He's got those smoldering eyes, though.
Are you in love?
Listen, man. I might get a second yellow real quick. I'm not afraid to say that man's a handsome man.
No, he's a handsome man.
He's got that Spanish. Got that swagger to him, the smoldering eyes. What's that like? Yeah, but how do you say it in Spanish?
Je ne sais quoi. I really don't know. I think the Wolves miss Matt Doherty quite a bit, and I don't think their problems are as Raul centric as things would be. I hated selling Jota. I don't know what to say about that. It's Grealish being out for Villa gives us a really good opportunity. Matt Cash is out in the defensive end.
And Matty Cash has been playing very well.
I think he's amazing,
especially when he plays Arsenal.
Yeah,
I think he's amazing. Unless he's throwing his arm out there to have a handball, because I think he's had 2 handball penalties this year, which you really can't have.
It's just effort.
No, Matty Cash has had a good season.
I will say, as an Arsenal fan, going back to just talking about all that congestion, there's no team that would benefit more than a Wolves win besides Wolves and Arsenal. I mean, especially since they've got the game in hand on us and they're right there in front of us.
Mm-hmm.
If we take care of business and then you guys do, at least we'll be ahead of them when they have that
jockeying a position for 7, 8, 9, 10.
But at least we won't be behind them anymore while they have a game in hand,
Right. Do you think Arsenal has a realistic shot at top 5?
No. I think they have a realistic shot at top 6.
Okay.
Top 6,
pushing it
close.
I think probably I think we'll be in 8.
Okay.
8 or 9. I don't like Tottenham's pretty inconsistent. I think they're more on than they are off though. And then Villa. I mean, if Grealish could come back and play like he was before he got hurt.
Well, I don't know, because Tottenham, apart from Burnley and on the weekend, they lost 5 out of 6. They're not consistent at all.
Well, they go on these poor form runs, but
But they're long runs.
Yeah,
they're
but
not short.
Still sitting in front of us though. You know what I'm saying? Like they've been on more than we have.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we had that terrible start, but now we're starting to find a little bit of form. I think it's going to be a lot closer than people think. I think Arsenal are pretty good for 6th.
All right, we'll see. I mean, listen, I'm hoping you're saying it on the internet, man. That's forever. We can come back and check that.
And on this show, it's
when maybe we finish
forever.
12th. Like, who knows?
Mr. Saul says, as long as Wolves can handle Villa's low block and shit housing better than Leeds did, they'll do fine. Yeah, sure. Villa's gonna sit back. Ian Smith says Arsenal 6.
Ian Smith has another comment up there.
He says, "Cantex feeling the homie."
And it's crazy is I haven't even started talking about Grealish's thighs yet. So like the fact that he's throwing that out there, maybe he knows. I don't know.
Yeah, man. Despite the Olivia Newton-John headband that Grealish wears, he's pretty dreamy. We can all say that.
I guess you got to critique something, Mark. Yeah, I guess the 3 of us with no hair would be the ones talking.
Right.
Woo!
Yeah. Baldies unite.
As the years have gone on, we've all started to look like each other more and more.
Yeah, I remember.
I just need the glasses. I'll have the glasses in 10 years, and we'll be fucking carbon copies of each other.
I think Axel took a picture once of it was me. No, Axel didn't take the picture. I don't know who. It might have been Edgar, but it was me, Eric Jones, and Axel, all in thick plastic frame glasses, and we're all standing across from one another. And I think somebody asked if it was some sort of like Aryan promotional photo being taken. We all look like brothers there. Ian Smith,
it's an American thing.
Yes, this is an American thing. I don't know what that means.
Being bald and talking about soccer, I guess.
Being bald and talking about soccer, that's what we're doing. We love soccer. Why not talk about it? I don't know fuck all about soccer, but here I am talking about it because I love it.
Yeah,
I really do.
I mean,
and I can say 2 things I love about it. 1, lack of commercials. American sports is filled with a commercial. They will foul someone or do something stupid so that they can show a commercial. And I bet you there is more commercials during an American sports broadcast than in the entire day in Britain.
100%.
The second thing I love about it is, unlike America, where our pundits, our commentators feel the need to fill the entire broadcast with their voice.
I don't know. I mean, all right,
in Premier League, watching those matches, there's like gaps of time where you can watch play and not hear anybody speak other than Bellerin.
But I'm speaking from perspective of both sides, where I've watched it. I've watched it live, and I've watched it through Sky Sports and whatever. They talk a lot of shit in halftime. They talk a lot of shit.
Well, yeah, but that's what they're paid to do. I think like what's crazy to me, right, is like in American sports, the last 5 minutes of the game is about 25% of the time, the running time of the broadcast and the production of the game, right? Like with all the timeouts, the fouling, the replays, all this shit, right? And people complain about it all the time. What the fuck? The last 5 minutes of the game takes a half hour. But then when we're like, well, we can sort of take some of that out if we put ads on the jerseys, Americans then lose their fucking minds again. It's like, we can't disrespect the sanctity of the uniform. And it's like, well,
oh my God, please, man, just bandy them like fucking NASCAR. Put up all the fucking
shit. Who cares?
I have no fucking care whatsoever. I just want to watch a game and just see the outcome. It is kind of weird, though. I don't know about you guys, but I'm old enough to remember the announcer-less game. I believe it was Miami versus the Jets, where they played the game and there were no announcers whatsoever. This happened in like the early 80s. And it was the most boring game known to mankind, because you have 10 seconds of action and 3 minutes of inaction.
That sounds like every American.
Unlike Premier League.
Probably why they only did it once.
They only did it once.
And it was also, it was in the early 80s. I guess the Dolphins were pretty good, but the Jets, I think, were pretty brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just take a dart blindfolded and throw it at a calendar of years, whatever year you're going to hit, the Jets were probably pretty brutal. So I'm going out on not too big of a limb by saying that. So when they should have picked an exciting game,
right,
to try that.
Oh, Lolo is hitting us up.
Yeah, here we go. The announcement game of American football. It was the Jets in Miami.
Although I think that's
in the 80s. How many points do I get, Mr. Director? I got both of them right.
That's pre-Marino, though, so the Dolphins could have
been
been
awful. That is pre-Marino. Yeah. I think that would have been with Don Strock.
Only you would know that. You're the only one old enough.
Mr. Director, can you look that up? I pulled Don Strock out of my fucking ass. We lost the other. Oh, there he is. There he is. So, yeah, the Wolves getting healthy. It's good to see Bally back. I'd like to see Dodonker move into the midfield again. I'm not even going to ask you guys for your predictions, but have any thoughts on it? I'm firmly convinced that in Brooklyn I am the only Wolves fan.
Until proven otherwise, I agree with you. and what's crazy about it too is like you chose. You're definitely the only person in Brooklyn that chose the Wolves. Like there's got to be someone that moved over from England whose dad was a Wolves fan.
They moved from Birmingham. They had to
Right.
Either that city or Villa.
The reason why I chose Wolves was this show. At the time we had Anisha on the show with Nick Arsenal, Anisha Man City, and it's our first episode. I know fuck all. I'm mispronouncing names left and right, and this is before the infamous Lukaku blunder.
Ooh.
But they asked me, and it was like, if you want to be on the show, you have to choose a team. And I'm looking at the standings. I'm looking at the teams in the Premier League, and I think to myself, I don't want to just randomly pick a really good team or a Big Six team. And I don't know why the Wolves spoke to me, but I chose the Wolves, and here I am with a much too hot hat on my head, and no Wolves garbs behind me, no gunner pointing in the wrong direction. Or is that the right direction? We're not really sure.
Depends. I think you can point these things anywhere you want, to be honest. They're just cannons. It depends on who you're shooting at. Conche, the Jets probably did lose that game. Mr. Tom, yes, the Jets have been good for about 6 seasons of the 62 that they've been around. Is that fair? So 10% of the time.
Good. Who was the coach for the Jets that was?
Well, we had Parcells in the late 90s with Vinny Testaverde.
Oh, after that,
Mangini had
genius.
He had the longest sustained run of success of any Jets coach. Him and Herm Edwards.
Right.
So like we went to the playoffs like 5 out of 7 years there in the early 2000s, and then the 2 years with Rex.
Ian Smith here is saying, and there was me thinking Mark was a lifelong Wolves diehard. When I put my heart into it, I'm a diehard for anything. And I've been religiously following the Wolves since I decided that I was going to be a Wolves fan. And in a couple of years, if they should be relegated, I will still follow them. But no, I am not a diehard Wolves fan. There are some in New York. There's some Wolves fans. The Wolves Club. They're like, you don't know this fight song? You don't know this, that, or the other thing? I'm like, no, I don't know. Fuck all. But I'm okay with that.
It just means there's a lot to learn. You know?
Yeah, it's been a fun learning curve. I'm surprised we're still getting some feed on this Jets,
for the Jets.
Miami,
which is crazy because do these people live in the States?
Announcerless game. So the Jets did win that 24-17 in an upset. I think it was Ian Smith that said Bob Greasy was the quarterback of that game. Okay, that would have been pretty much toward the end of his career. Mm-hmm. And then he had his son who lasted 4 seasons before he lost his spleen or something like that.
No, that was one of the Sims boys.
Oh, it was one of the Sims boys.
Brian Greasy, though, did win a national championship at the University of Michigan. Just got to throw that in there. Go Blue.
I will as a Big Ten boy, I will let you have that as much as I fucking hate that Michigan and every other team, and it's only because Gophers suck. We are
it's easy to hate the
best worst team in the Big Ten. To you folks out across the pond, we're talking college sports, but we're only gonna
look at this.
Only gonna be shorts. This is like Con Shay says, Mark, is Derek Duggan your favorite Wolves player? No. Unfortunately, I don't even know who that is. But one day, and I just lost my light. There it is. I don't even know who my favorite Wolves player is. Some days it's Connor Cody. He's a great defensive player. S. Foden says you can always change Mark to Leeds. I could, but that would be kind of a dick move in my world. Once you pick a team, you don't abandon them. You stand by them, and if you suck, you suck. Since I'm a Vikings fan for the NFL and American football, I know all about how things.
You definitely had some heartache.
Big respect to Ian Smith there, though. Watching the
Ian
NFL
Smith
since '83.
Rich Kotite. Rich Kotite was the best. He was a pretty good coach.
Oh, he was awful. What are we talking about? I think they were 1-15 that year.
I'm excited for you guys to have Robert Saleh. I think that's going to do a lot for you guys, but we're straying too far off of the.
We're digressing here.
Yeah, but we
want to get back to Premier League talk here. Mark, never be defensive about being a newcomer. A fan is a fan is a fan. Just glad we didn't lose to you in some god-awful U.S. sport. Tell the critics to fuck off. Yes, Saul. That's exactly it. In fact, since I got into Premier League, I don't even watch American sports, to be perfectly honest. I don't have the energy to, because Arsenal has these 7:00 Eastern time games, and I'm doing happy hour on Friday till
midnight,
until late. And then I got to get up early and watch a team that it puts on some pretty good football. But yeah, I do get up at 7:00, 6:30 in the morning to watch football. I will watch 2-3 games a night or a day for me, and I love it. And so I won't apologize for it at all. Just forgive me when I get things wrong and I don't know what a low block means and I don't know what this means, and it's all good. It's all good. How'd you guys get into Premier League? I mean, Mark, you don't get to talk because we already know you're from Wales and you get into football that way. Matt, what got you into Premier League?
Well, I think I got into the sport in '94 when the World Cup was here, and that was the same time I had a Brazilian stepmother, so that was a really fun summer. And I would follow the international tournaments a lot more up until about college. One of my best friends was an Arsenal fan, and those were just the games that we talk about. It was really hard to watch, I felt, in college on TV. So it wasn't really around until around like 2006 when I was watching it religiously. Started really following and paying attention.
Hey, look.
Yo, you
Lolo.
motherfuckers. I leave you guys for 1 hour and it becomes a college football show and you're talking about the Jets?
It's
What
a
the
college
fuck, man?
football show
Hey,
for
listen,
like
look
5
at the
minutes,
comments,
my
though.
friend.
Who's this person?
Come on.
Who is
I'm
this?
trying,
You're
I'm trying to
liking it.
hail a
Where are
cab
you?
right now so I can get home because you guys are turning my show into crap. What are you doing?
Ouch. That hurts. Mr.
I'm just
Director,
messing.
can we
I'm
get
just
rid of
messing.
this guy? Because he's
No.
harshing our buzz. We've
No.
got a good thing going on here.
No, you guys are doing fantastic. I just got off of work. I'm still in downtown Brooklyn. I'm trying to hail a cab, and I'll be back in the basement soon enough. I can't wait to have a beer. But I just had to call in to rag on you guys for talking about college football and the
I'll be
freaking
honest.
Jets.
No.
We appreciate knowing that you're out there watching us. Lolo did just rob a bank, but thanks, Saul, because you just blew his cover.
I'll be honest. I forgot
Shut
you were
up,
watching.
Saul. Yeah, I've been packing up a whole bunch of camera gear and stuff like that with you guys in my ear, and every now and then it's like dead quiet in the room while everybody's packing up, and then I'll go, "You're out of your mind, Mark," and they're like, "What?" I'm
It's
like,
good to know that I'm still out of my mind. All right, man. Get on that train.
I'll
Get
see
on
you
that
guys
taxi,
soon.
whatever you got to do. Hurry up and get here. We
All
miss
right.
you, and pour yourself a beer real quick. You deserve one.
And just so you guys know, I'm still fucking listening.
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you guys soon.
All right, peace, brother. All right. So
Yeah, it was just one of my best friends in college kind of put me on. And then it was, like the team had just come off of the Invincibles but was still a fun team to watch with like Fabregas and the like. So
very
that was
cool.
it.
Very
That's
cool.
how I got into it.
All right. So another match coming up this week. This weekend, we got the Manchester Derby coming up. What is that? Sunday. I would say watch it. We did say watch it on our weekend watch list. Last time it was a complete snooze fest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just how United are playing the top 6, right? Like I say in quotes because that's how they played us, and in my head we're always a top 4 team, even though we're not. But that's just how they're playing everybody, all the big clubs. It seems like this year. So I don't think it's going to work against City though. They're just too.
They are way too well.
They're a fucking machine.
Plus, you also have the Rashford Maguire little fight. Did you guys catch that? That was amazing.
I did hear about that. I thought it was kind of ridiculous in a sense because I think of Rashford being really, really short and Maguire is like 6'2", 6'3". Maybe like if I picked a fight with you, Cantac, it would just be stupid.
Actually,
it would just be stupid.
I think just fighting in general at our age would be stupid. We'd be out of breath after the second punch was thrown.
It totally would.
But I love that's the effect of not having fans there that I really like is that you can catch those interactions.
There's no home advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no home advantage, but you hear those you can hear that, and those interactions get picked up, and you're like that's the shit you never hear. So I don't know. I think it's fun. I like that he called him a knob. I like that he told him to get the fuck on side if he wants a better ball. Like that's the stuff that was made playing fun that I remember when I was a kid. It's like talking shit to your teammates and
I must admit it was actually really fun watching Liverpool Chelsea yesterday, just because of the same reason. Like the screaming at each other, you fucking knob.
Yeah, there was nothing fun about that match. I mean, I just felt
I thought Chelsea handled that game really well.
Sure, they did, but on the other side of the coin, Liverpool has completely given up.
Yeah, like watching Mane and Salah play
laid
together
down like fucking dogs, and it goes not just the players on the pitch, but the players waiting to be on the pitch and love him, but Jurgen Klopp as well. That entire team has given up, and they were toothless against Chelsea. And this was a match that they had an opportunity to get back into it, and it was a winnable match. And you're down 1-0, and you take Salah off in the 60th minute. That is,
They have,
and he was pissed. Did you watch his interaction with Jurgen Klopp when he went off?
Yeah,
he was fucking livid.
Yeah,
I didn't see the match. I know that Nick's probably going to pop on right now and yell at me for admitting that, but
that's okay. That's okay. So
I think I agree with LO Bruv here.
Like, what the fuck are you doing?
It makes sense that Salah is going to need a rest every now and then. You know, like they probably are like, give us 60 and see what happens, but you're coming off. We need to rest you just so you don't get hurt.
No, there's too much in the balance. This game meant way too much. Keep them on for another 10. Keep them on for another 15.
I mean,
they put on Jota, but Jota's not fit.
It wasn't like Mane was playing well.
And also, half their team is injured. Like, I hate making excuses for Liverpool, but it's like, I mean, that's just sort of the reality of where they are right now. You can't lose your entire defense
back line
and expect to retain the title. I mean, or even come close to it.
No,
because it just went from like their strength, and I believe that their defensive back was their strength, as good as the front three were in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah,
I think their back is what allowed them. And I think Mark, you've even said it before, is like what allowed Liverpool to be so daring going forward was
the security.
The security in the back. And
then, the fact that Van Dijk could play those spray balls too.
Yeah, 100%.
It was just like, oh, well, you got the ball back and he sprayed it 75 yards up for a run on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he made such a difference. It was unreal.
Yeah. Mr. Saul, you're saying that if Salah leaves Liverpool is rumored, you think Liverpool will come after Rafinha? Man, I don't think that's to come up with a lot of money.
Bro, they spent 70 million on their goalkeeper. What do you think they'll spend on Salah's replacement?
I think he's got a good point there.
They spent nearly 50 on Diogo Jota.
Right, yeah.
I believe it was in the 40s, like 42, 43 million.
I think it'll for Liverpool fans, it'll be hard to say goodbye, but I think now is the perfect time to say goodbye to Salah, because his value is only going to go down over the next couple of years. He's never going to have a season like he did in the Champions League winning season. And if you can bring a younger, similar player in, the price tag should not really matter, right? Because you have enough talented players on that team still, where it won't all be on Rafinha. He can sort of come in and find his legs and get comfortable in the system before they'll be depending on him to carry the load of the offense at this point.
I think they will struggle if there came a scenario where both Salah and Mane wanted to leave. That's a big problem, because Mane's not looking like he's happy right now.
Yeah, but I mean, that just gives Jota more playing time.
Yeah, true.
I mean, I think you want to keep depth, especially since Liverpool probably want to. I mean, they've got to finish in the top 4 if they want to get Champions League again. But I don't know. It's weird how fast it happens in sports, especially this sport, where things just change so quickly. I mean, they looked unbeatable 18 months ago, and now it doesn't look like.
They might not even finish in the top 10.
But it was.
I think that would be that's a
4.5 seasons they hadn't lost at home.
I know, now it's 5 in a row.
Yeah, 5 in a row
straight.
Right, but I want to get back to the Manchester Derby, because Matt, earlier today you had texted me a very, very interesting historical stat that I spent half the day researching because the story is so fantastic.
Well, what's really crazy about it is it's like something that I happened across, and then something you had to research, and then our Welsh Jesus here probably remembers very clearly, which is it's the anniversary of the very famous. I'm sure Leeds fans remember it, and City fans probably remember it. Roy Keane kicking the second most famous Holland's knee out. There it is.
Yeah,
and
there it is.
And having Holland scream over him, saying that he's faking it, only for Keane to come back like 3 years later.
Attack. Vile.
Well, that's what Mark was telling me earlier after he did all this research. He's like, they played against each other like a dozen more times before this derby match where Keane kicks his leg out and stands over him as only Roy Keane would or could do. And so we were talking about it, Mark, before, and you were talking about like what a like scumbag Roy Keane is for this and how much of a cunt he is. And like I found like he posted this whole thing on his Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I said Instagram so weird, but like that's where I found it. I'm like, that's like such a weird thing to brag about.
Now I'm gonna add just a little bit to that Roy Keane's Instagram has a grand total of 3 posts.
No,
he's not a poster in social media. So for him to actually like do something like this is absolutely ridiculous.
Then I might have to recant that statement then. No, it's Pure Roy Keane is the Instagram page. So that may not be his personal page. That's my fault. I did not research that well enough to make these grand allegations that he's posting it himself. But it was on a page Pure Roy Keane, which is not a bad follow and will lead you to some historical gold like this that I had never heard of. And then clearly is just like common knowledge. If you're looking at the comments here on the side, most people are aware. This is almost like Eric Cantona going into the 3rd row with a flying jump kick, except I didn't know about it.
I will hate Roy Keane forever.
I know he's doing.
I will hate him.
But here we go. We're going to add another person into a mix. It's our Liverpool fan, all the way from Jersey, formerly of close to the Stoop. We got Chris. What's going on, Chris? We got you down.
What's going on, dude?
Are we talking about United, or what are we doing?
Well, we're talking about Roy Keane and that hellacious foul on Elf Holland back in the day.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a great story that I just happened upon it on Instagram, where Roy Keane was taken out by Alfie Holland when he was playing for Leeds, and he actually tore something in his knee. Roy Keane did, and then these guys, Then years later, Holland is on City. Keane does this.
Oh, I know that. I do. I think I did come.
Yeah, but here's
also this is Erling Haaland's father.
Yeah.
Which I had no idea about. Obviously,
which makes me wonder on whether or not
legend.
Makes me wonder whether or not Haaland will actually come to the Premier League, because I think Roy Keane's children will just come out and this is for Da and like kick him, as he's heading to the stadium and just beat the shit out of him, because they're all about the same age.
Apparently, he just took like Byron and Chelsea off the list. He said those are 2 clubs that he won't go to.
So he was saying that he'd look at Man U, Man City, Liverpool, and like a few others. He has like 6 teams that he can actually look at.
I feel like with his dad playing for Man City and Leeds, like Man U.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess there's only so many clubs with money.
He's a Man City legend.
Yeah.
He's no Giorgio Samaras, though, in terms of the canon of City.
I know. I can't talk about that, but I do want to talk about a little bit of this Keane Holland thing. So it originally happens in a game against Leeds, and the story that I've read was that Keane was completely drunk the night before.
It sounds about right.
So hungover for the Leeds game, and is getting his lunch handed to him by Holland, and with like 5-10 minutes left, they battle, and it's actually Keane that kicks his leg out, and in the process blows his knee.
Blows his own knee out.
Where Holland comes over and is like, "You tried to hurt me, fucker. Get the fuck up." And it's like this revenge festering sore in Roy Keane's soul is that he's like waiting for his moment.
No,
you know, they play like 3, 4, 5 times
right.
against one
I
another.
remember watching
They meet up in the derby, and the high boot, the ball is way over here, and he's going for him.
Yeah. No, I remember watching that game. I actually remember watching Keane hurt himself. He was trying to take Haaland out.
Yeah.
And just hurt himself. Haaland's kind of going, you know what? Fuck you.
Fuck you. Get up.
Fuck you. And I remember this just like this revenge game where he's like, well, you hurt me even though you didn't really. And I'm going to do my level best to put you out of this game.
4 years later on a different team.
Like this
Which just is just so cold-blooded that I kind of like it on a level. You know, like he waited for it to like mean something again, because I really don't know what Haaland did, like how long he was on Leeds, if he went to a team before City. Like he was just biding his time, sitting there like a fucking just angry hitman. Like, I'm gonna come get you someday. You don't know when it's gonna be.
If you watch the footage of that derby, they're in the tunnel waiting to get on the field, and Haaland and Keane are standing next to each other waiting to come out, and the dirty side eye that Keane gives Haaland is just, that's worth the price.
He's literally going, I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
Yeah, you know it's coming at some point. But here's what I learned today was that in Keane's autobiography, he states, he's like, I was waiting to get that cunt, and I got him, and fuck you, and I don't care who knows it.
You know he's Irish, right?
And I hurt him, and fuck off.
That's Irish.
So Haaland reads this. His people read this, and they go, well, we can sue because he intentionally went out to hurt us. But it turns out that...
Wait, can you do it in a Norwegian accent?
I can do it in a Minnesota accent.
Do a Norwegian slang. Do it.
We're going to sue.
Well,
I don't fucking know what I got nothing there. But here's the thing.
A better Norwegian than the other one was Irish.
Than Irish, yeah.
So Haaland actually was injured, but he had been injured like weeks earlier with his left knee, and Keane went at his right knee, and Haaland actually played a few games heading out of that, but it was his left knee that took him down, and left knee ended up ending his career. But he brings this to litigation in front of the judges and goes, this man ruined my career. And they're like, yeah, wrong knee, buddy.
Yeah. Look, I just remember the battles between Keane and Vieira. Like that midfield battle was legendary for 7 or 8 years. And that man did his level best to injure as many people as he could.
Yeah.
He was the definition of a very dirty defensive midfielder who did his level best to stop anyone, no matter the cost. And
here's the funny thing.
It's like, I feel like sports 20 years, are generally cleaner now. Like, I think almost every sport, like you go back to the 90s, 80s, 70s, they're just bastards.
Yeah.
Every team.
Fucking evil. They would hurt you.
I think the difference maybe with football is that some of the best players were also bastards. Like,
oh, for sure.
There's like a history of, like, in hockey, they used to have what they called them as goons, and they would just fight, be in the penalty box all game, but they couldn't really play. So as a result, like, everyone got so much more athletic. Like you're the worst player on your team can skate circles around some of the best players on your team from 20, 30 years ago. So, like, that type of player has been phased out.
Mm-hmm.
Roy Keane's not a goon. He's like a great player.
He's pretty fucking similar.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we brought up hockey in comparison to soccer because now Lolo is going to be back on. Chris, you weren't here. He jumped on the street because we started talking about the NFL. So just a segue from hockey back into soccer, I think, I mean, and this is not going to be well received by anybody in the comments or anybody watching, but I think like red cards are too severe a penalty. They just changed the game for one team. So
I need like a third. There needs to be like an in between.
I think there needs to be a penalty box. So you still get the advantage of playing with like 10 men playing against 10 men for like 10 minutes or something. But like you don't get it. Like if there's a red card in the 3rd minute, it just doesn't ruin the entire match or the final like we saw in 2000.
But then I think if you do a penalty box for red cards, you got to do a penalty box for yellow cards.
Yeah, but they do in rugby.
Yeah, minor, major.
It's 10 minutes. 10 minutes out.
I had read somewhere that and they made an excellent point that it's like you get a red card and you're suspended from 1 to 3 games.
Yeah,
but if the player you have your penalty against, in the case, I think the case that they used was the Van Dyke Pickford was if you injure that player, as long as that player is out, you're out. And I don't necessarily know if I agree with it, but it made it very, very interesting.
Still be out then.
Fucking Shawcross would be.
He would still be out. He'd never be able to play again, dude. He broke so many fucking legs.
Yeah. Him and
he went to Miami, right? I think he just came to the MLS.
I think so. I think he did too.
He did come to Miami.
Oh, that's true. So
Saul makes a very good point. He says no.
So that's what happens when you think a shitty idea and you think it all the way through. The other 10 will
just camp out. And yes, I do agree with that, but man,
that's what they do anyway. That's what they do anyway. Like when you go down to 10 men, you sit back, you put on another defending player, and then
right.
I don't know. I also have a big problem right now with the lack of cards for simulation.
There's never going to be a lot of them, though. I don't think.
I don't. Is that a new rule?
You need to call a penalty if the guy doesn't go down. Like if you follow someone in the box and you impede their ability to score, and they try to stay up.
No, it's still a penalty. It's still a penalty.
You call the penalty there, and then I think you'll see the dives go away. Because now it's like if I don't hit the ground, even if I'm fouled, I'm not going to draw a penalty.
Right.
Right.
But this season especially, I'm watching a lot of people going down to ground very easily or little to no contact.
Yes, and I think Salah's living on the ground right now. Like it's embarrassing.
Look at Kane.
It's a damn Italian influence on the game, I tell you.
But look at it was
damn Italians.
And he's dropping down, screaming for a penalty. The VAR review it, say no penalty, but then there's no card for simulation.
Right. Well, I don't know where this red card is coming from, but I'd like to take a minute to say, thank you all commenters for joining us. If you're not subscribers on YouTube, join us there, subscribe, like, smash that like, do all the things to show us that you love us and show us some support. We're talking a lot of things. We got Lolo coming in real soon, and I hope so because I need to use the bathroom. just pee in the bottle like the rest of us.
I'm surprised you don't have a situation like a solution handled already.
I did not plan that far ahead. I didn't realize that I would be hosting today. I will be hosting next week. And the week after that, y'all let me know how I'm doing, how I can change this and make it better. But really glad to have everybody joining us. Again, Saul, you're amazing. Liam Mason 1967, he says hello, can I join the call? I'd love to share some football soccer opinions with you. You seem like really chill dudes. Liam, we are really chill.
Say all that,
and we'd love to have you here, but let us know you've been around for a while. I haven't seen your name yet. Subscribe, like to our YouTube page, watch our videos. and maybe eventually we'll bring you on as guest.
Yeah,
We
just
love our guests.
Keep commenting, and we'll bring it up.
Just keep commenting, and Lolo, the real manager, Mark
Liam, you can pull
Lolo's
from Mark next week.
UTI from last week. How?
Okay, so just going back
in Brooklyn and New York, we've got this 6 feet, so I don't know how you can catch any infection from 6 feet away. We also wearing the mask, although on the shoot we don't, but we're close, but we're not that close.
Going back to the simulation, like, isn't VAR supposed to be sort of handling that? And is that maybe why we're not seeing as many cards for it, because VAR would just come in and this awful overlord?
Is it's supposed to be advising on clear and obvious errors. It's not supposed to be overriding the referee. It's there for clear and obvious.
Well, it's not doing that either. So
no, it's not, and that's part of the problem. Look at the game yesterday with Fulham and Tottenham. You got Davinson Sanchez who smacks a clearance 2 yards away, hits him in the hand, and that's classed as a handball. Now, they changed the rule early in the season for the defenders for the exact same reason. So why is it any different for attackers?
Yeah,
and then today they changed the rule again for attackers to say if that happens, it still counts.
Yeah, I think the handball rule is kind of garbage this year.
No, the handball rule is a fucking
going
joke.
into next season, they definitely have to have some definitive thoughts on it, some definitive rules on it, because it has been so inconsistent this year. It's bumming me out.
Yeah.
As far as VAR is concerned, I think it's ruined. I haven't been watching the game for very long. It's been ruining it for me. I can't tell what's a goal anymore.
It's even so much worse in the Premier League than it is in the other leagues. I don't understand.
But the one question that I want to ask about VAR is the following. Now, I know all goals are reviewable by VAR, and so when they're like looking at something and an offside flag goes up, and then they go to VAR, it's like, is VAR looking to overturn that human, aspect of the game? So it's like, I raise my flag, and then VAR is coming in and making sure that call is correct. It's like in NFL. If I challenge the play, the ruling on the field is this. So in the case of football, English football, the rule has been this. I raise my flag, it's offsides. You go to VAR, and it no longer is.
I think that it was initially brought in because there was so much controversy over some of the goal decisions in previous seasons where an attacker was obviously offside, but was given the benefit of the doubt and was given the goal. So they brought it in. And I think the ambition of it was to be as precise as something, say like there's the on-call referee in rugby or even cricket, where they consult with the referee. It's all audible. You can hear exactly what they're saying, what they're talking about, and they can come to that decision. But they're not overriding, they're just advising. But I think when they introduced it, they didn't put those measures in place, and it seemed as if VAR was overruling the referee far too often. And it still seems that way, especially in offside contentions for goals. I mean, you watched yesterday against Chelsea, you had Werner who was flagged offside for like half an armpit. It was that close. And I don't think that they were introduced for that reason. I think they were there to say, okay, this is a clear and obvious error. And that was the point. Yeah.
What are your thoughts about them? Have a ref has to go watch the replay, but watch it in full speed and once.
Yeah, they should.
Exactly. So it's like a simulation.
Yeah.
Of like how it happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
The speed that it happened at, and if you're not confident enough to change the ruling, then you shouldn't. Then you shouldn't.
No, I agree completely, because when they slow it down, it looks so much worse. in like 80% of the things.
I think there's also this thought that it's more precise than it is. Like, I don't think they know exactly when the ball's been kicked. It's not. There's a, that's on the offside ruling. Like, I guess handball is another topic, but I feel like I could live with a couple of shitty handball calls if this offside thing can get fixed, because like goals
the armpit thing is ridiculous.
Yeah, I've said it from the beginning about all sports that once you introduce replay, you're on a bad path of just fucking up the game and sort of changing it from what it was. I mean, you see it in every sport it's been introduced to. It's been a controversy for the most part.
What about just having like two line judges and like both of them have to rule it offside for it to be considered offside or something like that? So at least like you're getting like a second person assessing.
I mean, I'm not mad at that, and it creates jobs, Chris. So look at you, fucking job creator over here. Love it.
That's what I like. I think one of the reasons I like really got attached to the game was like the lack of stoppage in line.
We were talking about that earlier.
It's incredible. Like, you hold in, like you got to go to the bathroom. Too bad you got to wait 45 minutes. Like,
on that note,
I don't know. I mean, back in the day before VAR, you could still watch a keeper take a minute to take a goal kick, or watch somebody take 45 seconds to take a throw in. That's always been part of the game. It's waste. If you're winning, you waste time. You waste as much time as you possibly can.
Stoke.
Yeah.
Pre Boyan Stoke.
Yeah. Sure, but it's still part of the game, though.
They still waste as much time as humanly possible.
Have you ever heard the proposals for like a 60-minute clock? Like, is that there's always about the average game is like between 57 on the low end to like 62 minutes a game, where you just you don't really stop the game, but you only run the clock when the ball's in play. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember that study, and it still really holds true. You watch a game and you kind of take. I did it for fun a few months ago, and I was like, okay, I'll watch an Arsenal game, and I was like, all right, I'll just see how much time. And it was like 22 minutes that they just ended up wasting between free kicks, goal kicks, throw-ins, fouls, and you just like, okay, so you really don't play 90 minutes.
Well, yeah, but that's the game. It's built into the game that way.
But then
like, how would you don't change that?
Work.
Yeah,
14 actually like I thought it was like 11 or 12, but 14 sounds better, maybe.
Like this comment by Solanum saying that VAR is going to be used to slip in commercials, which probably will, because it's just another commercial break in the NFL now.
Yeah.
So if that happens, the world's gone to shit, and there's no hope for humanity. And I think that's my take on it.
All right, so Mr. Tom is saying if the clock, where was that? If the clock only ran while the ball was in play, the Wolves would be fucked.
As opposed to more fucked?
As look, every team, when it comes to heading into stoppage time in the last 5 minutes of the game, and you're nursing a 1-win game or a 1-0 game, you're nursing it. The Wolves did nurse it. I'm sorry to say. We took 2 from you. We got the double. We'll see you next year. That's all I got to say on that.
You're talking shit.
Not saying we were the better team.
To Leeds.
Talking to Mr. Tom and Leeds.
Oh, okay.
He's saying that we milked the clock against them, and we did. We did. It was stupid. The whole Connor Cody. Oh, look at this guy! Alice in the middle for the block.
Oh my God, Mark! What's going on, fellas?
Echoing as fuck.
What's going on, fellas? Great job so far. Doing it by yourself. See, there's nothing to be scared about.
What the fuck? You're out of here. Ain't nobody scared.
I'm just glad we were talking about soccer when it came on.
I know. Jesus, what's going on, fellas? I just want to say what's up to Mr. Tom, and also want to say hello to S. Foden. What's up, Saul? What's going on? And of course, my guest. I can't forget you guys. Cantac, Mark. Great job doing the show. An hour 20, all on your lonesome with other Mark here.
We had it was
And then
Phil Foden's dad.
Phil Foden's dad was here. Yeah. That's fantastic. Saul bought you guys a beer.
Yeah. Thank you, Saul. We really appreciate that.
Well, cheers, fellas. Let's get this party started then. Are we done talking about football?
The party hasn't started.
Right. Well, in that case,
the party is you.
I'll be back.
All right. Hey, Atleti. Hey, this is the guy from Legends.
From Legends. Yeah, welcome, man.
Is that you, Atleti?
The other day waiting for VAR. Fantastic.
Yeah. Football. Venga, chicos, carajo.
Love that photo you took, man. That was awesome.
So this dude was just walking past us when we were at Legends, and he screams something out like, I forget what he screams out, but then we just yelled, "Fuck Chelsea," and he was like, "Yeah, buy the beers." And we're like, "Fuck yeah!"
Fans are buying us around.
Yeah, so that's all you got to do in most places is just yell "Fuck Chelsea" and somebody will buy you a beer.
Nick, have you been taking all this YouTube money, and did you go and get yourself a studio? Is that what I'm looking at right now?
Wait a minute. There's YouTube money?
There's YouTube money?
Oh, that's what I'm assuming.
Saul's only giving us like $40. Besides him, like nobody's chipping in.
Entire endeavor.
Mr. Tom donates with his facts and figures. But no, this is my studio. Yeah, I mean, this is what I do for a living, so I own all the shit. So I decided to make a little. If I turn the camera around, you would see that it's a dilapidated basement in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And I've been there. Yes, you would.
Not to be confused with the basement in Brooklyn, the Bib, which was the underground speakeasy that I ran for a year in Bushwick when I first moved to New York, and that's how I made all my money. What little money I had.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's not much in running bars.
In this basement into Bib 2.
Bib 2. I don't even think I'm supposed to have access to this basement. So if my landlord ever actually came over, she'd be like, "Oh, you moved in." Because I've got more shit down here than I do upstairs, probably. But fellas, I'm off of work. I've already downed the first one. So let's play some games. I want to play some games. We've got some fun games to play. And so you in the audience, Atleti, I'm talking to you, Mr. Tom. Mr. Tom is going to be good at these, I know. Saul Foden. Who else do we have? Hello, bruv. Hasby. Hello, Hasby from Twitch. What's going on? Hasby123. So let's do Mark, what should we start with? Should we start with anagrams or should we start with let's do yours?
You want to do the
let's do yours. I think it'll be fun.
All right. I came up with a game. I was jealous of all these, on the stoop happy hour games. So I came up with a game myself. It's called I Know. Now, this is putting your knowledge in a different form to the test. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to throw up some eyes on the screen, and you have to guess who the eyes belong to.
Okay, let's do it.
And what do we get?
I don't know. Let's see.
What do we get if we win?
Director, there we go.
I know.
Neville.
Jared Leto.
Neville.
Aaron Neville.
Gary Neville.
Aaron Neville. The Neville brother.
Terrible at this. What's our commenters say? Anybody?
Mr. Tom, who is this?
Mr. Tom, who are these border sides belonging to? You got 30 seconds.
Is the País Vasco.
That's not Gary Neville?
Is the País Vasco. He's Basque.
Oh, Mikel Arteta.
There you go.
I thought that was Gary Neville. I'm not
going
to lie.
Dreamy.
Listen, if he puts up Hector Bellerin after all my comments earlier and I don't get it, it'd be very embarrassing.
Yeah, jizz yourself.
I think I missed some of them, but did he tell you about Hector Bellerin in Times Square?
Yes, that's how it came up. That's how it came up.
It's like an H&M model.
We've spent way too much time talking about Hector Bellerin, unless he comes up again.
Hasby guessed Gary Neville too. Throw those eyes back up, John. We got to get a picture of Gary Neville then.
Bellerin probably would have a great band. I think he should change careers.
Yeah. Atleti got it right. Arteta, Phil Neville.
Got it right.
The Neville brothers. Any of the Neville brothers? Mo from Leicester or Mo Lester over in Twitch.
Oh man.
Wow.
Soul is just brutal but hilarious.
You gotta love Saul. And do you know, Mark? For Saul, it's like 8 a.m. or something like that.
Oh, I know. Saul's our guy, man. Saul's our guy.
There would have been a clip in the middle.
On Shea is saying the Wolves are the Florence Nightingale of the Premiership. I'm not sure I understand what that means.
No, but going back to Saul's comment, because Mark, you're a wine guy, right? Mark is a sommelier.
Yeah.
Cantac is in the booze business as well. Did you see there's a Portuguese wine that was released called, the name of the brand of wine is called Clitoris.
Oh, I'm definitely going to buy.
And the headline was, can't be found anywhere in England.
I'm going to keep an eye out for that one, just for the shits and giggles.
It was not even my joke.
I'm going to give that a soccer clap. Oh, that's
whoever came up with that marketing line is a fucking genius.
Hello, bruv. Hey, hello, bruv is right there with us drinking beers. I'm drunk. I just got off of work, so I'm getting there. I haven't been eating. My wife had food ready for me. She's fucking fantastic. Big up to her. Hasby, Wolves are so corrupt as a team. One agent.
What does that mean?
How is that corrupt?
Well, because they only have one agent bringing players.
They have one agent.
Yeah.
And? I mean,
that's why. Well, if you're wondering why you have so many Portuguese players, that's why it is.
Sports.
Is there a monopoly on agencies?
No, there's a monopoly. There's about 3 agents who are classed as super agents in the game.
Yeah.
Raiola, Jorge Mendes, and fuck.
We don't have any of their eyes. All right, throw up some more eyeballs. Let's go. Oh, I know. That's Putin. Putin. That's Vladimir Putin. Done. He plays for the Russian national team. In every position.
I have no idea. I'm going to go with Sean Dyche.
Oh, that is definitely not Sean Dyche.
Sean Dyche.
I would love it to be Sean Dyche.
I just discovered Sean Dyche, so.
Bremer's Ghost. Trying to lose my lockdown love handles. G&T tonight. Hey, be careful. Tonic has a lot of sugar in it.
Oh, yeah. My
switch to the soda.
Definitely going to be your friend. She loves G&T.
Sean Dyche. Nah, I don't think so. There'd be a lot more anger.
Yeah, it's a lot redder eyebrows, too. I just, he's my guy right now.
And his face is like twice as wide as that.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. Yeah. Who's like, he's got like little tiny, close set beady eyes. Who the hell is that?
Dennis Wise?
Let's go, Mr. Tom.
It's got to be.
Hasby one.
I don't think it's as deep of a cut as Dennis Wise.
Hasby says Steve Smith. Now, Steve Smith, who played for the Carolina Panthers.
Steve Smith, who played for the Miami Heat.
Pretty sure he's black.
Right,
Barnes.
So.
Barnes. That's not Barnes.
Or Harvey Barnes?
Harvey.
What's his
winner?
For Leicester, Harvey Barnes.
That's Harvey Barnes?
Yeah.
Oh, I could have sworn that was Vladimir Putin.
No, I was all with you for Putin.
Now that's all I'm going to see. Oh, wait. I got to do one of these here.
What injury did he sustain?
He did a
knee injury.
Knee, yeah.
He did his knee.
I think he's 6 to 8 weeks now.
He won't come back this season. I don't think so.
I think they said 6 to 8 weeks.
The Magic 8 Ball, because they predicted Leicester to win the Premier League.
I really like him as a player.
He's a pretty tidy player.
He's amazing.
If he works on his finishing, he's going to be something special.
Yeah, Harvey Barnes. He's very good. Barnes, Madison, Albrighton, they had a good little combination going on there for a while.
Well,
it was almost better when Vardy was not in the lineup. But Vardy acting as a foil and pulling people, and he's so good at that, which is one of those things that there's not statistics for a striker like that.
No, he's
smart enough.
Drag that defense forward.
Exactly. And I think, nope, I was going to say something and then I realized, nah, that's lying. I was going to say Giroud does that very well too. Giroud can do that a little bit, but
Giroud's pretty good at that.
Yeah,
he is, but people are less scared of him actually beating them.
No, he's not beating them, but he'll drag.
I know,
them
but
forward
that's
and
what
he'll
pulls
them the fuck up.
That's what pulls people is they're afraid they're going to get beat by Vardy over the top.
Oh, yeah, because I mean that man is pure speed.
Because it's cigarettes and fucking Red Bull, man.
He mainlines that shit.
Yeah, I was 250 pounds, but when I was drinking Red Bull and smoking cigarettes and weed all that, like I was fast as shit.
Yeah, I remember.
And so were my shit. Yeah, very fast.
Hasby 123 says Fulham or Newcastle going down.
On who?
Exactly.
Sean Dyche.
As far as who's going to get relegated, let's not forget that Brighton is getting pretty close down that list. So it could be Brighton as well.
So Fulham has a really tough set of games coming up. I think they play a lot of top 6 teams.
Yeah.
In the next matches.
But I feel like Fulham is more likely to beat a top 6 club than they are the lower clubs, because they play so well and then just don't keep it up, and then they fail to the smaller clubs. Where I think another team like Liverpool could come at them. Who do they play? They play Arsenal. They play Leeds too. I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass.
I mean, we were talking about Brighton last week. And like how, I mean, again, dominating these games and nothing.
Their goal difference is still like single digits. I think they're going to be fine.
But watch the way they play, and they fucking dominate these games.
I think
one second. Hello, bruv. He's asking for permission to rip the dab pen, boys. He's already told us he's drunk, so I think officially we need to tell you that it's not suggested. But unofficially, it's happy hour, bro. You do whatever the fuck you want.
Yes,
and I'm
sanction anything.
Because I want to piss off the
blur
sponsor.
us out. Last week we sanctioned the Spartan TV
Oh no!
show.
Shut up! We're not even talking about that. We got torn off YouTube for that.
Yeah, no more like highlights.
Yeah. So I'm assuming, hello, bro. As long as you're not an Uber driver who is currently driving, I assume you're at home. Do whatever you want. Do whatever your mom tells you you can do.
If you're watching this, I hope you're not driving.
Hey,
otherwise I'm not getting in your
Uber
cab.
drivers are a big fan base of ours.
Brighton and Fulham, 2 bald men fighting over a comb. Why do we need a comb?
I'm sorry. Do you have something against bald men?
Oh man, are all?
We
I have
Nick, you got to take your hat off, dude.
Wash my hair.
You got to represent for all the hair.
Got a shiny little spot on the top of my hair.
It's going.
Nick's
See, this
keeping
was
the
all
dream
supposed
alive.
to be shaved.
Nick, Lolo, in all fairness, mine looked like that when I was about 19.
Well, in all fairness, Leeds United was supposed to beat the shit out of Arsenal, and I was supposed to get a top knot on the fucking stoop.
And we smacked the
You
shit
gotta
out of
have a top to have
The one time I was okay with Arsenal losing because it would have got us like fucking 10,000 views.
It would have been huge.
It would have been fantastic.
Let's look for more opportunities for you to get a top now. You want to bet on?
So I thought you were. I thought you were gone by that
game.
Give me your asshole, slave. That was from last week. That was a quote from last week.
Now we're gonna get blurred again.
Christopher Lloyd. Oh yeah, Christopher Lloyd. Yeah, 2.56 gigawatts. What does he say? I don't remember what else he says.
You have to go 80 miles an hour.
Great Scots. Okay, let's go. Let's put some more eyeballs up here. I think we have some more eyeballs. All right. Oh shit.
Rick Fox.
No, this is
Hold on. No, just so I know, are these current players or is this like any time?
I don't fucking know. Mark
Whatever
was
you want
Googling
to do.
eyeballs.
It's eyeballs on your highballs.
This is
Bruno Fernandes.
etc.
Bruno.
etc.
Bruno.
Yeah.
That's not on me.
It's got to be Bruno.
It's got to be Bruno.
Oh,
that's
wow.
Good job.
Good
Good
call.
job.
The president of Man City. Muy bien, Atleti. ¿De dónde eres, Atleti? Ah, de Colombia. No? No sé. Rafinha, no way.
Brummers
way.
goes, we'll get
No.
Rafinha up next week.
I think, Bruno Fernandez's face makes me think he smokes cigarettes, right? The dude has to smoke cigarettes. Like, look at his face. Like that, I know that dude. Like, I spent a lot of time in Spain, right above Portugal.
Okay.
In that area, I know tons of people that look just like him.
But funny enough,
You're allowed to smoke in the Portuguese league while you play.
put an early
30 yards.
He's like, "You're going to take this penalty. I'm going to take this penalty." Whew. Penandez. Ah, there you go, Mark. Other Mark, you got a cigar there on the screen.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna go off camera in a sec.
You don't have to go off
Good for
camera,
you,
man.
man. You just
I
stay
can
there.
smoke.
But he has to do this.
I was trying to go off camera all the time. I was like,
You can do.
Oh, fuck off.
We can do whatever we want as long as Stars didn't produce it, because they'll kick us off of YouTube.
oh,
because they
I've got something bad to tell you
I,
about.
I, I don't know. I don't know if you
I
guys.
don't care because I've gone like 85 days without a cigarette.
Has Stars produced
Really?
anything?
Yeah.
Oh,
Congrats,
congratulations!
man. Congrats.
Thank you.
Mark.
Yeah. It's
Then
been-
I'm definitely gonna go off camera, so I don't encourage you.
Nah, man. Do whatever you
Oh,
want.
there's nothing
He
that's
doesn't have any at his house. But I don't know if you guys know this. Saul, you were probably sleeping for Bruno smokes the penalty spot. Yeah, like what's his name who snorted the line?
Robbie Fowler.
Robbie Fowler.
Oh, fuck!
You can't curse. You
So I'm
fucking
sitting on the
bastard.
train going up to Smith Street today to go to Union, and there's a woman on the fucking subway with a bag of coke, using her fucking like long ass extension nails to snort, like in the middle of the train.
Ah, the good old days.
And you know what? The only person who said anything to her was somebody going, "Put your mask on."
I just looked at her and I was like, "Are you gonna share?" And she
Yeah,
just,
exactly.
And we're all rubbing our faces. Oh,
she just put it away immediately. Got off the fucking train. And I was just like, "This is the funniest thing I've seen in years."
Going back 20 years in time.
That's fun. No, we were walking around Times Square the other day, like Mark was mentioning, and we walked over to B&A. So we walked from Times Square, 42nd Street to 34th Street, and it was just like, it's getting back to the grimy New York, man.
100%.
It's 80s New York.
There were some things like we walked down into the subway, and by the time like we had to walk upstairs, walk through the turnstile, downstairs, back upstairs, I was like,
This is like the 80s.
that lady was screaming about something with her head, and then we walked downstairs where a guy was definitely playing dice by himself. But
And let me tell you,
it sounded like lots of people were playing. And he's like, "Oh no, that wasn't a 7. That was a 7. That was a 7. You rolled a 3 and I saw it. You are a lying sack of shit." And then
let
we
me
were like,
tell you,
"Excuse me."
it's getting so rough on the subways. Like, I mean, New York has gentrified itself. Brooklyn has gentrified itself. All the things. But since the pandemic, I was on the train the other day. I was on the train station the other day. I saw a homeless guy get robbed by another homeless guy.
Yeah, it's the same.
He just reached around. The other guy's like, panhandling. He's like, "Here, let me put this in my pocket." And somebody just reached around, and the guy is just like, "Police! Oh my God, I've been robbed!"
Yeah.
Which
And then when before we even got into the subway, there was a guy walking right there with us. He was clearly like homeless, I think. I'm pretty sure. But he had like a flip phone, and he had the charger. He was holding the charger, and all he kept saying was, "You better have my fucking money. You don't have my fucking money, I'm gonna slit your throat. You don't go to sleep in the what was he saying?
It was a beautiful fucking thing. But
He was like,
that was like, bitch, better have my money.
I'm gonna find you in your cot. You better not fucking go to sleep in your cot, because I'm gonna slit your fucking throat if you don't give me my fucking money.
Okay, Al.
And the thing is, he was probably talking about like $10.
It was fucking true, and it was like $10 because that was our dividend from our scratch off.
But I was like, whoa, look, this is awesome. I always wondered what it was like in New York in the 80s.
Just watch Mean Streets. You'll totally understand what New York was like. But here's the thing about movies.
Give me my fucking $10
in New York, and maybe you guys can back me up on this, because I've only been in New York for about 12 years, and I love watching movies about New York because I can go, ooh, that's the bodega I go to. Ooh, I've been there. All the things. But when you watch a movie shot in New York, you're watching like, okay, and they're driving down, and they're in
that's bullshit.
Park Slope,
and
they
know it's bullshit.
And the next thing you know, they're in Central Park, and then the next thing you know, they're in Queens because they take another turn.
And then you realize that
you see the guys like shooting, and they're in front of like the NASDAQ building, and the next thing you know, they're in a different part of town. And these parts of towns just don't coincide with one another. And to me, living here for as long as I've had, it's completely comical.
The Statue of Liberty is in your backyard, right?
yeah, it's right there. It's right
Take a
there.
left at the Statue of Liberty and a right at the Empire State Building. And you're there.
No, wait, what do we talk about? East Orange here. Hello, bruv. With a name like hello, bruv. I didn't think you would be in East Orange, New Jersey. But and then Atleti's like, yeah, East Orange is a nice place. What are we talking about in fucking New Jersey for?
That's not that far from me.
I don't understand why we're talking about New York City right now.
Let's hang out, hello, bro.
That's what Saul
don't live in New York.
That's what Saul said. He's like, Lolo rags the guys. Do we carry guns? No, it's illegal.
Not legally.
It depends who you are.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, I think let's not talk about that.
Depends if you're a wide receiver on the Giants or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Anyway, let's get back. I want to see some more eyeballs because I'm really good.
Lolo, you kind of came in and just totally moved this conversation from football.
Yeah, we were having a real nice time.
You just hijacked the whole thing.
We redesigned
because listen, you fucking bastards. We have all week to talk about football, but on happy hour, I want to talk about whatever the next thing that comes out of my brain is.
Anagram.
Oh, Chris wants anagram.
All right, bring it. Bring an anagram. Oh, bring my favorite one. But I think me, Mark, and Kanzak already know it. I want to do
the only one I'll get.
I let Mark eat.
Oh, is that there? Oh my God, I get to eat?
Wait, I don't know. I don't know if we put it in there.
I let Mark eat an anagram.
Yeah, so the anagram is I let Mark eat. Here, I'll type it in the comment.
Director, where is it?
We have too many already loaded in there. Here you go. It's in the comment.
Clubs so there's a K.
Hey, Bremer's Ghost already got it.
God, immediately.
Yeah.
Isn't that awesome that his name is I Let Mark Eat? It's like such a tyrannical
Arteta
thing. And it's the manager of my club.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you spell
that's an extra K in there. That's an extra K in there, but yes. Bremer's Ghost, you are correct.
That's 2 guys. I've only been here like 5 minutes.
So we're doing people and teams now.
I don't know because our director was just going nuts on the anagram creator. So who knows what we got? And he's like, I got some older players. I was like, Mark and I aren't good at the anagram to begin with.
I'm good. I'm good from like the 80s.
Alan Pardue. Mr. Thomas said Alan Pardue.
Labor Sky.
Labor.
So people, is this people or teams?
I don't know, Chris.
People.
Shit.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, I think I know.
Will you guys look at the banner scrolling across the bottom, please?
What's up, John? Everybody, that was our
Mr.
director making a Poborski. Saul's like me, man. We gotta go to Australia and hang out with Saul. I think we'd have a blast. Poborski.
Is it full names or just?
I know this.
Stop asking for.
I'm not going to say anything, but
Can you use it in a sentence? Country.
I'm
going to
say Lucas Podolski.
No, I think there'd be a P.
Oh,
There would be
And a
also
K.
be like
and an I.
letters. Oh shit! The 30-second
now
clock is
we're
up.
on the
Mr.
now we're on
Tom,
the
where you at?
All right, I'm going to throw it out there.
Don't answer it.
Sal Poborski.
Don't answer it.
If Carol Poborski, no,
Carol.
that's too many. No,
there's no P.
There's no P.
there's no P. Unlike Lolo and Mark.
Oh my God, I know this.
This would be embarrassing.
Go for it.
This is super embarrassing if
Okay,
Mark is the
so-
one who knows it.
Ross Barkley.
Ross Barkley, no way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, where did it go?
No, he's right.
Oh, you stupid bastard.
Not so stupid anymore.
Not as
You're just gonna have to
Hello,
change your
Brooklyn.
Twitter handle now.
Elo Brooks said Chris Wilder.
I'm
Atleti said
never
Prince
going to be
Harry.
the know-nothing soccer guy.
Fuck.
That was, yeah, it's so weird because your brain just moves in one direction and it's hard to see anything else.
I feel like Mark is like watching 10 games a weekend now.
Yeah, I know.
Like Mark's like a year away from like all of us being around.
Guru status.
No.
Well,
Here's
Mark,
the thing.
Mark
I'm
is
a
where we
year
were in
away
like
from
2006.
watching like La Liga and Bundesliga and actually like having no personal life. My wife is going to divorce me. I'm going to have like a shitty internet phone, and I'm going to be creveling in the subway station looking for that internet access just so I can find out all the scores.
Yeah.
Um,
The show come from England.
Yo, Neil, we're working on it.
Oh,
If the whole world sort of gets into a better place and we're allowed to travel, we're definitely going to go to Leeds.
oh, if not, I'm going to the UK in August and I can phone in.
We're definitely going to go to Leeds. Bateson.
I'd also like to add, Neil,
Bateson is asking for access to the show. Yo, possibly. Why don't you go right now to the Twitter account and message? Give me a direct message to either on the stupid Lolo or that goon Lolo, and we can talk right now and let me kind of verify some shit and then of who you are, and then we'll see. Yeah, because we love talking with people from all over the place. And if you really want to talk, then fucking who cares? Yeah, come on. But we kind of got to do a little bit of due diligence before.
No dicks on camera. That's that.
Oh, Matt.
smash a like.
Wait, that
subscribe,
was going to be in
get
the
on
9 o'clock
Patreon.
hour. It was all dicks in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah,
I had
you
a
said
big
last
thing
week?
planned. Get it?
I had a medium thing planned. It's all about honesty here, fellas.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to know who you are. Imagine the 49ers versus Giants at Ellen Road. Imagine 49ers versus Leeds United.
I mean, imagine the
Imagine
49ers versus the Giants in 1993.
90s Leeds United.
Yeah.
Imagine on the stoop
1990s
at Ellen
49ers.
Road.
Yeah. We're going to do On the Stoop from Ellen Road. We're going to stay at Anisha's house, who's like right in between Manchester and Leeds.
Just so you know, in August, I'm actually going to be in Leeds because my sister lives in Leeds and she lives like 10 minutes away from Ellen Road. So, like, I'm down to just like fucking put the stadium in the background on my phone and be like, hey.
Dude, fucking awesome.
Where's
man.
the Leeds legend tonight?
Which one? You messaged me on Twitter. Okay, I'm checking it out right now.
Professor James.
Professor James, he should be coming. Let me see. He should be coming by at some point tonight. He said he can't be drinking too much because he's gotta work in the morning. But I don't see your message, bro. Which one did you send it to?
You know what James is just going to say to us?
Would the 49ers be able to coach?
Please.
Did you?
That's what James is going to say. He's going to and talk about prostitutes.
The fucking 49ers can fuck off.
I guarantee you the pitch has to do with Bielsa.
49ers can fuck off. Sorry, guys, but that's the truth. And where's Calvin here for the 49ers conversation?
Oh, and you get on us about talking about fucking college football. Now you're talking 49ers.
I'm saying they suck and they're terrible, and I hate them as people.
Oh, no. You're still talking about it, though, dude.
I
mean, you call us from the street to tell us off about college football.
Guys, they're saying 49ers should play at Ellen Road. I say the 49ers can fuck off.
Bro, they were talking about the Jets and the Dolphins in 1980, man. Like, we were just keeping up with convo.
All right. All right. Listen. So, if the 49ers had to play 11 men football, soccer football.
You mean the same 11 men?
Imagine like 5 linemen as your back line. Like, that would be just just sitting back there the whole time. They're not running up.
Yeah, but after like 8 minutes, they'd be fucking exhausted.
That's why they're not running up. They're not going anywhere.
I would expect 3 red cards a game.
Well,
I mean, there would be some shoulder tackles going on.
I mean, the other way around,
they're going to take their helmet off. And
I would definitely have Adama Traore as like my kick returner / scat back in the NFL.
Or fucking middle linebacker.
Yeah.
I would take Traore as a running back. He would make a great running back.
I think some teams actually inquired about him.
Because he would be all oiled up and nobody could tackle him because they'd just be slipping on and off. It'd be the opposite of Stickum.
You know who else I think could play is Reece James on Chelsea. He's like fast. He's kind of big and what?
He's like a fucking unit too.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Bateson, take out the width. It's just on the Stoop. Lolo is the actual handle.
I got a question.
I don't know why.
Was it Harry Kane that said that he wanted to try his
NFL?
He's going to.
Yeah. That was
it's like
Harry
legit
Kane.
plan. It's his
He's
plan.
a massive NFL fan.
I would welcome that, and that team would be my second favorite team.
Fuck Harry Kane.
Dude, I love Harry Kane.
Come on, you gotta love yourself some Harry Kane. That guy's talented.
Nope.
No,
not talented.
Anything nice about that man?
Mark, I don't know what you're smoking in that thing there. That's
other than Mark,
but
being unable to be objective about Harry Kane.
No, he's a fucking good player.
Like, does he stay with Spurs out of loyalty, or does he make a move somewhere?
He's going to be. He has to make moves, and I'm not saying this just because I'm an Arsenal fan. I'm really not. He's actually a really good player, but honestly, if he wants to win trophies, he needs to go to another club.
Who?
And I'm not saying
Harry
that.
Kane?
I don't think it's a big deal for him.
I think if Lewandowski was like a few years older, I feel like Kane would be a great striker for Bayern. But
yeah, like
Lewandowski's got like another 4 years.
Very, very similar in their time. Actually, I think Kane's better in his hold-up and advanced play.
Than who?
And Lewandowski?
Lewandowski.
You're out of your fucking mind.
Lewandowski's the best player in the world right now.
The only person that's replacing him is Erling Haaland. That's where he's going.
I'm saying Kane is better. Because watch Kane play in midfield and then play it forward to Son. Lewandowski doesn't do that.
He didn't have to, though.
Yeah, but so he doesn't. And Byron did
a more complete player.
Under Klopp, Lewandowski linked the play a lot. He came back almost like a lot.
True, absolutely true.
But he is at this moment, and it pains me to say this because I love Lionel Messi, but I think Lewandowski is the best player in the world.
Lewandowski?
He's an animal.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I'm trying to be objective on a Tottenham player.
Yeah,
you're asking a die-hard Arsenal fan to be objective.
Where could he realistically go? Could he go to Chelsea?
I see
He can't stay
leaving
at
before
If he wants to win major trophies, he can't stay there. The debt that club has right now is insane. They just borrowed 150 million pounds from the government to keep them afloat during COVID. Look, 7 months ago, 150 million pound loan from the UK government. They're borrowing money to keep them up and afloat.
Where could he go if he left?
He could go anywhere the fuck he wanted.
I know, but
Kane?
Kane. What's a good fit? Because he can't go to Bayern because
he could do well at Bayern. He wouldn't do well.
He's not going to get a game at Bayern, dude.
He wouldn't.
And by the time Lewandowski leaves, Kane's going to be too old to be their difference maker anyway. Like,
what's Lewandowski now? 32, 33?
Yeah.
Fucking goals this year?
Oh, he's still smacking them in for fun.
Right.
What Kane's 28?
Something like 27, 28.
27, 28.
Okay. The only reason Bayern don't have Haaland right now is because Lewandowski's still scoring.
No, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
in 2 years, I think he could definitely replace him.
Man, Lewandowski.
They're not going to take a 31-year-old Kane when they can take a 26-year-old Haaland. You know, like,
but that's depending on.
He'll go ride the bench at Bayern maybe, but like, I think he'll go to I don't know.
Do you think he could? Do you think he could be the number 9 at Chelsea, or is that not enough of a step up?
I don't think he's going.
No, you wouldn't.
Somewhere else. I don't think he'll go somewhere else in London either.
Yeah, and I think actually what he be really good at is in Italy.
Italy, I was just about to say that.
Because you watch the way they play, and there's a lot of hold-up play involved in Italy, and
Juventus
the defensive side of that game is it works in his favor.
Yeah.
I think Italy would be really, really good for him.
Well,
like Juve. Actually, Juve, he'd be fucking
Juve
great.
would be good.
Consider he's making the move. He'll be making the move after he's 30, most likely. So he's not going to go to a league like Spain.
No,
Okay.
I think Italy would be the perfect spot.
Well, Spain's in a lot of financial. I'm not sure he
played in Italy. I think he could do that
move, though. I don't think Kane's going to cost a lot of money when he's 31.
I'm saying you don't think he'll go somewhere this summer?
Nah.
No.
I think Harry Kane is sticking with Tottenham.
I don't know.
He's not going anywhere.
I think they're kind of so close. You know what I'm saying?
Look at what happened. Look at what happened with Hazard.
Yeah, look at Real Madrid. He's made of glass now.
Yeah, he was amazing top 10 player in the world, even though he wasn't getting anything. They weren't winning. He won a trophy.
What are you talking about?
He won a trophy.
The league. He won the league. He won the UEFA.
Oh yeah,
he won the Champions League.
But then he moved. I think right now Kane is right where he needs to be because he's going to be picked for the national team. He's going to be he's got everything he wants except actual trophy.
Yeah, I'm just saying that they've got to get rid of Mourinho. I can't imagine him staying there if Mourinho's still there.
I don't know.
He's too good to be wallowing away. Either they hire a great coach. And Mourinho used to be a great coach. But
used to be, yeah.
But who's that guy now?
But hold on, Mr. Tom. We're on the same page.
Honestly, I think Son is too good for Spurs.
Yeah, but I remember watching Son.
I would take Son over anyone.
I think I heard a song about that.
Three.
I remember watching Son in Germany before he went to Spurs, and he was dog shit.
Well, he isn't now.
No,
come on.
He was not a. He was,
and he was good before Mourinho got there.
Yeah, Poch got the very best out of him.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think Kane
is my favorite attacking player in the Premier League right now.
Who?
Kane and Son are one of the most lethal duos in that league by far. I can't deny that.
Can we get off this fucking topic, please? It's making me fucking nauseous. Jesus Christ, it's giving me diarrhea. And I'm not going to the bathroom to take care of it. Thank you, Mr. Tom.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Our viewers have spoken,
but I'm trying to be objective.
Yeah.
Is Arsenal
that's
their
for
early
like
game?
yeah, they're
Well-
7. Mark, objectivity is for like the pre-match stuff. Like,
Fine.
This
Fine.
is the happy hour is for subjectivity.
Okay.
I feel
Oh,
like.
fine. Like,
Hold on,
can
hold
I
on.
say
There's a
that I was
question.
walking down
Let's
Tottenham
stop.
High Court- Can I
Yeah,
say
there you go. The
that
arrow's
Tottenham
pointing
High
right
Court
where you
Road?
need to be.
After we won the league and I was thrown through a KFC window by Tottenham fans?
Maybe some of them will do it.
Oh, is that going to be a copyright issue?
It's mine.
More.
But hold on. There's a couple
Where'd you get that trap beat from?
from YouTube. It's free. Adleti's asking you personally, Chris, a question. He says, Chris looks familiar. You old school from Nevada Smith times? Did you used to go to Nevada Smith's?
I don't know what Nevada Smith's is.
You don't?
So,
No, he's a Liverpool fan anyway. So that Nevada Smith was an Arsenal bar, right?
It was a everything bar.
Yeah.
I mean, there was
Yeah,
Man
it was.
United downstairs too. Like everyone went there to watch games.
Yeah, it was kind of huge.
Yeah, because it was the only place until like there was TV rights here. Nevada Smith was like one of the few places that could get the games.
Yeah. And then he also asks, how many years, guys, you been drinking and with football around New York? That's a very good question. Because I don't know how to answer that.
So how many years
you
have
guys
you
been drinking?
watching soccer? Because I know it's really annoying him that I say it. Yeah, so it's like 17 years for me, just about. And I used to go to Nevada Smith's on occasion.
Yeah, because I used to go to Bar None for the Saints match. It is a Saints
That
game.
is nowhere near Nevada Smith.
Yes, it was. It was
Oh, God,
one
no.
block away.
Bar None in the city. Yeah.
Nevada Smith is up in like the 30s.
No.
Nevada Smith's is
13th.
Yeah.
Like 13th or
I like-
14th and 3rd.
Yeah. Oh, I think it was 11th Street.
11th, yeah.
There was that the big club was right around there.
It's the one over by the pool hall.
Yeah. That's where Nevada Smith's was.
Yeah, over by Amsterdam.
Yes. Bar None is down there too, I believe.
Bar None is on
They're close
13th and
together.
3rd. It's a Saints and Vikings bar, which you should know, and it's 2 blocks away. Exactly. The same street, 2 blocks away. I'm telling you. I used to watch an Arsenal match and then go and watch the 1 p.m. Bar None a Saints match game. Oh, I'm getting confused here. Okay. So it looks like our buddy here who was trying to get on the stream, he's from Scotland and he's a West Ham fan.
Okay.
So he's like listening
room
to
for
call
him.
at night because it's 2 a.m. And I'm like, you're not really Scottish because you would just keep drinking. That's not how we drink there, lad. Come on. Let's go. Talk about me West Ham.
I'm giving it the best I can.
I'm doing the best I can, lad. I'm a West Ham fan.
Oh,
All right, let's fucking go, lads. Let's do some more fucking anagrams.
You should have been here for Mark's Irish accent.
I heard it. I was in the car. I was like, more of that, please. That's the content I'm looking for.
Do you have her in your sights, Miss Moneypenny?
And listen, I have my effects board kicked up, so I don't know if you can hear this.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't hear it. So is there an echo?
It's coming through.
Yeah, you need to.
They say West Ham, or he wants whiskey and haggis. So the thing is, I can't hear myself, so I'm just gonna click through voice changing things.
So we're gonna tell you just leave it be. Just drop it, man.
Stop messing with all that shit.
Just drop it, man.
Sean Connery in heaven. Oh yeah, I miss Sean Connery. Well, you guys know my favorite Sean Connery quote, and I'll say it time and time again. It's from his most famous role as a Spaniard in Highlander. Growing up as a young
There can be
boy.
only one.
There can be only one. Growing up as a young boy in Barcelona, I learned swordplay. What?
It's like Sean Connery in The Last Dragon. I am the only one.
There can be only one. You fucking bastard.
You can really tell like the roles they take sometimes just for the money. Just like, fuck, not even trying.
Like Sean Connery as Zardoz.
His name in that was like Diego Garcia Jimenez de Laurenti. It was funny. Okay, I want to do some more anagrams. You guys mind?
No.
All right. Brothel recline. Brothel recline.
Dude, I'm not gonna get a fucking one of these.
Where you at, Saul? Where you at, Mr. Tom? Or no, actually, Bremer's Ghost was better, I think.
No, it's
Brothel recline.
Can we get? We should be. We should get like country of origin with each one.
No. I think we can get this.
I don't know, man. He's certainly late with the clock.
Yeah, he's given us a lot of time on this one. Theo Walcott. Oh, there's James up there giving us the look.
Nathaniel
Declan Rice. No.
Nathaniel Klein. No, there's a D. Fuck. Nathaniel Klein.
Oh, it's
Corbin Burnson.
No, it's
Tango and Cash.
Roberts. No.
There's no S.
I know. Robert.
It could be Robert.
Hector Bellerin.
Hector Bellerin. Jesus,
Hector
Mr.
Bellerin.
Tom.
This guy's good.
We've said his name like 5,000
Hector Bellerin by addition.
He restarted the clock for us.
Wow.
Well,
Clinton
Oh,
Roberts.
we need the little on the letters.
That would give it away. All right, next. Mr. Tom got that one. Oh, I know.
I love
Willie Bolly.
Willie Bowman.
Willie Bolly. Yeah.
Billy Bolly.
Oh, Mark. How did you
Willie
not get that one?
He's back from injury. He's going to play tomorrow morning. Well, tomorrow at noon. You guys are in the morning.
Yeah, we're bright and early.
Right, it's early.
Brighton and Hove Albion.
Oh.
All right, next one. Let's go. What do we have? Backdraft Primo. Ooh. Fart.
That's the only thing I could see.
Fart rim job. Ice Road Truckers.
Mac.
Willie Bolly played at the Molly. That's not a good guess. I know. I actually know it. Leeds United. Where you at?
Patrick.
Patty Bamford? Really?
Oh, yeah.
Pat Bamford.
His name's Hattrick Bamford.
It's hat trick. Thank you very much. All right, Bremer's Ghost got it. There you go, Patrick Bamford. Backdraft Primo. That should be like his porn name. Did somebody call for a backdraft Primo?
Not really sure what you're watching on TV. I've been watching The Office.
I showed you last week what I was watching, and I got fucking banned from YouTube for it. Bremer's Ghost, take a shot. You won. Oh, we haven't even been picked. You guys didn't even pick a name, a word, a drinking word. Good.
Dude, the last time we played that, I blacked out.
Well,
about
you
one.
started
So.
like 3 hours early.
Well, it's called pregame in the happy hour.
Yeah.
You don't start drinking at noon when you're working?
Well,
No, I started like
sometimes.
3 o'clock.
Philly bras. Are we talking bras or like Philly bras?
Billy Sharp. Billy Sharp.
Billy Sharp.
Oh, wow.
Sheffield
Good
United.
job, man.
Wow.
Give you a
All
soccer clap for that one.
All right. Drink. You got it right. You have to finish
Drink,
your drink.
motherfucker.
Okay. Arriba, abajo, a centro, pa dentro. Sí, señor Atleti. So Atleti actually just texted the secret phrase, which is arriba, abajo, al centro, pa dentro, which most of you I know from the bar, you know what that means. So raise your glasses. Say what's up to Atleti, who we just happened to meet randomly at Legends Bar. And let's go arriba,
beautiful
abajo, al centro.
Atleti, can you send Luis Suarez back to Liverpool?
Why? You have things you need bitten upon?
They need goals scored. Is what they need.
Yeah, and we could use a bastard. I love Luis Suarez. He's my favorite player.
You know, there's not enough fucking bastards in the Premier League these days. We're missing a bunch of fucking bastards. From here, 12 hours in the futures, oh, he can tell us. Put your money on Arsenal fans finding something to fucking moan about. Yeah.
Nothing Arsenal.
It's not hard to find these days.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something to moan about.
Is Saka back? Is he hurt?
No. Mill Smith Rowe got hurt, but I don't think it was too serious.
Okay.
Yeah. Not sure.
I hope you guys fucking kill. I hate watching Burnley.
Yeah.
That team is just
long ball hoof.
Like, I appreciate it because I like Dyche, but I just don't like how they play.
It's like watching football from the 80s.
I like they've got who's the guy? I like that. What's his name? Dwight McNeil on the wing.
Yeah, McNeil.
Yeah.
And I always liked Jay Rodriguez at Southampton. But like
they're just long hoofball, and smack the shit out of people. But as soon as you get touched, fall on the floor and bitch.
They're like the new Stoke.
Oh
no! I
never played well against Stoke.
Stoke smack the shit out of players, but expected to be smacked back.
Yeah.
Burnley smack the shit out of players, and as soon as they get touched, they fall on the floor and act like a little bitch.
Do you remember the first time they went up and they had Danny Ings? And
yes.
I feel like they were trying to play like they played different then. They got relegated.
Well, that was when they were playing with Mark Hughes, and that was when they had Bojan and stuff too. Shaqiri, Bojan.
No, that's Stoke. I'm talking about Burnley. The first time Burnley was up. Because they went up and they got relegated.
They got relegated.
I think the first time they went up, they tried to like be on the front foot and they just got
failed,
sunk.
Yeah,
and I feel like when they went back up, they're like, "Fuck it, we're gonna."
But that was the same with Stoke. I mean, you look at, like I said, they had Bojan, they had Shaqiri, they had actually a Arnautovic. Yeah. They had a pretty good front.
Arnautovic used to kill us.
Dude, that guy was fucking good. He's playing in. Is he playing in China right now?
China. And they started trying to play football, and they got sunk.
He was like,
but they were always pretty successful being this like nasty defensive team.
Ibrahimovic.
Yes. Except it was good.
Yeah. Arnautovic was
and he was at West Ham for a year before he started to go for the money in China.
What's wrong with him?
No, there's nothing wrong with him. He's he's pretty petulant.
Yeah.
And he was always.
Why doesn't he play?
He
plays in China.
He plays in China.
Oh, he plays in China.
Yeah. It's weird how we never hear about him once they go over there.
Went to China for $200,000 a week.
Yeah.
He was chasing money,
which is fine. Like, why don't we? There's so much we never hear about what happens to these players once they go over.
Like Oscar
China
from Chelsea.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you had Moussa Dembele.
Yeah.
It was didn't Lavezzi go over to China for a while too?
What was it? Oscar from Chelsea.
Yeah.
Hulk went to China. There's a bunch of them. Fellaini.
Yeah.
Marwan Fellaini.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he was on his prime though. Like there were the Oscar.
Oscar was like in
there was
his
an
prime.
Argentinian dude that
Yeah,
went.
Oscar was like 24.
Yeah, they all went in their prime, which is like, hey, good for you. And Oscar even said it. He was like, I got like generations of my family to think about. Like, if I don't play in the World Cup, I don't play in the World Cup, but my family's going to be set up forever.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with anyone making that.
No, fuck no.
And you know what? I kind of have a little bit of a problem with somebody kicking a ball and making $200,000 a week. I do.
Well, stop watching.
Stop watching.
Because you're the reason.
And
You're the reason they're getting all that money.
Yeah. The
it's one of those things where, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to earn a good living. I'm saying when you've got someone who's like Gareth Bale right now, who's getting $600,000 a week, who's split between Tottenham and Real Madrid, and you're going $600,000 a week.
Yeah.
Why?
Earned his money last week.
Yeah.
Wow. For
No.
What do you mean no?
Season?
I mean no, because he hasn't played for weeks, which means $600,000.
And when he started, he got 2 goals. He'll start again.
Scored 2 goals this week.
We're talking about millions of dollars.
I think
to get 2 goals.
You're talking $800,000 a week.
2 of those Champions League finals are on him.
Oh, of course. I mean that one
the Copa del Rey win against Barcelona,
ran out of the pitch to run back in and score it was outstanding, absolutely outstanding.
But the fact that
he's making $600,000 a week, but all those country club membership fees probably total about $900,000.
Because when Real Madrid was in every Champions League final, that morning he was taking selfies on the fucking golf course because he wasn't even like. I'm sorry.
It's amazing. Like he could be. Imagine if he gave a fuck.
Yeah.
How good he would have been.
Look, you're talking to a Welshman who is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we forget that. Fuck.
Who literally watched like that last Euros. He was a fucking animal.
Him and Ramsey.
He was unplayable.
Yeah.
And he was the reason we got to the semifinals. And we came against Portugal, and that game was dog shit.
Yeah.
The entire game was dog shit. They weren't better.
His tenure in Madrid, I think, is underrated.
No,
there's going to be a 30 for 30 about it one day.
His first 3 years,
he's like Bo Jackson.
His first 3 years in Madrid were fucking.
No one is like Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson was a fucking freak of an athlete.
So is Gareth
Bale. Who is like fucking. You know,
I would say Gareth Bale
in American folklore.
Dude,
he's a freak of
all the things that he could do. When Bo Jackson was tackled, it wasn't that somebody hurt him. It was his sheer strength that to break the tackle, he broke his own hip.
Fucking yeah, because he's on steroids for 15 years. I mean, like
back then, I don't think so, man.
Yeah,
back when
was
you think
I don't think in the 80s
1994 and ended in 2004? Of course he was.
Talking about someone that was on steroids, I'm gonna say Tom Brady.
Gareth Bale's last year.
He won't pass.
We're talking about Tottenham a lot, and Matt's gonna.
It's making me sad.
It's making me fucking sick.
Yeah,
but his last year at Tottenham, when he scored like
it's 2012, 2013,
like 5 or 6 goals, like 5 or 6 of those like 25-yard left-footed goals
when he was playing as a fullback.
Against Inter Milan, he scored a hat trick as a fullback.
Yeah. I remember, and I was sitting in the 2012, 2013 season going, holy shit.
There's my man, Sean Dyche, my new favorite person in the world.
Look, he actually kind of looks like you, Nakanto.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying.
He just needs a little tighter chin.
I just got to go with the goatee.
Yeah.
All right, no more Tottenham.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm gonna ask you guys some actual trivia questions instead of the anagrams. Okay, are you guys ready?
Right.
Fuck, the first 2 questions are about Spurs.
Oh, fuck this! I'm out.
Oh, fuck.
See you later. I'm out.
I hadn't even looked at these.
Dude, you've been Spurs' #1 supporter on this show there, Welsh Jesus.
Look, I'm trying to be objective, and I'm realizing I shouldn't be.
Oh, you should have seen it before. For whatever reason, he got in front of like this
Yeah. Hold on.
lamp, and it just gave him a golden halo. There, that's where Welsh Jesus came from.
The golden Lolo.
Do Spurs like make you want to vomit more than Chelsea does?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The greatest moment of going to a match ever in my life was winning the league at White Hart Lane, and just watching them cry.
Yo, Mark, I meant to say, you briefly mentioned it, other Mark. Tell everyone your story about being tossed through the
KFC window.
Yeah, I love that story.
All right, so there was the 2003-2004 season. It was the very last game of the season. We had to win to qualify for Europe, and if we lost and Tottenham won, they qualified. So the very last game of the season, we were fucking there, and like we were just like, oh shit. We won the game. Everyone's ecstatic. We're all just fucking hey, giving it all this to the fucking away end. Like fuck all you. I'm getting off. I'm walking down Tottenham High Court Road in my Arsenal jersey. So fucking just like this is one of the best days. Like fuck Tottenham. And I'm walking down Tottenham Road, and there's like 4 or 5 Tottenham fans. They see me in my Arsenal shirt. They all start kicking off. I'm like, fuck. All right, we're gonna get into it. And they didn't get into it. They just all picked me up and bodily threw me through this window of this KFC restaurant. Like bottle. Like I'm there. I fucking went through. I'm just like pissing blood through my head. Ended up having to fight. Whatever. It was fine. And the lady at the KFC window was like, "You're all right. You're all right. You're all right." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm good." And she's like, "Bubba." And I look at the menu and I was like, "Can I get a zinger meal to go?"
Good for you, lad. That's the only way this story could have ended.
Can I get a zinger meal? And that's
can
good.
I get a 6-piece and a handful of
story
biscuits
as well, because that's when they had the zingers.
Yeah.
They don't have zingers.
There's no zinger meals anymore. It was pretty sad. They were good.
Yeah, they were good. I remember that was in my fast food days. Or bottled, catchy word. Okay, sorry, guys. I was looking through that. That's one of my favorite stories. I remember. I forget all the details because every time I've ever heard you tell that story, we've been shit-faced outside of Wade's. Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Wade's, but okay. So let me ask you guys this: who was the first Frenchman to score in the Premier League?
Eric Cantona.
That's what I was gonna say.
It's too obvious, though.
No.
Okay.
Overmars?
Is he Dutch?
Don't look at me. I don't fucking know.
Right.
No, Petit. Sorry.
Emmanuel Petit.
No, you guys got it right. It was Eric Cantona.
Well, you guys.
I just had to skip.
You
this
said it,
one.
but I was thinking.
Oh, so me and you, not.
Yeah. All right. So, which Manchester City striker was the first? This is for you, Matt. The first German to score in the Premier League.
Oh. Can I get a year?
He was the first to score in the Premier League. So,
Okay.
92.
92. For Man City?
Yeah, I'm gonna say İlkay Gündoğan.
Isn't he Turkish?
No, he's German.
I have no idea.
He plays for the German national team. I don't know.
Uwe Rosler, yeah.
Wait, did somebody say?
Uwe Rosler. Yeah, I never would have gotten that.
Con Shay.
Hey,
Con Shay, what's up, Con? And then Mr. Tom got it and Saul got it. Okay, much better than us. All right, let's go to question number 5. Question number 5 is, who was the first Englishman to score a Premier League goal?
I mean, it's going to come up in the comments.
Don't look at the comments. Don't look at the comments.
I mean, I'm going to say Shearer.
Harry Shearer. I don't think Harry Shearer.
Brady Bunch.
Who is Harry
Alan.
Shearer?
Harry Shearer is one of
Brady
the
Bunch.
voices of The Simpsons. If you don't know who Harry Shearer, he's like many of the voices of The
I
Simpsons.
know.
He's fantastic.
being
Brian Dean, Leeds manager, is what Con Shea says. Bielsa was Brian
Definitely
Dean.
not English.
It was Brian Dean of Sheffield United. Jameson got it. Mr. Tom got the match. Sheffield United versus Man United.
Mr. Tom's like a fucking football.
And
We love Mr. Tom, man. He's our best
He's a
follower.
savant.
wait, but Khan says plays bass in Spinal Tap. Harry Shearer plays bass in Spinal Tap. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Lovely. Love that dude. Yeah, then Saul got it too. Gonna turn it up to 11 because most amps only go up to 10, but we like to kick it up that extra notch. That was fantastic. I love Spinal Tap.
Yep. This is Spinal Tap is fucking great.
I don't know if you guys know. I don't know if it was the same way in the UK, but in the US, like people thought it was a real band.
Oh no, look, Spinal Tap was huge.
Like it is huge.
Everyone went off for Spinal Tap, and then they all wanted concerts.
Yeah, and they were like, we don't fucking know.
Yeah. The difference is we thought they were coming, the concerts.
Yeah, we were
like we thought it was a real thing.
That's crazy. And then when so that's Christopher Guest who does all those. And then when he did he went later on and they did the folk one, the folk music one called A Mighty Wind.
Yeah.
The whole album is fantastic. It's fantastic. They cover a Rolling Stones song. Which one is it? If you start me up, I'll never stop. Got me running hot. Start me up. Anyway, they're fantastic. They basically did Spinal Tap decades later, but with folk music, and it was fucking amazing. If you haven't seen it, anyway, back to football, I guess.
Oh, fine.
Fine. I'd rather talk about Christopher.
You insist.
Okay. So, that has the answer.
Jan Mobley.
I didn't even read the question, but I know the answer.
Some fat fucker.
All right, next one.
All right, next question. Here we go. Which Oldham player was the first Norwegian to score? Oldham Athletic.
Alfie Holland. Just because he came up earlier.
Yeah.
And
we know him or Solskjaer.
Morten Gamst Pedersen. That's the only other Norwegian I really know. Or John Arne Riise.
Thor.
That's a good one for Liverpool.
Oh fuck! John Riise was
Winter Hall.
Arsenal's bane against Liverpool.
I have no idea, Ski.
That would be Poland. And Mr. Tom's probably got the right answer. And he does.
And he does.
always
of course.
does.
Gunnar Hale.
Shocker. Mr. Tom, just give us a minute next time.
Yeah, just before you reach out to the Google.
I don't think he needs to. I mean, he's saying the guy
I
was.
think on some of these he's reaching out to the Google.
Stop shaming the
Just
people
offended.
watching every word. Yeah. We want him to come back.
And
next
that's
week,
what I'm
Mark.
saying, Saul.
Soul is like.
That's what I'm saying, Saul.
Yeah. He's
I mean, I've got my gigabit connection, and I'm not making them that quick.
well, my hands don't move that quick.
Oh, my hands.
Seriously, that's why I think it's the real deal.
See, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting to the age where when it's like, okay, time to Google something, I have to go.
I got to stretch first. I don't know what you're
Yeah, I
talking
know.
about.
All right. G-O. Okay, next question. Bring it on. Which Coventry City player was the first Zimbabwean to score a Premier League goal? Oh, wait, I should be. Which Coventry City player was the first Zimbabwean to score a Premier League goal?
That was not my phone, by the way.
That was mine.
You son of a bitch.
You didn't read the contract very well there, Welsh Jesus.
It took me
First,
two episodes to figure out that contract.
Hey, I'm
Peter. I mean, Mr. Tom's already got the answer.
Peter Love. I don't know.
Sounds Zimbabwean.
I'm on dial-up.
So that was your phone going off and not Mark.
No, it was mine.
No,
Yeah.
It was the dial-up for his computer.
Yeah, it was the dial-up for Saul's computer.
Oh, we would have known.
Indolovu.
He was the first black African to play in England. I'm assuming that means there was a white African to play in England first.
No, it's probably South Africa.
Oh, you know, I mean, he could be Egyptian.
Or
African.
Moroccan, Algerian.
African.
Yeah, fair enough.
African. We're talking about a continent here.
Yeah.
It's like Russians don't like when you say, "Oh, you're Asian," and they're like, "No, I am Russian," and you're like, "Yeah, but you're from Asia." Like, "No, I'm Russian," and you're like, "You're Asian." They don't like that.
Oh,
how many times have you tried that one?
Indian
Speak
friends.
for yourself there, Lolo.
What?
Speak for yourself there, dude.
You like being what? You know Russian?
I've never called a Russian Asian.
Oh yeah. No, I have a friend who else.
no,
I'm not going to say it
not
to
at
like a random Russian. No fucking way. Like to.
I mean, shit, go down to Coney Island and say it.
No,
I was going to say, go down to Brighton Beach.
I'll be like, I love this Asian community full of Ukrainians and Russians. All these beautiful.
No, Ukrainians aren't Asians.
Wait, Ukraine? Yes.
Ukrainians are considered Europeans.
They're Europeans.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. See, I don't know where the line is.
Urals.
That's why they're called rails, because they're the rails.
We really got to be careful what we talk about here, huh?
Yeah.
We're gonna get taken
we just
off
don't
by.
know what the fuck we're talking.
No, we never do. We're just white guys.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, last question, says Mr. Director. And we're waiting.
Which Spurs midfielder and later Seaman lobber
I don't even want to answer this one. I'm not going to.
was
You
the
know
first
it, though.
Spaniard
Yeah,
to score
I'm
in
not
the
answering
Premier
this
League?
one.
I'm kind of disturbed by the phrase semen lobber.
David
It's
Seaman was our keeper at the
Year
time.
trivia, not last 25-year trivia. This is too hard.
Yeah. It's a bit before my time.
Mr. Tom is on it.
No, he's absolutely right.
I want to know what a semen lopper is, though.
Well,
That's what I said.
David Seaman was our
You know the
keeper.
goalkeeper, David Seaman,
He was so he lobbed him.
and he
Yes.
lost.
Just lobbed a lot of semen.
I mean,
I think that was the most fun.
I mean, that's a nice
trivia question
I
for
always
John
say
to
Goldman
find
or
to come up
Seaman,
with.
but
Yeah, he is a Leeds fan, from what I hear. From all the Leeds fans that tell me that.
yeah.
Everybody cunts. That's the best anagram.
Everybody cunts. Yes. Do we still have that?
Cunts? What? No.
What was that?
Here,
What?
I'll type it up in
I was a fan of Let Mark Eat.
yeah, I let Mark eat.
I let Mark Eat.
Everybody,
Oh Jesus!
what was it? Everybody cunts?
Yeah, I think so. Derby County.
Yeah.
You can't tell people that.
Oh, we talked
I didn't
about
think
it
we were
last
playing.
Well, you know,
We're not now, Chris. We're not playing now.
week.
I sort of ruin everyone's game.
oh, you know what?
Salty, yeah. Take that hat off and throw it away. It's
It just
fucking
said,
trash.
Periscope wouldn't let me post that comment. Everybody cunts. Periscope is Twitter. It's the Twitter one. It wouldn't let. It just told me that it was probably filtered.
Wait. They had a problem with the word body.
No,
Yeah. They're like, that's discriminatory. You're
You know what,
discriminating
though?
against
Does
me.
Cunt is
Periscope not
absolutely
exist
fine.
in the UK?
What?
Does Periscope not exist in the UK?
Definitely.
Like, what
Well,
the fuck?
when I logged on earlier onto Twitter and like tried to watch the stream, it was like, you need to go to Periscope. And I went, and so I went, clicked, and it was like, okay, you're in Periscope. Just a reminder, Periscope is going away in like 5 days, so you're gonna have to go back to normal Twitter. And I was like, well, just fucking show me the stream. Anyway,
I mean, in all fairness, all you've got to do is go anywhere in the UK. You'll hear the word "cunt" at least 65.
Except unless you're on Periscope.
Yeah,
evidently.
well, yeah,
I mean, shit. I say the word "cunt" every other sentence when I'm at a bar.
It's a very
yeah, but sure, but there's
the word.
There's con without the T,
There's
and there's con with the T.
Yeah, no.
And if
There's
it's
a
with
good
the T,
cunt.
you hate the fucker.
There's a
And
good
if it's
cunt,
without
and
the
there's a
T,
bad
you love the fucker.
It's the same reason why the word "fuck" is so
versatile.
So I think it's the letter U. That
it's
letter
the U to the hard end.
It's just like
Yeah.
I know it's in cunt. It's the hard T. It's a if you're good, it's like all right, you cunt, and if you're a piece of shit, you fucking cunt.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
T is very, very important.
The T is
in
pivotal.
letting people know how you feel.
Yeah.
I learned that lesson the hard way back, I don't know, probably 15 years ago. I was at a bar called The Parlor on the Upper West Side.
Yes, I know that bar.
Big
me
six
too.
bar. And me and my friends were there. There was a 7 a.m. It was the old firm, so Celtic Rangers. And we were there. They just locked the doors at 4 a.m. and everyone's in for the next 3 hours drinking, getting fucking violated. And I was there with two friends, the two guys that got me into the Premier League, and they were regulars there. And this one guy looks down the bar and he goes, "Let me get a drink for those two guys, but not that fucking cunt." And he looked at, was pointing to me, and I was like, Jesus Christ, that's aggressive. And so I was like, all right, whatever, let's go Rangers. And I swear to God, a bar of like 150 people stopped and looked at me and were like, "You've got 0.2 seconds to apologize for that, or you will die." And I did vehemently. I was like, "I'm so sorry. I have no idea what's happening right now. I'm just really drunk at 22 years old."
Place.
And so like after the game, Celtic won, thank God.
Yeah.
And I knew the bartender, and I was like, "Hey Mo, can you get that guy a beer for me, just to like apologize?" And so Mo's like, "No problem." Big fucking Irish guy, just bald, and just he was the perfect guy you want working that shift. So he's like, "I got you." And he goes and he gives the guy a beer, and I'm like giving him the thumbs up, and Mo just goes, "From the fucking Rangers fan down there." And I was like, "Oh, for Christ's sake, Jesus. Please, why? Why do we got to go through this shit again, you know?"
Well, with that said, for all you friendly cunts out there that are watching our show, give us a smash, like us, subscribe, do all the things.
Mark does like some really good stuff for those likes, just so you know.
Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. But please, smash us a few. Join us on YouTube. Watch our show. Do all the things.
And for the first stream that gets us 1,000 likes, 1,000 thumbs up on the live stream, Mark's going to start a OnlyFans channel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm so glad we're following through with this.
He's been pushing this movement for weeks. So guys, we need you to smash that like. Bremer's Ghost, yes, sir.
Yes,
this is Friday. Yeah. This is every Friday because we would be at Angry Wade's right now, most of us.
Yeah.
Chris is in Jersey, but the rest of us would be at Angry Wade's right now.
Saying the exact same shit.
Saying the same thing, where yes, we may talk about football, but it's gonna verge off into like,
anyway,
when is the proper time to use the word cunt?
Oh, that was you asked me that question one of the first times you met me.
Probably because you probably called me a cunt, and I was
definitely called you a cunt.
And I was like, you said that, and I
wasn't nice way.
I wasn't hurt because the way you said it, I knew what you meant.
That was one of the, I think so. What fuck? How long have we known each other now? What, 10 years?
I don't know, coming up on it at least, yeah.
Is that
And it
you?
was one
You
of the-
moved to the
and I-
neighborhood that long ago?
I've been
Yeah.
maybe 12 years.
Yeah.
No, because I was bringing Hugo to softball
Yeah.
park, so that was 7 years ago.
So I've
Yeah,
been,
I would say about 7 years.
I've been in New York since
Yeah.
2000,
7 or 8
the
years.
beginning of 2009.
Less than 7 years, because Hugo was born before you moved to Second Street. He was.
Yeah, because remember you were in this neighborhood.
Mom would come down to Central Park
before you went
we
to
sit while
10th
we
Street.
played.
No, I remember that, but I thought,
And I've only known you probably 7 years.
Shit, is that all it's been?
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But I've known Mark for
Yeah,
Whoa.
I've known you since I
Both
came to New York.
Cantac is the first person I met in Brooklyn.
And Cantac was one of the first person because he was the fucking Wades
Yeah.
with long hair.
I was waiting for them to rename it, but they never did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, you were one of the first people I knew when I came to New York.
Yes, Lolo. Yeah.
And
Absolutely. A lot of people have said that.
Along is
And only 3 of them still talk to me, and they're on this fucking feed.
Do you remember? So, for people watching at home, and maybe some British people, can you imagine this? You remember this time, Cantac, where a kid walks into a bar, must be early 20s, wearing a long sleeve David Beckham.
Hold on, are you on about kid?
No, not
No, God, no. No.
Some
We have
kid.
to protect the innocent here.
Yeah, no. Some kid walks in with a group of friends, and Cantac's bartending. I'm there.
I think I do.
Maybe it's a Monday night, like we're playing pool. So it's a little empty, and they come in, like 4 of them, and he's wearing a long sleeve, old school David Beckham.
I do. I kind of do remember.
And then we said, we were like, get the fuck out of here with your United shit. And he goes, no, guys, no, don't worry. We're like, what? You don't watch football? You don't know what you're wearing? And he's like, no, don't worry. I'm a Chelsea fan.
I do remember that. I do.
And we were both like, what?
I know.
What? And he
Yeah,
goes, no. I went to a concert. I went to a concert of some dude who's from Manchester. So I wore this so he would see that I.
Then why the fuck didn't he wear a Stone Roses shirt?
And both.
Oh.
And I had to go. Can't
I don't have.
get over here.
Fucking
twat.
It's already in. Love that album.
Stone
Yeah,
Roses were broken up before their album came out.
But let me ask you guys, is there ever a time that one of you would wear a Man United shirt?
Nope. I would rather eat shit and die.
Like, we had a long conversation with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, I think Cantac came from around the bar. It was like you
Was this,
fucking
would
bastard.
this be the time when Dan was working at the bar too?
No, this
big-
was Cantac was by himself.
Oh, because I know Dan
It
would
may have been.
That would be fun.
That's a whole different shit show.
We were just both like, whoa.
And then his buddy
That's
came
less
up.
Dan and
First
Tommy
day.
show.
Yeah,
Oh my god!
You can just wear the Joy Diversion shirt that everyone wears. Like,
Oh my-
and you're done. You got
Okay.
Manchester covered.
What would it take for you
You're right.
guys?
So Atleti right here is saying typical Chelsea shit. Classic fucking fans, 100%.
In all fairness,
Exactly.
Chelsea fans didn't exist before 2002.
Mm-mm.
Right.
Well, real, like Chelsea were 12th every fucking season.
Yeah.
Every season.
They were Crystal Palace.
Yeah, they were pounds. And then it was just like money came in, and that was the time. I don't give a fuck. Big money is what killed football.
Yeah. Well.
No, it did.
Yeah.
Like you had fucking Chelsea who bought the fucking league. They bought it. They bought every fucking player they possibly could. Then you had City when they first got come up from the championship. They bought Robinho, fucking everyone.
No, they were in the Premier League for a couple of years with Giorgio Samaras before Robinho
before they
came
got
over.
bought, you mean?
Georgia King Klotzy.
Well, yeah, but like they didn't just come from the championship and start winning.
They weren't anywhere close.
No, they were terrible since like 1973, but they were like.
I remember them getting relegated from the fucking league, going down to League One, and then coming back up. And they were just they were fucking average. Like the only way to describe
the sword cuts both ways, right?
Yeah.
It's why we can watch 15 game. You know, I've got like access to every English, Spanish, and Italian, and
German
games are on ESPN Plus now.
I'm the same way.
It's although I have a 2-year-old, so I watch like 2 games a week now, because she wonders why Peppa Pig's not on the TV.
But, bro,
that's what
only gets worse, man. Don't worry.
It
gets worse. Like this is the first season. Like I was pretty rabid like 10 years ago.
No, I remember.
And
then
me and
you.
We'd chop it up for hours.
Yeah.
And then
my son was born. You just don't have enough time. So this is like this last 2 seasons I've been following, but I used to have like your knowledge, or like where Mark is now, where he's like watching every game and he really has a tight grip on all the up and coming players in the year and who to watch. I don't anymore.
Look, I don't know how.
I hope you can find the focus. Just tell your fucking daughter, shut up.
So she used to, like, when she was really young, she'd watch the games with me.
Yeah,
and then at some point I'm like, oh, maybe she likes this, and you're just
false dawn, baby.
Look, Lolo's gotten like the best deal out of all you lot. Like he's still managed to get all the fucking games. He's got his YouTube shit going on, and she's like. Cool.
I have an excuse. No, but now my daughter, like, so my wife enjoys it because the matches here start at like 7 a.m. So on Saturday. So that means my wife gets to sleep in every Saturday. Every Saturday she gets to sleep in because my daughter wakes up at 7 o'clock every day, 7:10, 7:15.
You're like,
and
come sit here.
She comes to the room and I get up and I go, oh, football's on. And I go, and she knows on the weekend there's football. And so we'll do puzzles or whatever. But then I'm also like, okay, who's winning? And she'll look up and say, the white team has 0 points. The black team has 1 point. The problem is where she goes, I don't like the black guys. Or I don't like the white guys, but she's talking about their jersey, and you're just like, and so she's like, Mommy and I want the red guys to win. Daddy likes the white guys.
Can you teach her? The classic Arsenal song? It's slightly anti-Semitic, but I can say
probably not.
It's a terrible idea. It's terrible idea. So basically, the moral of the story you just told me is like this show exists up until Amaya says it doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly.
Basically.
So right now I'm like, work on your numbers.
Exactly.
She goes, Poppy, why is it, what is it counting up to? I'm like 45. But like, I don't know.
That's how many goals we're gonna get.
That's about how long a human can run for. She goes, he got to 45, Poppy. Why does it keep going? Oh, Jesus.
It's a good
it's
question.
fucking Usain Bolt, my love.
And now she's to the point where that guy touched the ball with his hand. I'm like, well, he's throwing it in. Oh, so sometimes it's okay to use your hands.
So when the pandemic first like hit and like they canceled all the sports, right? I was resorting to watching my friend play FIFA on Twitch.
Oh no!
Right? Like I was just watching. I was whatever I could get, just fucking give me it.
Yeah.
And my son, because my friend's Colombian, and he was playing another Spanish-speaking person.
Okay.
And no, it's a guy that I sort of work with. And I watch the games in English, and my son just goes, "Oh, finally you're watching real soccer." I'm like, "What?" And I was like, "Why?" He goes, "Yeah, it's Spanish." And I was like, the irony of like how little you know, I guess.
Look, some of the best things to ever watch are like the Mexican, like South American leagues where they're just like, "Go!"
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's what he's sort of used to. But I was just like, first of all, It's not real. It's a fucking video game.
Yeah.
And yes, it's a little bit more legitimate, I guess, because it's in Spanish. But
Yeah. I think the Spanish announcers are just way
they're some of the best ever.
way
It's
better.
fucking amazing to listen to them.
even in like American sports, like the other night I could only get the Michigan basketball game in Spanish on the ESPN app for some reason, and I was like on the phone with ESPN, like, hey, I can only get this game in Spanish, like it's not working. I'm like, all is not lost if I can't get it in English. Like this is actually kind of entertaining. I just don't speak it, you know.
But it's gotta be exhausting though, watching basketball in Spanish, because it's like
It's never ending.
There was a lot of
So yeah, it took me. So you know my wife. She's Cuban Colombian. Like and all the families. So my grandparents spoke Spanish to me when I was a kid, and I didn't speak any Spanish from like 8 or 9 onwards. And then I met my wife, and it was all Spanish again. And I was like, "Fuck, man, I gotta get used to this again." But it's different, because Spanish, and Latin Spanish, really different.
yeah.
So, but then listening to like the games was fucking great.
Yeah.
Because it was like machine gun Spanish, and then just this huge goal. For like 20 seconds.
I feel like the streams and commentary are like the most enjoyable. Like
it's fucking
as much
great.
as I love like South Americans, it's just like fucking ripping through it. I also just enjoy Anderson.
Back to Mane.
Right?
Back to Henderson.
I fucking love that. I love the quiet space between commentaries. Like,
it's a perfect combination of like of a frenetic game and golf commentary.
Stones is
right. It's like basketball and golf.
Stones is Foden, and Foden, he's making a run. Oh.
It's
like the quintessential calmness for most of it until they get to like the final third, and there's a chance.
Yeah.
And then there's that little bit of excitement.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think it's great. I've always been interested in seeing, and I guess nowadays with the YouTube world of the live match watch-alongs, I guess we're in this, but I was always thinking beforehand that like I wish I could watch an NFL match with like Bill Burr as the commentator.
Oh fuck yeah, dude!
You know, like somebody goes, and then this fucking dude, what the fuck is he doing?
Well, they tried that, right?
Well,
they tried that in the late '90s. They tried Dennis Miller on Monday Night Football, and it was fucking brutal.
No. It needs to be a.
Oh my god!
But Dennis Miller was a stand-up comic.
Comedy show watching a football
absolutely awful.
But I'm saying he needs to be like on his own private one where he can say whatever he wants.
Yeah,
Dennis Miller on control.
It needs to be comedy side versus like watching a game rather than like a legitimate sports network.
Yeah.
By the way, Bill Burr podcast is
it's fucking great. It's
the one with Bert Kreischer. Bill Burt?
I was
one with Bert Kreischer?
Just the Bill Burr.
No, just like but I've heard that's good, but I'm just talking about like the Monday morning podcast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listening to him, what was that? The woman who got fucking sacked from Mandalorian, and he's talking about it, and he's like, well, I can't say shit. Like, if I see anything, I'm going to get canceled.
But see, he's almost safe though, like because he's always spoke his mind. Like Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is safe because he's always spoke his mind. So
Bill Burr makes more sense to me than basically anyone else in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, Bill Burr is fantastic.
Like he's like the perfect amount of like left and right, up and down. Like it's just everything feels like right.
So I've calmed down a lot since I've come to New York. I used to be pretty angry and in your face. And
Stop it.
Bill Burr was like the person I was like, yes. We'd just be fucking angry and just go off. And I'll be like, that's exactly how I want to be. Until I realized the real world was just like in New York was and America was like this completely different thing where you couldn't just call anyone a cunt.
Yeah, I mean, you can. You have the
Yeah,
freedom
but you won't
to.
get anywhere.
Yeah, you do have the freedom to.
There's just consequences that go along with it.
There's just generally some consequences. So yeah, I was going back to the Spanish being different. I know we're not talking about football at all here, but just to explain to you guys a little bit about the Spanish that's different. I'm married to a Spaniard from Spain. So there's certain words that you can say in Spanish that don't mean the same thing in South American Spanish as they do in Spain Spanish, like the verb coger. Coger in Spain means to grab, to get, to like
in a sexual context.
No, in a non-sexual way.
Ooh,
It means in Spain,
South America.
voy a coger un taxi. I'm gonna go get a taxi. In South America, coger means
grab him by the pussy. No.
So
basically, or
something that's actually changed in the past like 10 years, because I was in Madrid last year, and that was very much the context.
Well, I don't know in Madrid then, because
a Colombian on vacation.
No. Like I
I don't know. I kind of got lost in the comments and just jumped in.
Yeah. So I was at a wedding in Florida with my buddy. Hey, there's Vigo.
We all know who he is.
That's Balaidos. So I was at a wedding with my buddy who's Ecuadorian in Miami, and he's marrying another Ecuadorian chick. And we rented we got a rental car, and for some reason they upgraded us for free to a Mustang convertible, a white Mustang convertible. So we're in Florida.
As Miami as it gets.
Yeah, it's as Miami as it gets. So we go and we get to the hall wherever they're having their wedding, and my buddy comes up to me and goes, "Look, Christina's at home. She's ready. Do you mind? Like, you could go pick her up in the Mustang, and then you bring her here with her whole like wedding dress, like in the wind. It'll be fantastic."
Her hair that you just spent hundreds of dollars.
I don't know. Yes, it was hair sprayed down. Like,
yeah.
It wasn't
okay, fair enough.
So I was like, yeah, sure, she's right around the corner. Let's go. And I get in the Mustang, and here come Christina's mom, grandma, aunt, great grandma, great aunt, everybody, all these Hispanic women, all these Ecuadorian women who basically only speak Spanish. They've met me once, and I like, hola, and they're like, ¿Dónde vas? Where are you going? And I'm like, voy a coger a Cristina. And I took off. And I was like,
oh.
No. Voy a.
Oh, the loneliest guy at the party.
And I look back and they're all laughing. And I was like, they're fine with this. They're fine. Like, I don't know if they think I messed up, but they're like, muy bien, es mejor de Pablo. Like, he's better than Pablo. It'll be fine. It'll be good.
Can we throw Solanum's comment up there?
I just read it.
Oh, not that one.
The other one.
The next one.
Lolo, you're not talking about weddings. Can we have the college football chat back?
Yes, but only if it sticks to...
Only if we do it in Spanish.
Where's the feedback coming from?
Vete a coger a mi mujer. Yes. Anyway, Atleti, fun guy. We'll have to have him on the show sometime. Okay. What are we talking about? Football. Listen.
College football.
It's happy hour, guys. I want to know, what do you guys think about this match? It's hitting you in the face, Cantac.
It's going to be a fuck fest. City's gonna just dominate.
Yeah, Mark and I kind of talked about it earlier, and the way Man United's playing against the bigger clubs, it would be boring if City weren't so fucking good. And I
It's
think
gonna
they're
be
just
boring.
going to. I don't know, man. I think City's just going to break them down.
0-0.
And you have, like we said
3-0.
earlier, like we said
0-0.
3 hours ago.
Who said 0-0? Fuck
Man.
off. 0-0.
0-0.
Yeah.
Gonna be
0-0.
another slog. Parking the bus.
There you go, Bremer's ghost.
This is
0-0.
This
I don't
City
think
was
so,
I
dude.
think
The
is
last
better
result.
than the two that won the Premier League under Pep.
Exactly. I've said
And I think
Manchester
they're going to win
City are currently the
and
best.
they're going to win the
team in world.
Champions League.
Yes, sure.
They're the best team in the world. Who's better? Who's better?
Bayern.
Bayern?
Yeah.
No,
Bayern's not
they are not.
as they were last year.
They were
No.
better last year.
Yeah, sure, but they're still better than City. I mean, Jesus
No.
Christ. We're talking about Man City, guys.
I know, but
They're
Man
not going to win the Champions League. They're fucking cursed.
Okay.
I
I
don't
mean,
know
they
if you
may
can
be
hear me
cursed.
knocking on wood.
This is the year they win it.
I don't think
Now
so.
this is coming from a fucking Bayern fan over here. So where is it?
Listen, I enjoy the way they play the game. Schweinsteiger's my favorite player.
Bayern's very good, very fun to watch.
But okay, so this team isn't as good as the Centaurian team from 3 years ago.
No, I think they're better.
Yeah, I think they're better. I think they're deeper.
I mean, do you think they're going to get as many points this season?
I think this Man City team in this form is less likely to like stumble over a Crystal Palace the way that they did in some of those seasons.
Bro, they won the league when the next team had 99 points. Like, that's got to be the best season. Like, this is okay. So you've got Liverpool
games in a row
off the pace, right? Yeah, okay, fine. That's an incredible achievement. But United got a very late start on the league. Liverpool is in a fucking tailspin. Tottenham, like the fourth place team is West Ham.
No, I mean
Like they're running away. Really, it's like
Farmers
the season
League.
Leicester won. It's like 2015 when Leicester won. That was Arsenal's year to take it, and they just fucked it up because every other big team was playing awful.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we have right now.
That was their chance.
Huh?
That was Arsenal and Tottenham's chance. That
Yeah,
year.
of course. But that's what I'm saying. Like now this year, we just have City who's running away with it. There are no real contenders, so we really don't know how good they are based off the English competition. I just disagree with you about them winning the Champions League, but it's not a bad call. Obviously,
the only thing that I would say that I think is different than 2019 and 28, the years they did 100 points and 98 points, is there is definitely a different defensive discipline, and he's a little more pragmatic than he was in those years.
Yeah.
Like I don't see.
Yeah.
I don't.
I feel
see
like Pep tends to over pragmatize though when it comes to the Champions League.
Yeah.
Outside of his Barcelona years. Listen, are they good enough to win it? 100%. I just think it's like I don't know, and I hope it is because fuck Man City.
Yeah.
The only thing is in the Champions League, I do think Bayern, at least in the Bundesliga, has given up way more goals than they normally have.
Yeah, their defense is lacking.
And that's something Spain's not doing.
They're not in the
Like I
Champions
thought
League.
Atletico was kind of in control, and they've kind of lost it. Italy is. I mean, Juventus might finish 4th this year in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
I think Inter are playing really fucking well.
PSG is actually. I mean, I know they're not. They're in a less competitive league.
Farmers League. Oh, you're finally coming around.
Yeah, but they're 3rd in France right now. So
Yeah, but it doesn't matter for them. PSG is 100% focused on Champions League. Like
Yeah.
winning another French league for
That's
them
the
means
only one that
fuck
matters.
all.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm saying they may not win France in France this year.
They don't care this year.
Yeah, but
And when it
all I'm saying is I think Man City has less faults than everyone else they're competing with.
Well, no. So probably from November, where their defense was pretty suspect until about then, and then they started they got Ruben Diaz in, they started getting settled, and they started playing well.
I mean, Stone's been incredible. Like Stone's has been great out of the team, which is amazing because Laporte is their best defender.
Laporte is not their best defender.
Emerick Laporte is their best defender? Are you out of your mind?
No.
Come on. Oh, come on, man. Emerick Laporte is maybe the best center back in the Premier League.
No. What? Serious?
Yes. A healthy
I
Emerick
don't watch
Laporte.
enough Manchester City, but
Emerick Laporte is better than Diaz Sandstone's healthy.
okay. I'm gonna take your answer on that. So,
I mean, there was like a stat last year that I think City didn't lose a game where Laporte played. He was just injured. And basically, the games where he didn't play were the games they lost. And I don't know.
This is all to the point of I think City is way deeper than they have been, and their bench. Anytime you look at their bench would start anywhere in the world.
Their bench would finish in the top 4.
So,
Sure.
so the fact that the reason I'm so shocked is because I always see Laporte on the bench.
Mark's fading.
I know I'm fading.
Mark's fading fast.
Stones, Cancelo.
I'll say this though. I'll say this. I would take Bayern's domestic form off the table because they're about to walk into their 10th consecutive title, and just look at their Champions League form, which is still no one's touched it. Like, and again, yes, City are clearly good enough to win the Champions League. I just fucking hate them.
I mean, I think that's the final, to be honest. To me,
depending how the match. Depending on how the draws go.
And that's the difference when it comes down to the Champions League, is where you can kind of ignore your Premier League or your Bundesliga form, is because it comes down to one match, 2 matches. In the earlier stages, 2 matches, and then 1 match where you just have to be fantastic that 1 match.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about the Champions League, but didn't Bayern just destroy it last year?
Who?
Yeah, Bayern? They didn't lose a game. They won every single game.
They the semifinal and the final was like they won like 9-2 and 7-0.
Well, they beat Barcelona
ridiculous
8-2.
like that.
But then they got rid of their number 1 player, right, Chris? What's his name? Thiago? He's so good.
I wouldn't say he's number 1 player.
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
He's Liverpool's number 1 player. How Bayern plays and Liverpool plays.
Yeah, Thiago's a fantastic player.
I love it.
Bayern probably has, in my mind, like, if there's like obviously like a favoritism towards like strikers, but if we talk about like literally, if I were to build a team around 1 player, it would be Joshua Kimmich. Like,
yes, 100%.
Best player in the world.
100%.
Best player in the world.
I wouldn't say he's the best player in the world. He's definitely the most underrated player that's not given like this superstar status.
He is the best. To me, like, the thing is, the midfield is the most important area on the pitch in my mind, and he is the best I guess you could say like him or De Bruyne, right? And that's why I think Man City Bayern would make an incredible final. But Joshua Kimmich is undeniably the player I would start a team around.
So, yeah.
I had anyone I could pick off the board.
I 100% agree. And it's crazy. Like, Philip Lahm retires, and you're like, well, there's no way Bayern can upgrade his replacement, right? His replacement can no way be an upgrade. And he started in Philip Lahm's spot, and he's now taken over the spot Pep tried to create for Philip Lahm in the midfield. And he's so
the best
fucking
right
good
back in the world and the best center defensive midfielder in the world.
Yeah. I mean, to say that he's a center defensive midfielder too is almost unfair to his skill set. He's so he's like this tiny. He's a combination of so many players, man. Like, he's a combination of like Claude Makelele and Frank Lampard, and he's just so smart out there. I know I don't sound like an Arsenal fan right now, but like, there's a big reason why I really enjoy Bayern Munich as well.
Absolutely right. He is a fucking an amazing player.
Yeah, I would give up
everywhere.
I would give up any player on Arsenal to have Joshua Kimmich in a heartbeat. You know.
Well, fellas,
I would take him over any player on the Liverpool squad.
Yeah,
like, I could have.
Well, let's go over. Atleti's been asking us for hours now. He's been asking us to talk about the European Super League.
I'm gonna go think about that for a second. Hold on.
Go Google that shit. The European Super League, Chris. There we go. He's been asking us forever. Chris, can you explain to me? Can you break that down for us?
So I mean, there's a couple of iterations of it, but the idea is essentially like something that would replace the Champions League, but maybe even take the best teams from England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, and play them. Imagine a European Premier League, basically, where Juventus has to go play Man City home and away every year, and potentially like there could be like there's been some proposals where there's like a promotion relegation. So if you win the English Premier League, you can move it into the European Super League, and like the worst English team would move back down to England. So,
but not the worst overall team, the worst English team.
Yeah. So imagine the top 20 teams in Europe don't play in their leagues anymore, right? They play, 34 to 42 games against, the best team in Italy, best team in Spain, best team in Germany, home and away. You probably sprinkle in a few teams from the Netherlands, Turkey, Portugal, and then, potentially like, all right, Arsenal's just not in the Premier League anymore. They're in the European Super League. And if they get relegated, they go back to the Premier League and have to like earn their way back into the European Super League. My thought is it would be, I think the Champions League format can be improved upon. I do think potentially like maybe teams that are playing in Europe, maybe they get excused from things like the League Cup or maybe even the FA Cup. I don't know.
The League Cup probably definitely, but the FA Cup is
the FA Cup would be hard, and most other countries only have one cup.
Yeah,
but the thought is there's a lot of money to be made if I don't know who Juventus is playing this weekend, but maybe they're playing Spezia or maybe they're playing Cagliari. But imagine if like the worst team Juventus played was Porto or Tottenham, and all you're doing is playing the best teams in Europe. I do think something is inevitable. I don't know if it's the current Europe Super League proposal, but there's a desire to see those matchups more frequently. I also think like moving Champions League games to the weekend, and then if you're in the Champions League, you play a midweek game to make up for it.
Makes more sense.
Because
because I was
viewers on it
this week watching Tottenham in the Europa playing on Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, and you got to think
weird.
The American market is going to affect that more and more because before it wasn't an issue, but right now you're talking Barcelona versus Bayern Munich on a Tuesday at 2:00 in the afternoon on fucking CBS. Like,
whoa! What's up with the Lederhosen?
You're muted.
He got muted.
Probably for the best, but that Lederhosen is a little bit too weird.
Your mic's not connected. It says I can't unmute you. There you go.
Hey, John, can you
you are wearing Lederhosen. Oh my goodness.
He's got Lederhosen.
It is. The talk turned continental, so I figured I'd
You know
get
what?
ceremonial drinking garb of my peoples.
Hey, John,
Is that
deserves
okay?
a full screen. That deserves a
That deserves a yellow card.
No, he loses 2 yellow cards for that, I think.
Oh, he's down. He's
But the
only
nipple is what gives you the yellow card.
Oh yeah,
This is the OnlyFans content we've been talking about.
too.
Perfect.
That's good.
Hey,
Wow.
All right.
That's what happens.
Everyone who is not wearing Lederhosen has to chug.
No.
Oh, I'm gonna drink my entire beer here.
Can I pretend I'm not wearing Lederhosen and chug
Yeah.
along with you?
Hey Saul, he says, guys, I'm 8 beers in, and now I've got to do a couple of hours chainsaw work.
Oh shit.
Wish me luck. Keep up the excellent chat, and see y'all hopefully next week.
Oh,
Yeah.
good Lord, Saul.
Saul,
Good
your
luck to you,
arm
man.
Good luck with the.
Man.
No doubt.
Yeah, Saul, we'll be on Monday actually after time just
Wow.
exit. We'll be on
The
Monday.
malfunctioning at all.
Fantech has Lederhosen.
I mean,
Here's
did you
my
expect anything?
recommendation.
That's amazing.
My recommendation for more like continental games is get rid of international friendlies.
Yes.
Then what do you
And then just use. I mean, like I know you need to like practice with your international team, but like there's nothing I could care less about than an international friendly weekend.
Or the Europe. What is the
Oh,
League
dude.
of Nations?
UEFA Nations League.
Oh, we love those, man. We love those. I get to like go to the park with my wife and my daughter.
Matt, Cantech, you making that motion just makes us look like we're on Grinder or something.
I'm glad I woke you up.
That's okay.
This
I'm
is what it took to get you back in the
Oh,
focus, baby.
I would love to be awake, but I have a match to wake up for.
What?
7:30 in the morning.
Yeah, me
That's
too.
9 hours from now.
I gotta tell you, it's
you're
been a
talking to
long
three-
fucking day.
You're talking to
And I'm gonna ask, please, thank you for the red card, Mr. Director. Can I get my tab? Can I get
Mark.
my tab? Can I walk away here?
You only have to pretend to watch Arsenal Burnley.
Oh,
Like,
I do want to watch that match. I really, really do.
I mean, listen, like I said, if it's not 3-0 Arsenal, I don't know. It's like whatever. It's not gonna be a great match to watch. Then it'll just be Lolo fucking moaning about another drop points match.
Absolutely. Well, it was great. Kind of
Mark,
free.
you've got a
hosting
$5
the
tab.
show. I love taking Lolo's place, but I can never take Lolo's place because he's always watching.
Much
He was
better.
watching the entire show the entire time.
Yo,
where's the only football fans crew?
hold on. They're all tapped out this week, I think. But listen, fellas, Mark has a $5 tab. So if anybody in the comments section, if collectively we can raise $5, Mark is not allowed to leave.
Also, it'll go towards the OnlyFans page that we set up. For,
Yes, it'll go to the 1,000 likes. So if we give Mark, you've got till 10:30. That's 12 minutes from now. If we raise $5 in super chats in the next 12 minutes, you can't leave until 11.
Dude, I haven't seen Mark this drunk in fucking years.
Oh, you have seen me drunk so many times. Ask
In
my
years,
former
though.
bartender.
In years. I'm saying it's been a couple of years.
It has not. It has not. The last time
Since
Wade
I've
was
seen him.
open, he was worse than this.
I wasn't there,
This is
though.
true. This is true. When Wolves beat Leeds, I was pretty fucked up.
Was
Gonna
that-
admit. So that's what it's gonna take. You want to keep me around? $5.
I love how
I don't know if it's gonna happen.
$5.
The later hosen, like
You know,
like it's not a thing anymore.
My tab is $5. Keep me
It is,
around.
you know, once it's
Otherwise, I'm gonna eat some food and get the fuck out of here.
Chris,
I don't
that's
have-
what's amazing
I don't
about humans is their just adaptability to
Yeah.
things
Just
that
like-
get thrown at them.
seeing it.
Yeah.
Like it looks
Like-
like, it's a
Perfect.
white
Like,
shirt.
what's some good cleave?
It's the whitest shirt you've ever seen on a
It is.
person.
It is.
I'm just
whole
expecting
lot
you,
of
Matt, to
mail.
say. I'm expecting Matt to say You know, we are having a little party tonight.
Who wants a
Atleti,
mustache ride?
It's more Berlin.
Atleti,
You know,
if you
we have lots
this
of
up in
beer in the back
can-
room.
So, guys, if you guys open up the chat in YouTube, you'll see the super chats there on the side. You can put $1, 99 cents, 50 cents, whatever you want. Let's get to $5 and force this bastard to stay on until 11 o'clock.
Are you seeing what I'm saying?
What?
Athletic there is saying he's sending 25, which I think means Mark has to stay on until the match.
That's like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Ooh,
Yeah, just stay on till the game.
Somebody send that chat. Somebody send it.
Yeah.
I'll stay on. I'll stay on.
All right. Atleti says you're stuck, Mark.
Where is it? I
Hello,
haven't seen it yet.
Hello, bro. You took a nap or something. You took off for a minute, and now he goes, I'm all 5 base. I'm all 5 base. I'm all 5 base. I don't know if that's the hooligan type voice you were looking for or not. I don't know what that effect is either.
I think it worked.
It worked. Definitely.
I think he agrees with you. Or she.
There you go.
That is.
He or she. Hello, bro.
Hello, bro.
Okay, so Mark, Atleti is keeping you here until 11 at the very least. So,
I haven't seen anything in the chat. He says that he would do it.
Oh, he
but
would
haven't seen anything.
Well, he's watching on Twitter. So Atleti, if you move over to YouTube,
oh, that's not my problem.
There's a button right there that you can.
Mark is trying to get off so hard, and the other Mark hasn't spoken in an hour.
See, but at least
Marks are dropping fast, man.
The other Mark has muted his mic.
The other Mark is contemplatively staring. Oh, he's talking to his wife.
Where's my cat?
Yep. Other Mark's become a Tottenham fan.
Oh,
fuck off.
Yeah, he can't even. He needs subtitles.
Okay, Mark. You can go.
Dude, was that Welsh you were just speaking?
Yeah, no. What were you saying? Okay, Mark.
Only variations of the letter.
All I know is it had a lot of vowels.
Okay, guys. So Mark can go if he can get this one.
Right. If he can open his eyes, maybe.
There
it is.
What is the anagram?
Z.
And don't look at the comments.
Josie Altador.
Shut up. This is for Mark.
I don't think I gave him any fucking.
Oh, God.
Bremner's ghost. I agree. What did Mark have?
Zach Joe.
He had that good.
Mm-hmm.
In Brooklyn, we call it that good.
Jose.
No, it's called
Kolasinac.
1 hour.
With Z, though.
Not gonna happen, Mark. Not gonna happen.
With the Z. God damn it.
You know why it's not gonna happen?
Ghazi.
It's not a real player's name.
Liz.
That is do. That is tough.
They're all tough for me, so don't feel bad.
Wow, now I'm under the gun.
Well, no, you're not under the gun. You actually have 7 minutes because you're stuck until. So, oh no, John put you
on not Lacazette.
Give him a hint. Give him a team.
Kings.
Give him a team. Give him the team.
Bible.
Do we know the team?
To find Gideon's Bible. One of these days, this happy hour is going to turn to a sing song. Just to let you guys know.
Kelly.
Oh, you know what we didn't talk about, Mark? That we were supposed to lead with. I feel like.
What's that?
Was some of the other Roy Keane, Sam Dyche.
Oh my God!
You know.
Oh my God! So.
Alioski.
Nobody fucking knows his first name, though.
None of the fucking Leeds fans got that.
I don't
So-
think.
My Macedonian's a little rough.
Yeah.
So Burnley gets crushed by Tottenham. and Roy Keane, commentator for God knows what fucking channel, is like, "Oh yeah, y'all got your asses kicked."
This is the Irish accent we were talking about earlier.
If I could have joined, I could have been on Tottenham, and I could have won. I could have scored a bunch of goals, whatever. And Sean Dyche comes, he comments on this. He's asked the question, what do y'all think about that? And Sam Dyche is like, "Oh yeah, he's a pretty good player. Perhaps you heard of him."
Sam Dyche was
I think it's like the biggest fucking insult.
Sam Dyche is a better Irish accent.
Yeah,
than his
I was
Roy
like,
Keane.
why is Sean Dyche Irish?
I have no idea.
Sam Dyche was an NFL
I fucking
coach.
love the fucking interview.
100%.
Let me tell you, he's a pretty good player. Perhaps I heard of him. I don't know. Can I go now? I gotta get some sleep.
No.
Let him
Yeah,
go.
5 minutes, bro. Can you do
Very-
5 minutes? Can
At
you
the
just
very
riff?
least, you have 5
Out
more
of
minutes.
beer.
Mark, can you riff for 5 more minutes in Irish?
Okay,
In
guys.
Irish accent, please.
Don't forget, if you guys want Mark to stay, it's going to be $5 more. He's trying to leave, so if we get $5 in worth of super chats, Mark will have to stay for another half hour and continue drinking. So
All right, well, I'll have to go to the fridge, I got myself a little more beer. To drink. I'm trying to get the face clear and do other things. Hey, Nick, you got 5 minutes. Get the fuck out.
There you
Yeah. We're rolling now.
That's not much
Well,
of it.
Jesus just fell asleep. Yes.
Hey,
I'm not the only one to fall
I'm
asleep
burned
on
out,
camera
yeah.
anymore.
I don't even butter the pack. I'm gonna butter another in.
At this point, I think we're going to get $5 to let Mark go home.
Oh no, this is
To
the
let-
content
Because it's
I'm here for.
it's a 2-for-1 special. You get 2 marks for the price of 1.
Yeah, you
They're
have
both about to
which
bounce.
fucking
I'm
one.
tired of hearing that boy talk. I'm not the only one that can do this.
Hey, I was fucking teaching all day.
You were drinking all day,
Get out of here.
Teaching.
teaching.
Hey,
That's
What
my
are you
job.
teaching?
drink all day. Ever
Teaching
since
people how to drink.
Teaching people how
we need
to.
a little John Lola here to even it all out.
Mark, you can't leave me with 3 Arsenal fans.
Yeah, for real.
That's your punishment for Liverpool's
One season wonder.
utter not.
One season wonder. We won the Champions League the year before.
Yeah, but that's like nothing for you
2
guys.
seasons at least.
fucking-
One season.
Y'all giving up. Y'all giving up.
All right, Mark, leave.
Okay, Mark, hold on. Because you're talking about Liverpool. I'll give you one more chance to leave. It's with this anagram. It's reimagining owl judo.
What the
Reimagining owl hoo-hoo, judo.
no?
That black cat that keeps walking across Mark's screen is not a good omen for Arsenal tomorrow at all.
Well, you gotta count how many times it goes over.
Reimagining judo.
Owl judo.
Owl judo.
Christian.
Or pigeon judo.
I have no fucking idea. Oh, the guy whose name I can't pronounce.
Helpful.
No way. He got it. He actually got it.
Oh,
I
it's
know
like
what he
Will
means.
Jordan. Yeah,
Ronaldo.
Tortino.
Ronaldo.
I
Very
knew
disappointing,
something like
Chris.
that.
I'm gonna give Mark credit
Who
for
I
that.
meant.
I knew who he was talking about.
Who will
You
not
guys spend entirely too much time together then.
We do. Because there's lots of players that he doesn't know how to talk about, but when he starts going woo woo woo woo woo woo woo woo woo, what's his name? Woo woo woo woo.
Oh no.
Oh, you mean
banana?
Virginia Wijnaldum? Yes.
Yes.
All right,
That's
Mark, you're allowed to
exactly
leave.
what it was.
All right,
So-
we didn't get $5, so your tab.
No,
is
my-
welcome paid.
Yeah, let it ride. Let it ride.
Let it ride.
The guy
All
in
right.
the leader house that's going to pay for it.
Well, thank you.
Oh,
Thank
another
you.
buyback, Mark?
Rocking.
Want another buyback?
Yes. Well, I
You
think
didn't get enough over the last 15 years?
ever. But thank you. It's been great. For those of you that have been with us from the beginning, thank you for allowing me to host the show for a very short time. Hit the smash button, the like button, do all the things.
You were doing so well.
Please join us tomorrow morning when we talk about Arsenal and then
Maybe.
later when we talk about Wolves and Aston Villa.
If anyone wanted to know what Mark would look like accepting a Golden Globe, I think we just fucking got it.
Oh my God!
Wait, hold on,
Yes, Mr. Tom.
guys. Can we have a quick production meeting because we need to discuss the fact that we're going to be doing a post match of Wolves Aston Villa tomorrow.
Wait,
Wait,
where are you later?
Do they actually play tomorrow?
Yes, they do. 12:30.
Oh no!
So we're doing
I
Arsenal.
didn't know we were doing that.
I'm taking a shit at that time.
yeah. I don't want to talk about that at all.
Yeah, with no Graylish, it's no fun.
Yeah, we'll see. That's gonna be the most boring match.
Is he out? How long is
it?
he out for?
Too long.
At least 3 more weeks.
Mr. Tom says, why did Kantak decide to cosplay as the gay butcher of Brooklyn? Now that there's not that there's anything wrong with that.
I just thought we really needed to shake it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
You're trying for the Daniel Day-Lewis role. You need to work on your stash. Hi, Big Jim Duggan.
Big Jim Dugan. He's Hacksaw Dugan.
Mark, you've been released. You've been relieved of duty, sir.
I'm out.
All right.
I thought Mark being bottomless
Good
was.
night, everybody.
Good night, Mark. All right, fellas, how's everybody doing? You guys having a good time, or are you tabbing out? What's going on?
I'm good. I'm running out of booze, which is a problem, but you know.
Yeah, me too. But it's okay. Next time we'll prepare better for that. So I want to move on. I'm trying to find where the fuck these things are. Okay. So moving on to the next match. Sorry, Mark, I got you in the face there. No, that doesn't help. West Ham Leeds United. What are you guys' prediction of West Ham Leeds United? It's on Monday. West Ham has been pretty fantastic these days, even though they just lost to City. But
that was close.
By one, right?
I mean, they scored a goal. Most teams aren't even getting a shot on target.
I think 2-1.
That was actually a good game.
It was a very good game, and City, when they scored the go ahead, were like they had won the league. They were very excited. So it was a good match. So I would say coming into this, West Ham is the favorite team.
I think 100%.
Clearly,
I think this shines off the turd with Leeds a little bit. No offense to our 100% of our viewership, but like they came in hot, and I think they're cool. They've cooled off, and I don't expect much from them for the rest of the way. I think they'll stay up, obviously, but I think West Ham for sure.
I think it's going to be 2-2.
Score and draw.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're putting a bet on Leeds to draw. They've only drawn twice the entire season.
Yeah, but I'm
just saying.
Mark's going to hit the vein.
I'm also thinking that West
usually
Ham
4 goals on either side.
I would say Rafinha against Cresswell favors Leeds quite a bit. I don't think Cresswell's that great of a left back. So I think 2-2. I think you're right. I think it's going to be high scoring, but I think the teams are going to be even.
Now, I think Leeds have a better attack, but West Ham have a better defense.
There's West Ham's clearly just a better team at the moment as well.
Their midfield is now here.
They are. I just think there's matchups that favor Leeds.
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I haven't followed either team very closely, but
West Ham's midfield is that good with Rice and Souček, who are both tall, gangly, and slow.
Souček, Rice, yeah, and then
seems to work for him.
Yeah, it does, and that's the weird thing. It's not like they're really mobile.
Yeah.
But they're always in the right areas at the right time. It's like their positional sense is fucking great.
Yeah, they're a very solid team. They play well together, and they all enjoy playing with each other. They're one of the teams that you watch them play, and it's like they're having fun.
Actually, it does actually.
Well, wouldn't you be?
When Moyes was
they're
Everton, and they started playing some good football.
Yeah. So Khan is saying, just know. The past couple of matches, Leeds United has played with Tyler Roberts in the central attacking role, kind of in like that number 9 role. And he's just not up to scruff with it. He was given a ton of space against Aston Villa because they had no fear of him, and he proved them right.
Mr. Tony, right though, Leeds are really missing Calvin Phillips.
They are, but going back to that role right there, Rodrigo may be back. He played today or yesterday for the under-23s. He was injured. So he played for the under-23s this week. Scored 2 goals, which he's not even necessarily the goal scorer on the team. He's more of the setup man, but.
Rodrigo isn't that striker.
He was a goal
scorer. He scores goals. I'm just saying he's not the one that is needed to score goals.
No, Lolo.
They need the link up from midfield.
Calvin Phillips, they're missing. Yeah. Yes, that's a given. He's the Tom Brady.
They were.
Yeah. All right. So then, do you think? So does he? Of all the players that'll leave Leeds, or could leave Leeds, would he be one?
Calvin Phillips, not a chance.
Why?
With Calvin Phillips, it's a heart thing.
Whatever. Though, like
I think so. And his grandma just passed away. The grandma who
not this summer, but like if he keeps up the form,
I don't think
keeps up the form, they'll be able to afford him.
I don't think him or Rafinha
looking to poach.
Like Calvin Phillips will just be in too high of demand. Like someone's going to need a number 6, and
I don't know.
I
think they'll be able to afford him though. Like he won't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, but the transfer is like the players get a cut of the transfer fee. So by staying, they lose money, right? So if this dude is like he's been coming up with Leeds and he's like, well, this was fun. Like I could go get high, like the same wages plus like a signing bonus, essentially.
No, but see, I don't think just
okay, Mr. Tom, I get you talking about like this is the Kane argument we had about an hour ago.
Yeah. No, but this is more of a heart situation than Kane.
Or why? It's the same reason Grealish hasn't left Aston Villa at this point, right? Like
he will,
right? But why wouldn't we think Calvin?
But at some point, Calvin Phillips is going to want to play for a team that's competing in the Champions League. It's just
everyone's
they're on a trajectory to be doing that.
No, they're not.
I don't think they are on his.
They're not at all.
Maybe they are, but not on his calendar, right? Like
right, yeah,
maybe. No,
but also,
I just Leeds United creating a system from their like 12-year-olds that are all 100% bought into the manager. Who has created
there forever?
No, but he's created this methodology and this system that everyone is 100% into, and they're. I feel like they're setting up for a dynasty.
Right?
I think it's more of the fact that Bielsa is a very, very respected manager.
Yeah,
and Mr. Tom taking a dig at Chris.
Because look at Grealish before when Villa got relegated.
Yeah, Mr. Tom, get him.
All right.
So okay. So is Calvin Phillips is English?
Goes down in 2 years. Phillips will leave then.
But
he's English, right?
Hold on. If Leeds United finished 9, 10, 11, somewhere in here this year, next season they finish 5th or 6th, they get
That's a
into
huge
European
jump,
football.
dude. That's a huge jump. Like they have to add players.
Wolves did it.
Wolves
where are they? This
squad.
Yeah.
They were 7th last. They've been in Europe after their first year up. The
Okay,
next
where are they
year
going to be
they're
next
in
year?
Europe. The next year they were in Europe. This year they still have a shot at Europe.
No, not really.
If you're saying Arsenal has a shot, they're above us, bro.
Raz, are they?
They're a point above us right now.
I'm just saying, if you don't think I
believe so,
like a Chelsea is going to go after, like.
All I'm saying is, yes, they're going to go after him. Clearly, I just think there's something going on at Leeds United that's a personal thing. It's more of they're doing this together. Where yes, eventually the team's going to be broken up one by one, but he's sort of a central talisman where he can be he can become a legend there.
Does he want to play for the national team?
He will.
He already has.
He will. I mean, like at the Euros, not in the fucking bullshit friendlies and all that. Like, I mean, if he wants a shot at the World Cup team, he's going to have to play for a Champions League squad. And there's so much congestion between 10 and 6.
So Aubameyang
for Leeds to go,
Sorry, he plays for a much different national team. Sorry.
There's a possibility he stays.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
But, I mean, it's not impossible. But I think it's more probable that he ends up maybe not next season, but
in a couple.
Yeah. I'm just saying I've spent a lot of time with these Leeds United fans who have taught me a lot about their club and everything. And seeing weird things about, like seeing little off videos about Calvin Phillips in the city and like interacting with the people and the way he's treated, and then the whole situation with his nan, his grandma, who basically he was gonna be taken away from Leeds, and she convinced him to stay at Leeds, and he did, and she just passed away. So now, like everybody, there's T-shirts and everything for.
So she's not around to keep him there anymore, is what you're telling me.
I know, but they did a movie, they did a fucking documentary, and now everybody knows Nan. And he said
I don't know, man. Like if he has higher aspirations, he's got to leave Leeds.
They're gonna have to sell. They'll sell a few of their stars and reinvest it in the team, and that's probably their best path to long-term success.
To me, they seem like a Leicester. Like they can stay up and they can definitely compete for European spots, but they are going to lose guys.
Yeah,
eventually, right?
I mean, they won the league and they lost Conte the next year. They lost
and right,
like Southampton, who they sold, Mane, Van Dijk, Lallana, like the players they sold.
Lallana's
Liverpool alone.
I was Lallana in that conversation. I think what you meant to say was Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain and Theo Walcott, but
Lallana was good at Southampton.
But he's fucking awful for Liverpool.
He was interesting.
Just didn't live up to expectations. I guess
they had a reputation now a selling club where they had developed these players and sold them for much more than they bought them for, and stay in the Premier League.
I mean,
so like Arsenal.
The truth is, Liverpool is and they may still be a selling club. Like, if Liverpool can't hold on to Philip Coutinho or Luis Suarez, like.
They got way more money than they should have.
I understand
That's a good bit of business, man.
Basically, at the end of the day, there's only about 5 teams that don't sell their players in the world. There's Bayern, there's Madrid, Barca, Juventus.
And Madrid sold Ozil.
I think
I'm just saying it happens.
clash with Mourinho, but
Yeah,
like
and
Chelsea Di Maria as well. Like
and
all-
Chelsea released players who they should have kept.
Yeah. I listen, Mr. Tom is saying Leeds are a bigger club than Leicester, 100%.
Yeah, they are.
But I'm just sort of getting the same vibe. Like I think Leicester, like they had to sell a couple guys, and they're still very relevant. I mean, sitting
And
third
they
right
are
now.
really good. Recruiters.
And they smart with Madison. If Leeds can sort of emulate that Premier League plan, they'll be okay. But I see that. I just think that they're gonna lose guys.
I mean,
Unless they stay in the middle of the table, then they won't lose guys, but they'll just sort of be in the middle of the table.
They did with Chilwell over the summer. The amount of money they got for him, and they put James Justin, and he's
amazing,
really fucking well.
and the Castagna buy from Atalanta.
Castagna's fantastic.
Yeah.
And they also have Ricardo Pereira. Like that right back position.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, are we still talking about Leeds players?
Leicester.
Oh, Leicester.
You got Justin, Castagna, Pereira. That's like
the Magic 8 Ball
they're
said
really well run.
Would win the league.
Yeah. Again, I think it's sort of a compliment. Like the comments section seemed like they got offended when I compared Leeds to Leicester, but I felt like it was a compliment. It like they're gonna lose some of the guys that they love.
They are.
It's gonna happen.
I just don't think Calvin Phillips is one of them. I feel like Calvin Phillips will be a lifelong Leeds.
I'm gonna disagree with you on that.
We're both not Leeds fans, so
I think he stays a year.
There's always a price on any player.
I think.
Yeah, I agree.
There is. I just don't know. Mr. Tom, am I wrong? Like some Leeds fans is Michael C. Welcome, Michael C. You haven't been here for all day. Anyway, I'm just saying. Yes, I think Rafinha will leave. Rodrigo will leave eventually. Yeah.
I mean, Rodrigo's
like Calvin Phillips can. Calvin Phillips. It's more than football to him. I don't know.
Well, fuck.
It's just the feeling I get. It's all feeling.
Okay.
I'm not facts.
So what about Henry?
Different.
Mr. Arsenal.
But he wasn't always Mr. Arsenal.
He was at Monaco. He was at
Monaco. He was in France.
Yeah, and he was shit. And then he came.
Oh, he was good at Monaco. He was shit at.
He was okay at Monaco.
He was 11 years old in Monaco.
Chris,
he didn't bring
fascination with the French league.
He didn't bring Arsenal out of the darkness.
Really?
Well, not the darkness of League Two, like fucking Championship. So I mean, yes, Henri ignited and
yeah, but that's not. That would be like I think the more apt comparison would be like Tony Adams leaving Arsenal for Barcelona, and not that he was ever going to, but I get it. Like I could see Calvin staying, but if he's looking at like 10% of 90 million for a transfer,
this is a good one. Pulisic on Leeds. He does see he's a hustler. He runs his ass off, and
fine. But like, why would he step? Like, only if he's not getting playing time at Chelsea, which he get. Well,
he's not.
He's coming off an injury.
But look at Barkley at Villa.
Yeah, but Barkley's a little bit older. Like, I don't think Pulisic makes that move just yet.
Not until he's 30.
I mean, you've got Lingard.
Pulisic played a lot under Tuchel in Germany. Like, I think it's more about his health than anything else.
Really?
And also, he played a lot in Dortmund under Tuchel. And the truth is, I mean, we keep saying this. Chelsea has a lot of people in similar positions that makes it, it's almost like you want to play with like 4 defenders and like 7 quasi-attacking players, but no striker.
everyone was also expecting Pulisic to slot straight in when Hazard left, and he didn't.
No,
Yeah,
he just kept getting hurt.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I mean,
when he plays, it's like he's always seems like he's creating something.
He's a very like plus player, right? When he's out there, like he's in the game. There's very few times where I feel like he's gone missing.
I mean,
in the game.
Matt, you or Kentuck, you watch Germany more than I do, but like Werner and Havertz were pretty fucking good.
They were fantastic.
Like
Werner was one of my favorite guys to watch,
and they were good in like European play as well. Like,
but Leipzig also.
I think that will pan out. I just think it's so crowded up there that it's under Frank. Frankly, there was no identity in how they played in my mind. Like
he didn't even know his best.
It's kind of why I'm like a little bit freaking out on these rumors of Gerrard going to coach Liverpool. I know he's doing really well at Rangers, but like I just don't want it yet. Maybe
another year or two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's where it comes down to. We were talking about this on the Friday show, which if you guys haven't seen, I thought it was actually a very good show, our Premier League weekend watch list.
Actually, as opposed to...
Nah, it was...
Sometimes it's shit. What can I say? This week was good. We had Najee talking about the Chelsea-Everton match. We had Anisha talking about the Manchester Derby, and then we had James there talking about West Ham Leeds United. But Anisha asked me a question of... because I said, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has not created the difference between him and like Bielsa and Pep and people like that is that they create a system that can infiltrate all the way down to the 5-year-olds that they're looking at. But the 12-year-olds, so that you can set up a situation where you may have 5 to 10 years of good form, where you'll win the league. Maybe you won't win it the next one, but you'll win a few in that 10 years. You'll go to the Champions League. You'll play in the Champions League. Things like that. That's where I think Leeds is on a trajectory to be better than Leicester, because they have more of an identity than Leicester did. Leicester was we're going to do it, guys, and they did it.
But let's not give Leeds like the same credit as La Masia all of a sudden. Like if Bielsa leaves, where does that identity go? They're not bringing in.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Pep,
okay, so like all of that for Leeds is they're in the infancy stage of that.
So
that's what I predict.
I would say two things. One thing is Brendan Rodgers has an ideology of how to play. I remember I'm at Liverpool. Like it's not, they're a different team than they were under Ranieri. But secondarily, like you don't have to be a Pep style coach to be successful. Like look at Ancelotti is not tied to any one playing style.
No, he's one of the biggest tinkerers in European football.
Yeah, he's a tinkerer, but he's an incredible man manager, which Guardiola isn't, right? Like, no, like, I'm going to sound like a total Liverpool hack right now, but I think why Klopp has been successful is he's kind of like he's
a great man manager,
like an ideology and being a man manager.
He's kind
of like a midpoint between a Pep and an Ancelotti.
Yeah, well, there's a million ways to skin a cat, right? What is the term?
So talking about
Solskjaer, I think is more of a.
Well, it's like stop talking shit about Leeds. Stop talking shit about Leeds.
So
no, please do. It gets them mad. Yeah.
Back to Brendan Rodgers. I actually think he's a fantastic domestic manager, and he is found out when in Europe. His European record is pretty shit.
Because he was the coach of England, right?
No, Liverpool. He's talking about like Liverpool in the Champions League under Rodgers.
Celtic or whatever. His domestic record is actually very good. His
Liverpool
record is actually pretty shit.
Yeah.
Mr. Tom is asking what La Masia has produced since 2006, other than
He
2
had that
European
one
championships
song.
and a World Cup.
One song, what was it? Despacito.
He's not totally wrong. I mean, like the best player they've produced since that class is like Sergio Roberto.
Yeah.
Right? Like, but I also think they abandoned a little bit of their philosophy when they changed their president. They started trying to become more of a buyer as opposed to
yeah. Well, good thing they changed the president.
But the one guy at Barcelona, he's been injured for about the second half of the year, but Ansu Fati is fucking unbelievable.
Very, very good.
Yeah, it's so much to the point where they talk about him in the same breaths as they do like the young English players like Saka and Mount.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even play. And they're still like, this dude is fucking unbelievable.
Very
healthy this year, the first 10, 15 games this year, he was the best player on the Barcelona. I mean,
yeah. What, 17?
As Messi is the best player. But
no,
like,
he was the best player on this.
In terms of form, he was the best player. And he's 17.
I mean, it wasn't even close. If
they bring Laporta back as the president and keep Messi at the team, you'll see La Masia blossom again. But they kind of forgot their way. I agree with what Mr. Tom says.
Yeah, fair. That's a good point.
Yeah, but the class that they did produce, the fact that they got PK, Busquets, Messi,
they won a World Cup.
Fabregas.
Yeah, even the players that they did
World Cup back to back
didn't blossom under them, like unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Again, still having not really produced much since 2006. It's a better training academy than what Leeds have.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's not crazy to say that.
No.
I mean, Leeds has got some good young talent, but probably their most promising person is someone they bought, right?
Right.
Crescencio Somerville from the Netherlands.
I actually tell you who I really like is Joachim Anderson, the defender from Fulham. Watching him yesterday.
Fulham usually has a very good academy. I mean, they
bought him. They bought him in January.
Yeah.
That is, I really, really like him, and he has a fucking amazing crossfield ball.
Who are you talking about?
You're right back.
No, centre back.
Listen, if you're talking Fulham and you're not talking Clint Dempsey, I'm not talking to you.
Speaking
I
of
will
that,
never talk about Clint Dempsey.
what I wanted to ask when we were talking about Pulisic was, is he the best American
that I don't
know
right now?
Seeing how McKinney has played for Juventus.
McKinney has been fantastic.
Really well at Juventus.
Okay, hold on. Quick side note: is this the best photo ever?
Yes, it is.
This was sent to me on Twitter.
I feel like that person should take all 3 of those electronics and put it in the blender that's behind it and just get rid of that.
That was Atleti. Atleti said
that. Can he send that to me or to you via me or to me via you?
On Twitter, I'll send
he did? Okay, please. I'd love to have that.
I'm recording this entire thing, dude.
I would say McKinney and Pulisic are pretty neck and neck.
I also like Reina from Dortmund.
Yeah. The best North American in the world is Alphonso Davies. I'm by
100%.
Oh my God.
Landslide.
Yeah.
He's gotten so good. Him and Serge Gnabry have just. They were all like
so angry about that.
Both okay, and then they went to Bayern and just.
No, fuck that.
Alphonso Davies was like 17 when he went to Bayern. Like
I know, but he was playing internationally, so we knew of him.
Serge Gnabry couldn't get a game.
Left back in the world, but
West Brom.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark's bemoaning the Gnabry sell to West Brom. Gnabry's been hurt though this year. He's been injured. He's been out of it a bit.
But when you put him on loan and he
it hurts.
West Brom and then he goes to Bayern immediately and smashes it.
But I mean,
no, he didn't. No. He didn't go there and smash it right away.
very well.
Gnabry?
Werder Bremen and did well there.
Very
Well,
well.
he was actually given a chance at Bayern
Yeah.
and not
Yeah.
Arsenal, right? Like but also
He gets given a chance.
it's a totally different world at Bayern. Like I love Arsenal in the club, but Bayern standing in Germany is like they get whatever they want,
Of course they do.
and you're always put in the best position to succeed.
Because they have a really good setup.
So
Yeah, that's 100%. Like every player he's playing with is an international.
Top notch.
Chris, what were you saying?
no, I was like, because Byron is like this perfect balance of, for like someone like Gnabry, between he's not guaranteed the start because you have Coman and Sane.
Mm-hmm.
And
All three of those guys push each other for playing time, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So each of them are going to end up starting about 2/3 of the games, so that they all feel like a starter, but they're not guaranteed to be a starter. It's just
good.
Yeah.
But
It's perfect. It's a perfect thing. Yeah, it's what he have
to perform
right now.
Yeah,
you know that you're not like this guaranteed starter. I mean, I remember Coman when he was playing before he went to the German league. His finishing was dog shit. He was like this rapid player with very little else.
yeah.
Goes to Bayern and develops into this really good player because they have a fucking good coaching setup.
Well, you know, when you go to a team like Bayern or City, like, and you're on the domestic cup squad, you're still playing with other international players, right? So you get to play along this talent and sort of stay in form. Or if you have an off game, it doesn't really show up because your team probably wins anyway.
So as a Bayern fan, because they've been like hounding or like wanting Hudson-Odoi for a while, like are Chelsea completely? I'm convinced if Bayern wants you and you're not, he's been playing more for Chelsea, but you're not playing a lot. Like clearly, Bayern knows more than Chelsea does. Like
Maybe.
Look at Musiala.
Well, Musiala is great. I don't know, but I also like Bayern outside of Leroy Sané, Gesundheit. I don't know how many reclamation projects they're taking on.
Yeah.
You know,
I thought
I love Sane. I mean, I know
how's he doing? He's doing well, right?
He's not playing a huge amount.
he's doing okay, but he's playing in the same way that like Gnabry was playing, and that like he's not starting every game, but he's coming on as a sub or he's starting.
Well,
And there's been a lot of like in the beginning, there was a lot of Hansi Flick needing to feel like he needed to motivate him. But from what I've seen, that's been less of the case lately. He's not scoring a lot of goals. It's but his work rate's there, and it's better than it was at City. He's over the injury, but
yeah.
I like that Byron play him on the right though. Like
Robin's old role
on the left at City, which was great because he was a good crosser of the ball. But he's got a very deadly shot.
Yeah, he's much better playing.
Yeah, he seems like the perfect replacement for Iron Robin.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. No, there's something about them. There's something about Bayern Munich, and that's what I'm talking about a system, about having a coach like Mourinho who can come in and make your shit squad good for 2 years, and then he fucks off.
It's also the mentality.
Like a system, an entire system.
Well, they're top down 100%.
Philosophy.
Yeah.
They're
that's where I'm getting at. That's where I think Manchester City is setting themselves up to be like that.
I don't know much about the board of Man City.
No, it's more the coaches and stuff.
But Man City, Bayern's a Bayern team.
Barcelona director of football when they had Xavi, Iniesta.
Yeah.
Didn't that dude just get arrested?
Yeah, he was at Man City.
Bartomeu? Yeah.
Chris,
I gotta run.
You taking a nap?
Chris, can you get me one?
I'm getting a beer.
Yeah. Tom, make it two.
Two
times. If I drink two,
no, bring us two.
It'll be painful when I have to wake up with my daughter at like 3:00 in the morning. So just
Oh,
one.
you'll be good, bro.
This is
Just
the
keep
only
drinking.
I'm ever thankful.
Just keep drinking. Just keep drinking.
Okay, guys. Can I give you an easy anagram? Easy.
There are no easy anagrams as far as I'm concerned.
You got this, okay?
Unless it's
you love him.
3 L's.
He's like your best friend.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic.
I can't either. I haven't decided if I should be or not.
Deli Alley?
Yeah.
What was the thing he was doing like this?
It's called being a cunt.
Oh, but this is a great one.
What was that, wasn't it?
Can we do one more just because the wording is really good? Like you would never think that somebody's name would become the Irk. Hold on, I need an echo.
Dirk Nowitzki.
The Irk abstinence.
I need a clue, dude.
Was gonna be great. Oh, that doesn't help you.
Jeremy Aladieri.
There's what
Was gonna be great. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you want me to say?
Oh,
Go Crystal Palace.
Christian Benteke.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Irk abstinence.
Oh.
That's
Yep.
great.
Never would have gotten it.
Yeah, you're not very good at these. Did you know that?
I did.
In life? Like, did you know that?
But you
I
look
did.
fantastic in the Lederhosen.
You really do.
You know, we've all got our talents.
Yeah.
Anagrams is not mine.
Yours is German male stripper.
Yeah. Yep. That's no good. Abstinence only leads to frustration and premature explosions. Not only, I'm sure it leads to other things as well. Anyway, okay, fellas. So the last match that I wanted to talk about tonight was this shitty. This thing.
The blue teams, the lesser blue teams of their larger cities.
That's going to be a draw.
Chelsea now thinks that they're hot shit because they haven't lost in like 10 matches. And they beat Liverpool, who's terrible.
True.
That game has draw written all over it.
That was awesome. Just cue the Liverpool fan to pop up. Yeah, draw. I say 1-1, maybe 0-0.
Why though? I mean, I don't really know enough about Everton this season, to say that like the Chelsea right now they're scary good. You know, like they're in form. Tuchel's winning despite the fact that Werner's not firing on all cylinders. I mean, I think does a lot for the Chelsea team without scoring, but that's not why they have him. Like he can't just be another Dirk Tout. You know what I'm saying, Chris?
It's actually kind of reminiscent.
Awesome.
Striker.
Yeah, sure.
Fucking banging them.
Led one league and scored and came over to be like a defensive striker. I think, I don't know, not knowing much about Everton and the form that Chelsea are in, I don't see why it would be a problem for Chelsea. Like they're deep enough to have played 2 matches and it's Lederhosen, bro. Come on. We said it like 17 times.
John asked that question. That's a for sure Seinfeld reference.
Yeah, well, I'm aware. I just think Chelsea's deep enough to play and win 2 matches in 4 or 5 days.
I don't know. I actually think Everton's defense is actually really well set up, and I think they're going to nullify a lot of Chelsea's attack.
Like what did I read? Like Decore got like what was the thing with him like getting pulled over speeding in a Lamborghini? Maybe he's not playing for Everton.
I didn't hear about that.
Me neither, but that doesn't surprise me. Doesn't that happen every night in every city in England?
Yeah.
Where the soccer player gets pulled over in a Lamborghini?
I think Chelsea wins this one. Probably it's 2-0, 2-1.
And now that they're in the top 4, I don't see them dropping points to a team like Everton at the moment.
Everton are 3 points away from what, top 5?
Yeah, I'm not saying Everton's bad. and again, like admittedly, I haven't really watched them, but the form Chelsea are in, and now they're in a position where they control their destiny. I think they really put their foot on the gas there, just to reference the Lamborghini.
Yeah, possibly. I see where you're coming from with that. I do. But Everton's a weird fucking team this year. Everton's very they have the quality. Like they were off to such a hot start, and people were actually talking about, could they win the league?
They've also scored the most goals from set pieces of any team this season.
Really?
Yes. I think they've scored 12 goals from set pieces this season.
It's just like James Rodriguez is in and out, not of the starting lineup. If he's there, he starts. He's just out completely. And I'm just like, he's always got a knock or this or that or this or that. There's no consistency with him.
All right. So just, do you notice a pattern? Like, is there a pattern? Is he out against bigger clubs? Does he tend to perform better against, the bottom half?
It's completely random.
The reason I know is because I play fantasy football and I play weekly fantasy, where it's like, do I start him or Gylfi Sigurdsson?
I would start Calvin Lewis.
No, because the fantasy that I play is yes, if you get a goal, it's like 20 points, because a shot on target is 5 points and a goal is 15 points. So, but if you have someone who creates chances, that's like 3.5 points. So if somebody creates 10 chances
recently,
they don't have to score a goal. So that's where your midfielders like James, who may get some steals, some assists, some blocks, some created chances. So it's either him or Gylfi Sigurdsson.
Sigurdsson's been playing well since he's come back into the team.
Yeah. So I don't know if he's keeping James out because they don't really play together.
I think there's a little bit of a rift between Ancelotti and James, because James was already talking about leaving Everton.
He's a bit of a twat.
Yeah.
That's what I'm afraid of with Kylian Mbappe, and I have this argument with Chris all the time about Mbappe. He won a World Cup too young. And James didn't win a World Cup, but he had
We're talking about like vastly different levels. Like Kylian Mbappe at 19 is better than James Rodriguez has been his whole life.
No.
Yes, even at the 2014 World Cup, Mbappe scored 2 goals against Barcelona in the Champions League. The guy is a top.
And they got knocked out.
I understand Kylian Mbappe is a top 5 player in the world.
Well, I'm not saying he's a bad player. He's fantastic, but I think he started when he was at Monaco. He was much more modest than he is now.
He's
you got to pull him away from PSG.
He started playing with Neymar, and he's a cock.
He's not a cock. Come on.
No, Neymar's teaching him to be a cock.
He's kind of becoming since I watched him from Monaco to PSG.
To me, the 3 like best of like the next generation to me are obviously Mbappe, Haaland, and João Felix.
Yeah.
Not Jadon Sancho.
No.
He's had not a great year at Dortmund. I like Sancho, I do, but I would say he's like a next level down.
I think he's overhyped.
Yeah. He's
a good player.
I do think he'll be at United next year.
Actually, I don't know, because COVID is all those transfer places.
I think Martial's out. They raise some money and then they buy Sancho. Sancho's going to be more expensive than Martial is going the other way, but. I mean, you got to think Pogba's not a guarantee to be on that team.
No.
I don't know who PSG maybe buys him. I think his opportunity to go to Madrid or Barca has passed. But
Pogba
or anyone now.
Pogba, I think like PSG is like a more realistic Plays
It's crazy.
for
Is he even? He's like what, 28 now?
Who?
Pogba.
maybe 27, 28. Yeah.
I could see him going back to Juventus. And that's where he was most successful.
Look, they've been talking about that for 2 years.
They would have to get rid of Ronaldo. Like the whole like wage structure there is crazy. Like Ronaldo's making like $31 million a year.
Ramsey, he's on what, 240 grand a week?
I guess that just tells me that they could afford him. Like, why would you give Ramsey all that money?
Because he didn't.
It's like
signing bonus.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
I think they will sell. They're looking to sell Dybala, but I do think this transfer market is there's just not as much money out there.
Can I just say this? Sorry, Chris. I don't mean to cut you off. My name has been misspelled more than there's letters in my last name, and it's on the fucking screen. All right, Chris, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I just there's so many players that are just like being hyped for a transfer, and I just don't. There's just not as much money.
No. Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of big movement.
And the teams that are going to be selling, I think, are going to be hesitant to sell. So I think, the game of musical chairs is going to be a little boring. Like,
yeah,
I think Salah wants out. Pogba probably wants out. Dybala wants out. We talked about Harry Kane earlier. They're not all going to find new places.
Also, like, no one's going for 200 million again.
No, not for a while.
No.
Honestly, I think this summer you're going to see some bigger names go for money that you'd be like 30, 40 million.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if they really want out, yeah.
And it's just going to be representative of the finances of the game this season.
I feel like Real Madrid may go on a spending spree.
Barcelona aren't going to do shit.
Yeah, Barcelona doesn't have. I mean,
they're fucking broke.
They almost had. They're almost going to have to get rid of Messi based on his wage structure.
They have to sell. They don't have money.
The thing about Madrid hasn't spent actually tons of money other in the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, they bought Hazard, but like
83 million.
But they've had a number of transfer windows where they've barely made a move.
True.
Well, after you spend so much on Kaká, Ronaldo, and Bale in like a 3-year span, like
yeah. But
for real.
That's why they're the most likely spot for Mbappe. It would that'd be terrible. But
who is Madrid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he sort of just fits their system also a little bit better. If you call what Madrid have a system outside of just like buying really expensive players and letting them do their thing. But I think that's where Mbappe would fit in. Like, he's just a fucking wrecking ball, and he doesn't need to play in like some sort of like ground tiki-taka style or whatever.
Ooh.
Like, you just put him on the pitch anywhere and he's going to destroy people, a la Gareth Bale 8 years ago.
But the funny thing is, like, he's on a team with Neymar, and I think both of their best they're both kind of like left forwards. So Mbappe is usually like accommodated Neymar, and I think he's probably done accommodating Neymar. So
yeah, I mean, I think for sure. I think he wants to step into his own spotlight, and right now would be the perfect time to move to Madrid to do that.
Honestly, it would be really easy for him to displace Hazard. As that
100%. Hazard's too busy playing FIFA, dude. He doesn't give a fuck.
What happened to Hazard? What's happening?
He just plays FIFA, dude. He's like playing FIFA up until 15 minutes before he's supposed to be on the pitch. He got his money.
I think he's got another run in him, but
would you
maybe not at Madrid?
Would you take Eden Hazard at Arsenal?
No,
not now.
For a year?
Out of your fucking mind. Absolutely you would.
For a year you would.
Not at the expense of another player's development. Not at all.
Right from Chelsea.
Like he plays Bukayo Saka's position. But I want fat Hazard.
If Saka on the right, Hazard on the left.
I'm like okay with. Where's all that sound coming from? I'm okay with Emil Smith Rowe progressing or signing someone else. Like, I wanted Hazard when he chose Chelsea over Arsenal, so he can fuck off.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's other players out there that aren't deciding to just. I don't know. Eden Hazard is to FIFA as Bale is to golf. It seems to me. Like he just would rather do that.
Number one though in the world.
Huh?
Diogo Jota was number one FIFA player in the world for a minute.
I think that's why Hazard's playing so much because he wants that number one spot.
I will say, I know we lost to Chelsea, but I thought we looked better with Jota on the field. I'm happy he's not pro anymore.
Definitely. I could see Mbappe staying at PSG for the rest of his career. He will keep getting increased contracts. Nah, because in the end, the French league is nothing.
It's like the other ones. It's a development. I mean,
I don't know. Look at Thiago Silva.
Dare we say Farmers League?
No, but a lot of talent comes out of the French league. Like the French national team has 2 or 3 squads that are better than England's squad.
Yes, but it's one of the leagues where if you win it and you lose the Champions League, it's kind of a bad season. Like you as opposed to
PSG,
other leagues where you win the league.
You have between like Lille and Lyon and PSG and Clairefontaine, there's so many great academies in France. Like
they create good players.
Yeah, no, they create incredible players.
I've actually really enjoyed the impact that COVID has had because you've actually watched these leagues balance out somewhat. Like Juve dominated in Italy, and now you've got Inter. You're watching the Premier League where it's way more even.
Competitive.
Is it though?
Actually,
way more competitive.
3 out of the last 4 years, the winner of the league is going to fucking annihilate second place.
But second to 12th.
Who gives a shit? Second through 12th is close everywhere. Like
no, it's
between 1 and 2, 19-point gap, 18-point gap. There was 1 year where City and Liverpool were a point apart. This year is going to be a 20-point gap.
Okay, but funny enough, you're talking about the only teams that have huge financial backing.
All I'm saying is, I think it's a myth that the Premier League is more competitive than other leagues. It's just not anymore.
I will disagree.
In the sense that there's a more diverse group of winners of the Premier League in the last 10 years than there has been, say, Germany, say, Italy, say, France, say, Spain. Spain has been what? Madrid and Barcelona.
Well, Atletico might win their second in 7 years.
Okay, second in 7 years. So there's been 3 wins in 10 years, probably longer than that. Germany's been 9 straight, and it's been 2 teams in the last 12, right?
I understand that.
France has been just PSG, basically, as well. And England has been United, Chelsea, City, Leicester.
No.
Liverpool. So that's 5 in the last 10. Right? So
but
like,
I would say
in those terms, it is a much more
variance in the
league.
Champions League teams where there's very little variance in the Champions League teams in England.
Not if you go back 10 years.
But like
10 years, there was less variance, right? It was always United, Arsenal, Liverpool, and Chelsea.
But like
right?
Germany,
and now it's like Leicester, West Ham's in a spot. Like
Schalke was number 2 2 years ago, or 3 years, maybe 3 years ago, and they're going to be relegated. Wolfsburg finished second. They're going to be relegated. Mönchengladbach finished second. They'll probably finish like 5th or 6th. Like I don't know. I'm not saying. I still think probably England's the best, but I think.
But in terms,
I think there's a bias towards England.
Bro, Tottenham was in the fucking Champions League final against Liverpool 2 years ago. Like, what are we talking about?
Europa League that same year, it was Arsenal, Chelsea, right?
Right.
It was
much more competitive league.
Yeah, but there was a year where all four, like the Champions League and the Europa League, was all Spanish teams. Like,
that 1 year, sure.
but the Spain won the Champions League 5 years in a row, and then the Europa League they had Sevilla
but it was between two
Atletico
teams.
winning it.
It was only going to ever be between two teams.
I know, but between Atletico and Sevilla, they've won like 8 of the last 10 European leagues,
and
like,
no domestic titles, right? Like maybe a Copa del Rey. Like I'm just saying, the more like the top
leagues,
top 10 teams in England are just kind of gonna rotate outside Man City and maybe Man United and Chelsea. Like they're just gonna keep going up and down and up and down and up and down until someone as big as the Sheiks buy that team.
I think we're in a position where City is going to potentially win the league every year by 15, 20 points.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like when they win the league this year by 20 points, which they're, what are they, 12 points ahead of United?
Yes, about.
Yeah.
Like
15.
15, I think.
15. So there'll be 3 out of 4 years where City has won the league by at least 15 points.
Okay, and the other years have been a different team almost every year. That's what I mean by competitive. That's parity. It's not Germany 10 years in a row.
Yeah,
or Bayern 10
that.
years in a row, or Barcelona, Madrid for the last 25 years.
I mean,
I'm just saying, if I take the top
Juve
10
for the last
teams
8
in Spain versus the top 10 teams in England, like I would take Sevilla over Tottenham. I would take Villarreal over Everton. Like I think the English league there's to me an inherent bias, like a media bias towards how good England is.
Yeah, because we don't fucking speak German and we don't speak Spanish.
Yeah.
We speak Italian. Like you go to their newspapers and they're going to say that.
What do you? Well,
Italy's,
what is
there's
the,
also no money in any of the other leagues besides England right now.
But what it,
and Bayern Munich and PSG. That's it. So there's more money in the top 5 teams of England than there is in the top 12 of Germany, if you don't count Bayern.
I get
right.
that.
There's more money, so there's going to be better players. I think it's the most competitive.
Is there like over the last 10 years, the best player in the world has never played in England?
Yeah.
Ronaldo?
Well, that was 12 years ago now.
Right.
He left for Real Madrid.
Yeah. But that doesn't make his league competitive, though.
No. Yeah.
Right? Like,
well, Italy is more competitive than England right now.
Here's the question. Are we talking more competitive or better quality?
Both.
Well, to me, the best quality.
So-and-so won the Champions League. That doesn't really matter. What matters is the league competitive?
It depends on how you define quality. Like people have different preferences for style of play. So, like if you prefer a passing game, you're just going to like the Spanish game better than you like the English game. That's just, a team that you've gone and seen, like Celta Vigo has Iago Aspas is probably the best Spanish striker in the last 10 years.
Yeah, exactly.
He's on a team that is almost perennially, I can't say that word.
Perennially?
In relegation threat.
Yeah. And he's
they get so close. They get so close, and then.
But England is maybe like the most the best hybrid, like in terms of there's elements of Spain. It's the most cosmopolitan game. There's elements of the German game. There's elements of the Spanish game. There's elements of the Italian game.
Yeah, because they're all from those countries.
Yeah, because they attract.
And the managers are too.
Yeah, exactly. And that's probably why England is just the most diverse game. But I do think, there's a lot of shit teams that stay up for a long time. Like Stoke was up for a long time. Crystal Palace doesn't ever seem to go down. Like
West Ham.
Burnley is.
West Ham is 4th. What are we talking about?
No,
West Ham can't go down.
In fucking 20 years.
Like Burnley is fucking an eyesore to watch. Like I'd rather staple my dick to
Burnley
plywood than watch Burnley.
Okay, we're not talking, but that's not whatever. They're competitive. They stay up.
About Dick Stapling, right?
They are, but like
that's for
why
the
not?
midnight hour.
Why not?
Like, how is it? How is one league that
but like
has
Atletico Bilbao's never been relegated. Like we don't say, you know,
because they're scared to fucking relegate the
and they're not the best team to watch. They're actually probably like the most like direct, like 4-4-2-ish style of team in Spain.
Llorente and Aduriz as their forward.
Right, but I'm just confused as to how this is an argument against England being the most competitive league.
No, I'm just saying it's not necessarily the best league. Like it's not a hands down England is the best league.
We didn't say it was the best league. We said it was the most
I think
competitive.
when it comes to parity, it is.
What are you saying by best? Oh, Tim, glad you made it just in time for the Dick Stapling segment. Perfect. You're actually early. You got 30 minutes. This is just a warm up to the Dick Stapling. So
Lolo is going to show us how it's done.
no, this is totally Chris's segment.
I mean, it's like to me, it's different. Like, like you can define it by like the best teams in the league, the mid-table or relegation battle. Like, I'd rather watch relegation teams in Spain than relegation teams in England. Like, no doubt. Like Sheffield United is like just a painful watch. Led Zeppelin.
Fair enough. I just think that there's more clearly. I mean, you can just look at who's won each league for the last 10 or 15 years, and there's more diversity of that in England than there is in any other country.
No.
I think that means it's a more competitive league for me. That's all.
There is, but I think
style of play, maybe not. But
I don't think we're that far away from like City winning 8 out of 10.
I mean, it could happen. Very well could happen. I just hope it doesn't. You know, like I think we all do. And that's why it's like it hurts to see. Sorry, Lolo. It hurts to see like Liverpool, as much as it hurt to see them win, especially in the fashion that they won. It hurts to see the fact that they're not there right now. Just give City fucking free reign at the moment. You know,
just give it up.
I mean,
what are we giving up?
Yeah. No, my whole question here is with the argument is if you're talking about who are the better players, who are the actual better teams versus which league is more competitive. Because then you could even go to, I don't know, some league in fucking Park Slope is more competitive. Well,
I still think so. It's weird. Like I feel
the Dutch league,
the Premier League is like in the donut hole for me. Like the best players don't play in the Premier League, but like tier 2 through like tier 4 are in the Premier League, and then
the rest,
and then like the kind of median player or average player, like I would take like the median midfielder in Spain over the median midfielder in England. Like
you're talking attacking midfield. Defensive,
just in terms of like being able to like.
But again, those tier 1 players you're talking about are on 4 teams.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Bayern, Barcelona, Madrid, and PSG. And then the rest are fucking like Juve, maybe not Inter yet, but like they're making a case for it. But they're not where they were 10 years ago by any stretch. The Italian league is a long way off from where they were.
So, Chris, are you saying the Premier League has better players more evenly spread out?
I think that's what you're saying.
So no, I would say the elite players are not in England. Then outside of like, frankly, maybe outside of like a De Bruyne, but like
Alisson, besides
Alisson, but you know, Alisson, like. So I don't think of Salah or Aubameyang as like top. They're like there's like that next tier of players where I think England has
right. But you just said the best midfielder in the world is in England.
Name me 8 players.
No, I think Joshua Kimmich is the best midfielder.
Okay, second best midfielder in the world. So he's still tier 1. De Bruyne is,
Joshua Kimmich is the best midfielder in the world, bar
I
none.
agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Then if you get to like I'm going to use a FIFA reference, but like the guys who are rated like 82 to 75, like then I think you see more of them in Spain, Italy, and Germany, because you have, frankly, players in England that I just don't think,
Bro, Xherdan Shaqiri was on Stoke at one point. Like, if that's not
Erosion.
a sign of a competitive league, I don't know what. Like,
Yeah, but
James Rodriguez is on Everton. Like, that's way more. You would. He
yeah,
just
but
came from
it's
Madrid.
not like 24-year-old James Rodriguez. It's 29-year-old James Rodriguez who's barely getting a game at Bayern or Real Madrid.
Okay, but James,
Well, he got a lot of games at Bayern,
25 to 28, was rotting on the bench.
but he's still a quality player. Like he drives the Colombian national team. I don't know. It just like right in the sense that the elite of the elite minus De Bruyne play for 4 different teams, and to your point, like the rest play in England. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that makes England a much more competitive league because you have this concentration of 1% of the talent in 4 teams, essentially. Where like would Atletico Madrid compete in England right now?
Yeah, I don't know. The 5, like the 10 out of the 10 best players in the world,
9 play outside of England.
9 play outside of England.
Yeah.
Right.
But look at the way
that's fair.
Chelsea
but I think that's why
De Bruyne is maybe the only one who cracks that top 10.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that's why England becomes more competitive because those 9 players are on 4 teams.
So what I'm saying is like
the players 10 through 80 all play in England.
So what I'm saying is once you get past like the B+ or A- and B+ players, the average technical capabilities of a mid-table midfielder in Spain are way beyond a mid-table midfielder in England.
Better than Thomas Partey.
Well, Arsenal's shouldn't be a mid-table team,
but they are. But that goes to my point of the competitive league, though. You know what I'm saying?
About like
that's
James
my point.
McCarthy, like compared to like a Beñat in Spain, or there's no one as good as Iago Aspas in the bottom half of the English table.
All right, well then why is his team not better, and why is he not on a better team then?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's like the Calvin Phillips who left and decided it was a bad idea to leave. I don't know.
Okay.
But
okay, so Mr. Tom here is coming in. There's more of a chance of Sheffield United beating the top 4 team than Huesca beating the top 4 La Liga team.
I don't know. Let's look at the bottom of the Spanish table. Like Sheffield United is fucked. There's no opportunity that they get out of the relegation battle. Huesca has a much better chance of getting out of the bottom than Sheffield United. Like the bottom 2 teams the last couple of years haven't had a fucking chance.
Okay.
We could argue this all day. I'm just saying, like,
I've only got 7.5 hours till my game.
If you were to tell me, like, I'm going to go watch Real Betis versus Villarreal, or I have the option to watch Everton versus Crystal Palace, I'm going to take the Spanish game every time.
Right. I feel like that's personal preference. What I'm talking about is,
and I'm saying personal preference. I think I said it earlier. Like, you prefer a passing game, a technical game, you're going to like the Spanish game more. If you like lots of pressing and counterattacking, you're going to like the English game or maybe the German game more.
Right, but that's not. I guess the way the conversation started was who has the most competitive league, not who has the style of play you like the most.
So let's look at the European leagues. who's won more? What league has won more European leagues over the last 10 years? If you take the Champions League and the Europa
Spain.
League, it's fucking Spain by
Spain.
a mile.
Okay, but who's won the Spanish league the most? It's been 2 teams for as long as I can fucking remember. That's it. That does not make Spain a competitive league. In England, it's been 5 teams in 10 years.
Won 13 out of 20 at one point.
Huh?
United won 13 out of 20 championships at one point. And now Man City,
right, but it's not anymore.
3 out of 4.
Okay, but it's been 5 in the last 10 or something close to that.
There was this era where there was imperfection, and Leicester won and Chelsea won a few, but
dude, Chelsea consistently won like every other year, every 2 years from like 2004 to 2014, and it was them and United, yeah.
Well, Valencia won 2 and twice in the early 2000s, and
you're going back 20 years though. Like that's what I'm saying. It's been 2 teams in 20 years. It's been 1 team in Germany. It's been 1 team. Like Italy is sort of its own. Was once the most competitive league, and is now not. It's just not. It's not competitive on any level. This is the first year it's been competitive for the Calcio in a long time. And France has been PSG for
apart from
ever.
Montpellier won 1 year, Monaco 1 year. PSG is not favored. Like, I agree. There's been a little more parity at the top. I'm saying the average quality of football played between 8th place and let's just assume relegation teams are shit. But like between 8th place and 15th place, if you're telling me like go watch a game, like I'm gonna watch this. Personally, I'm gonna like this is all personal opinion, right? This is all
I mean, I'm trying to base mine on like statistics and facts, but
Sevilla, but the statistics point to Spain winning the Champions League and the Europa League all the time. So like, what's the like?
Yeah, but it's still only 3 teams in that one league, or 4 teams in that one league. Okay, so are those 4 teams better than the top 4 teams in England? Maybe, but England just have more teams competing in that league for that league's title. That's my only point. Spain have less teams that are competing for the title. Germany have less teams competing for the title. France has less teams.
So that would be your metric. That's
my metric. Yes. Yeah. Is how many teams have a possibility? And you're right. Man City look like they're about to
do the math right now if you want.
Take it over.
We can look up the last 10 years. Look at how many teams have played in the Champions League from Spain versus England. All right, go ahead. Please run those numbers.
Are you got the intern on this?
Yeah, we're gonna wait.
Well, first,
I'm saying
always in the Champions.
The competitiveness of the league is about what
happens.
You might get
a sneaky Italy leading in that, but so last 10 years, like.
Listen. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. I'm just fucking talking to talk because I like to fucking argue with sports. And this is like, since the bar I work at got shut down, this is my only outlet for that.
And that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. Most of the people that actually.
I'm just gonna let my nipples hang out a little bit for you guys.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous. If it weren't so cold down here in the basement, I'd have those 2 big old X's over my nipples. It's how it is. Well, fellas, it's getting about the witching hour. You want to start to wrap this up?
Never.
No, I mean, you stay on as long as you want. I am just about out of booze.
All right. Someone's got to cut the director off. He's a little drunk.
He's going to hockey. There you go.
You believe in miracles.
I don't know who that is.
Wait, what?
63.
That's okay.
That's young.
Oh, he died. Ooh, I didn't read that part.
You got to give us a heads up on that. We were cracking jokes.
Well, I think. Oh, go on, John.
Oh,
You're muted.
Oh, you're muted.
we're in trouble.
You guys weren't cracking jokes. Let me tell you.
Oh, no.
So we're gonna belabor this point. Bundesliga's had a pretty diverse top four. I know Bundesliga or Bayern wins the league every year, but you've had You've had Wolfsburg, Hoffenheim, Schalke, Mönchengladbach, Dortmund, Leipzig, Leverkusen, Wolfsburg.
And not one of them is won.
I know, but
but your top four has varied, and that is your
metric. Pretty diverse.
Okay,
your metric is top four. It's not winner.
Yeah, so if winning everything is all that matters, it's Spain because they win the Champions League.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the
we changed the metric. Yes,
that's it. No, but that's what it always was.
So the metric was only winning the domestic league.
Yeah,
I think if you're going to talk about the most competitive league, then yes. If you're talking about Champions League, who wins the most Champions League? Spain. Clearly, they have the two best teams for the most part, besides Bayern Munich. But when you talk about like the league, the Premier League,
the league is more than
Bundesliga, La Liga, Calcio, I think the Premier League is the most competitive because you have the most opportunity to win the league.
Sounds like a very American argument of like we have the best system. Like anyone can win, but really, no.
Well, somebody said it. Like somebody in the comments said earlier that Leicester gave the false pretense that anyone can win. But you know what? They fucking did. Like no one in March Madness, no 16 seed beat a 1 seed until they did, and now it's possible. But it's also the most diverse group of league winners in the last 10 years.
I just want to piss off Gantak and say France is the best league.
Farmers, bro.
Well,
what are we talking about?
Are we talking quality? Or are we talking competitiveness?
Those fucking grape stompers don't hold a fucking torch.
But you're not talking quality. You're talking how competitive it is. Quality doesn't matter when you're talking competitive.
I agree. PSG has a stranglehold on the league until this year because I really think after getting to the Champions League final last year, that's like what their focus is.
But
they were bad.
They lost to Monaco a few years ago and Montpellier.
It all happened.
I would say France is generally more competitive than Italy has been
recently.
Are you
going to say they're more competitive than England, though?
What?
Do you really think they're it's a more competitive league than England?
No. I'm not saying it's more competitive.
So then, what's the argument? England or Spain? That's it.
That's
the only argument.
This year it is. Like there's 5 teams that could win France this year. There's 1 team that can win England.
Okay.
He's got you there.
Fair enough.
But
you're later, Hughes.
All I'm saying is England is becoming the whole lexicon changing from top 4 to top 6 is total fucking bullshit. Because there's never been 6 teams threatening to win the league.
But they're even changing it to more like top 8, aren't they?
Yeah,
which is some other fucking cup they're gonna throw in there.
Pretty soon, like Mark's gonna hop back onto this call, and Wolves will be in the top 8.
Well, but look at Sheffield last season.
Yeah,
they were up there for the.
But I think they were in 7th place for a long time.
I would throw that into Schalke finishing 2nd and almost certainly getting relegated this year. Like,
dude, they took all of the Arsenal players. What happened? They weren't good?
Who?
Schalke?
It was Hoffenheim, right? Was that
no, Hoffenheim got Guendouzi, Schalke got Mustafi and Kolasinac.
Mustafi and Kolasinac.
But they were both dog shit anyway, so.
Yeah. Which are both 2 players that you said you would take at Liverpool right now, and they're on a relegation team.
I would take Mustafi over like fucking like my daughter in center back. Yeah.
I always liked Kolasinac.
I like Kolasinac.
I like Kolasinac because he fended off Mesut Ozil from 2 armed robbers.
Especially that helped.
I actually like. I still like Kolasinac.
He worked his ass off. Is all like his actual skill may
He's a
not have
donkey
been the
out there.
best. But he was always somebody who worked.
He's great in a system that plays wing backs, and that's just not
Unai Emery.
Well, he used to play as a winger.
Yeah, I like Jameson's bringing up a good point about English clubs being barred from European competition, and then Shea saying 5 teams can win in France, but it will be PSG. And that's Neymar hasn't played much. I feel like is probably why they are not.
I mean, the other thing is England. I mean, in a weird way, like the best English academies are like at clubs like Southampton.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
that's where they make all their money.
They
don't make money winning.
Like, France is more like the Netherlands, right? Like, there's a lot of teams that have incredible academies. Lyon, Le Havre, and they just can't keep those players, right? There's money, and I think you're starting to see more of that homegrown talent, like the Fodens and whatnot. But then you have a guy like Sancho had to go to Germany to become who he was.
Musiala too.
But here's my counterpoint. Look at the German clubs now looking to poach the young English talent.
Oh yeah, no, there's lots of talent in England.
And American.
And American.
Yeah. In Canada.
Well, I mean,
the one.
It's about fucking time America start. Like, the thing is, there's no
330 million people.
No reason that there shouldn't be hundreds of American players out there.
I'll give you 4 reasons.
You need the coaches, right?
4 reasons. There's baseball, there's basketball, there's football, and there's hockey.
Okay, so I guess there are.
If we didn't have those sports, we would probably be in the Final 4 of every World Cup.
Well, there's also the fact that,
easily
soccer is, when you get to a certain age, is looked down upon in terms of the general sports in America.
It's a
less
girl sport is what we're brought up. At least people our age, I would say, we were brought up with, everybody can play soccer when they're tiny.
Yeah.
And then
just send as many kids out onto the field to run around.
Basketball, football. Girls play soccer, volleyball, and basketball.
There's also just the coaching and the teaching aspect, right? Like purely based on numbers. Like even if we lose 80% of the talent to the other 4 sports, like there's still a pretty decent pool to deal with.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. We have the numbers,
but I think
do we?
You need
the numbers and the diversity. We're not one type of person. We're a fucking
melting pot.
We're a melting pot. Like we have all the best elements of everybody all mixed here. Like
but we don't have any fucking coaches. Like you need to recruit coaches from Europe and South America.
Yeah, pay them. We got the money.
You have to.
I'm just saying. Eventually, America is going to be very good on the global scale. Eventually, we just have to be.
Wenger was talking about it this week. He had said he expects big things from the U.S. in 2026.
Yeah,
based on Pusic and McKennie and Sergio Dest and Reina.
It's all with the emergence of the Premier League and the internet and communications, where all of a sudden it's a big market here. So now you have kids who have grown up with it in their life. We didn't.
He was also saying that like the baseball being on the decline and football being like too physical and, the brain damage that's associated with it. I think parents of our generation are going to be pushing our kids away from those sports.
Yeah.
And into soccer more.
I guess I gotta call this.
Yeah.
I've had like an hour of sleep in the last 36.
There's a lot of brain damage in soccer as well, though. Apparently,
Sure, but it's not
Yeah.
like suicide, shotgun to the chest, brain damage that you see with like ex-football players, or like people that can't walk and
slow thing.
Yeah.
Well, fellas, we're at the 5-hour mark.
Which is crazy because Mr. Tom has been here, and I'm sure there's some others the entire time.
Oh, he was here before.
Which is
here
amazing.
before. He was in the waiting room. Mr. Tom's a fucking beast. No, it's fucking fantastic stuff. I didn't even read these comments. No. He says, by that logic, Lolo, China should be a footballing powerhouse at every World Cup. No, because they don't have the diversity. China is mostly composed of Chinese people. Americans are composed of like people from everywhere. That's what I'm saying. We have we have all these different elements. We're not one type of person. We can create center backs and midfielders and forwards and keepers and
they have been spending a lot of money on the game, right? Like
a
lot of the English teams now have like major academies in China. Like
anyway.
Although Bremer's Ghost contends the point that a few sudden impacts is less than years of running and skipping. However, in football, there's years of running and skipping and the sudden impacts. And they're not few, they're every single play. But whatever, different conversation.
All right, I'm out.
All right. Good night, Mark. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, fellas. You guys.
I mean, I've got one more beer to drink, so I'm gonna drink it with you guys or without you guys.
Okay. So we'll take it into extra time.
Okay, let me go grab that.
Okay, you go grab your beer. All right, guys, we're on our last 5 minutes. We're gonna settle up this tab for the last 5 minutes here. Chris, do you have a beer?
I have half a beer.
Let me grab my last one.
I'm gonna talk to the people.
All right.
I like the David Luiz boxer. Come on, Sideshow Bob. All right. Let's go on a rant why we're talking about hockey. No.
Sorry.
They don't know what they're talking about, Chris.
I didn't even have a beer. I went and it's out.
Come to my house. I have a few.
Just throw it.
Lola, when this is all over, you need to come here because there's 19-ounce Voodoo Rangers.
Oh no. That would destroy me.
3-minute walk away.
That sounds so good. And to play some pool.
Oh
Love
my God.
to play some pool.
Is that a sour?
Yeah, this is a Goza, blackberry Goza.
Yeah, looks good.
It's got lactose though, which I'm not a huge fan of, but it gets the job done at the end of the night.
Maybe we all
red?
like hang out on 10th Street and drink pints
Here's
of
my
Brown's tab.
My tower of beers.
Oh, nice. I have a trash can full of beers. I have played snooker, but not very, not enough.
Button action.
But I do play. I play pool. Matt plays pool. Kantak plays pool as well. We play professionally. I'm nationally ranked. Not there's 3 numbers in my rank, but nationally ranked.
How many of them repeat in your rank?
What?
How many of those numbers repeat in your rank?
Oh, I don't know what my actual rank is, but it's like at one. I think the last time I checked, it was like 500 something. Like it was in the. It was some to where it's like, yeah, there's no. It doesn't make any sense.
Just for their skill level?
Yeah, well, when we went to Vegas for the national champion, the national thing, you all of a sudden were given a rank, a national rank. It was like,
So
yay.
we were-
And then so from then on, whatever you go to Vegas for the championships as your rank, you can never go below that. So I went as a 4, so I could never become a 3 in APA in the
Right.
league rules.
Yeah.
Because I went there. Yeah.
Are there people who are better at like 8-ball than 9-ball? Does like that
Yeah, yeah.
differentiation exist, or is
Yeah.
it
Generally,
Big
people that are really good at 9-ball are also really good at 8-ball.
Yeah, they just kind of don't care for it.
Yeah.
But there are people who are just better at 9-ball, better at 8-ball. But
Like I'm better at 8-ball than I am 9-ball, but I'm not generally good at either. You know?
Yeah, it sucks. Pool is going to be something that will kind of slowly die out if we don't continue being an outside society. Like if we stay closed in and things stay closed down, because it's not a essential thing. So you go to a bar, you have your drink, and then you stay 6 feet away from everybody. You can't really play pool.
We'll overcome this shit. You'll play pool.
But yeah, I hope
It'll just be like backdoor pool leagues. And I understand the comedy of me saying backdoor dressed the way I am right now. But that's what will happen. There'll just be like speakeasy pool halls and shit.
But yeah, I love pool. When I was in Spain this summer, there's a couple pool places that have pool tables right by the place we stay at, and I went there and ended up at this like rocker bar, hardcore metal bar called The Box. Terrible like fluorescent lighting, but
just in time.
We played pool there every night, and it ended up being the pool players bar, where the guys who were like playing tournaments the next day were hanging out at night, and we played with them all night, and it was fantastic. I played some of the best pool I've played in forever, so I was very impressive because I was winning, and I was like, this is very good. We should leave now.
Yeah.
After every match, I'm like, we should end it here. Like trying to give the game away, and they're like, no, you have to play. You have to play. It's fantastic playing in a different country, but they play by different rules in Spain. I don't know if you know like the. Is this becoming an 8-ball pool conversation?
It's cool. We can tell Mr. Tom he should look forward to me wearing chaps next Friday.
I do have chaps.
Shift the.
Are we going to make it then you have to show it though.
It happens.
Anyway, well, guys, we're at the 5-hour mark, so I think we should call it a show. It's been a good, fun, happy hour. What?
Get out of the basement.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I may just curl up and go to sleep.
Yeah, it might be easier. Just get up.
Yeah. But Cantac,
7 hours.
I'll see you in the morning when we discuss Arsenal Burnley. Hopefully.
Yeah. I'm here for all of it.
Yeah. Chris, we are not talking Liverpool this weekend, I don't think. I'm sorry.
No, not until we win one at home.
No.
Oh wait, Chris,
it will be against Arsenal, I'm sure.
Well, what was your phrase for or term for Liverpool?
Invincible.
Invincible?
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
It's all right.
No, that's the one word you can't call Liverpool.
Yeah. They're totally invincible.
They're very invincible.
Quite.
I'm gonna watch all of those draws to see if there was any questionable calls by the ref.
You're gonna rebar it?
If you don't,
I get to watch like 15 draws, right? Or
you're gonna retrovar it?
12, but I'm sure some of them. You know what they were though? You know what you won't watch is a loss.
That's true.
And a loss to Watford, nonetheless.
Yeah,
and an embarrassing loss to Watford.
A bad.
Can I watch all the Arsenal Champions League finals?
We
Oh,
don't
you can
have
watch one of them
because we're talking league.
Well, you can watch one final that we were in that got marred by an early red card, which just goes to my point of give them the fucking penalty box, baby. You know.
Whoa.
That's it.
Okay, guys. Well,
Oh, yeah.
we need to call it quits for the night. So I'm gonna say good night. We'll order another FA Cup. We'll see if
we love those.
So we'll be back for the Arsenal Burnley post match, and me and Cantek will have switched outfits. It's a magic trick.
Oh, you want some hosing, baby?
Yeah.
I get you some hosing overnight.
Nicolas Pepe, 2 goals. France.
Yeah. All right. We'll
I mean, yeah, but we'll see.
Yeah, please hit the like button, hit the share button, smash it. Hope you guys had a good time. We had a good time hanging out, talking shit. Yeah.
I didn't pass out this time, so I'm happy.
Nobody. I think I'm just tired now. Less drunk than tired this time.
Chris, good luck and
have a good night.
Hours when your daughter wakes up.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us.
Burnley by 3. Good night, guys.
Hopefully. All
I'll
right.
do my best.
Good night. All right.